Morning, good afternoon, good evening to wherever you are joining us from in this wonderful world. My name is Saj and welcome to the Real Entrepreneur Conference. We are so excited to be with you for the next 2 days, and it is going to be a conference for the record book. So welcome to the hundreds of people that are joining us right now. I can see you guys are putting in exactly where you are joining us from. We look forward to having you with us. So I just want to, for those of you who are just joining us right now, I know for those of you who have been with us before, you know how it goes. You got to tell us exactly where you are from. And you guys are so smart because people are already doing that. So we've got greetings from Denmark. We've got Cape Town in the house. We've got North Carolina. And while I read these countries out or cities out, go ahead and vote so we can get a better indication of exactly where you are joining us. We've got Belle Tranquil joining us from Dallas, Texas. We have got Paul from Pretoria. We've got Leonidas, I love that name, from London, UK. We've got Anba joining us from South Africa. We have got Claire from the UK, Vivian from Kenya. We have got Nicole joining us from the beautiful Cape Town in South Africa. Orlando joining us from Canada. We've got Lebanon in the house, Nigeria, Philippines, India, Kolkata. We've got Austria. We've got San Antonio, Texas, the birthplace of Shawn Michaels. We've got Serbia in the house. We have got Cairo, Zambia. We've got L'Oreal from Australia. We've got Yorkshire, UK. We've got Ireland in the house, Dubai, Namibia. The list just goes on and on. We've got Italy in the house, Morocco. We've got people joining us from all over the world. This is an indication of a truly global conference. And we look at the breakdown, and it's quite spread out amongst the United States, South Africa, Europe, the Middle East, and Canada and the UK. So we've got quite a good contingency coming from the United States as well as South Africa, and followed very closely by the Middle East and Europe. So we're going to have lots of fun on the conference, and you guys are putting that in. We've got Alexander joining us from Barcelona, Spain. All you beautiful, wonderful people joining us from all over the world. So where are our speakers joining us from? We've got a lineup of speakers that has an international flair. So it doesn't matter where you're coming from. It doesn't matter whether you're coming from North America, from Europe, from Australia, from Africa. We've got a speaker that is going to connect with you. And I want you guys to make me a promise. The first promise of this weekend, I want you to give each of these speakers at least 10 to 15 minutes of your time. If you've never heard of them before and you're wondering, am I really going to relate to this person? I've never heard of them before. I want you guys to put promise into the chat. If you promise me that you're going to give them at least 10 to 15 minutes of your time to see if you will connect to them. If they don't, go have a cup of tea, go and take a walk and come back for our next speaker. And while you wonderful people are putting promise into the chat, this I promise you, said InSync. I want you guys to vote if we can launch the poll. If any of you have ever attended any of our previous events before, or are you a complete newbie? If the team can bring that poll up for us, thank you so much to our awesome production team. Let us know, have you ever attended any of our previous events, summits, conferences? It looks like we have got almost a 50-50 split between brand new people in the room and people who have been with us before. So for those of you who are joining us for the first time, I'm going to introduce myself in only a few seconds time. For those who are joining us again, welcome. It's your boy Saj, and I'm going to look after you guys for this weekend. Where our team based? So our team is based in North America and Africa, as well as in Europe. So what this means for you is that it doesn't matter what time zone you are in. We have team members that are operating on different time zones. So if you need to reach out to us, if you need to connect with us, we want you to reach out at any time, because we will have an incredible help team, a support team. It's rated one of the best support teams in the world when it comes to live online events, that are standing by to make sure that this is a really smooth experience for you. We're still getting tons of promises Back again with the amazing Sag. Thank you so much, Marcy. Sally is saying hello. Oh, fantastic. Upkar Kumar, I'm new but excited. Olusalo says, I've been here before. Fantastic. Keep your comments coming in. Keep it. We want to keep the excitement level up. We want you guys to interact. We've got Savante Miller saying, first time excited. Rebecca Jones saying, I am new, first time, very excited, very interested. Tons of people coming in. I've been here before, says Farida, and nice to come back again. Stacey Adams says, second time, happy to be here. Hi, Sag. I was here a couple of weeks ago and I'm back again. Fantastic. All right. So sharing is caring. You guys are here. You are trying to unlock the real entrepreneur within you on this conference. We're going to be talking about your finances. We're going to be talking about the operations. We're going to be talking about teams when we get on here, and marketing and sales. And before we get into this, I want you to think in your life right now and think at all the people that you've come across, friends, family, acquaintances that have had a business idea, that have said, I'm sick and tired of the 9 to 5. I'm sick and tired of not having the freedom to do what I want to do when I want to do it. I'm tired of feeling guilty of spending time with my children or going on a holiday or just relaxing and reading a good book because they need a business that they can work on that is going to allow them to get that freedom. If they've had an idea or you feel that you can reach them, go ahead and share this link, realsummits.com. It'll take them directly to the registration page, and you will be able to get them to register. So it doesn't matter. Get this into your WhatsApps, onto your Facebook Messenger, onto Twitter, Instagram, MySpace, if you still have it. Heck, you can go and send smoke signals to people, or just go up, get next door and knock on the door and say, guys, you want to go and register on realsummits.com. Thank you so much, Jackie, for posting that link in the chat. So sharing is caring. Don't leave people behind. Let them share in this fantastic opportunity with you on the Real Entrepreneur Conference. So who am I? If you're joining us for the first time, you're wondering, who is this devilishly handsome Indian gentleman in front of your screens today? Well, my name is Sag Tatia. I'm going to be your host for this weekend. And I am what they call me, the millionaire marketer, but I am a coach, a digital marketing coach. I help coaches, I help speakers, I help people to create their online businesses. And I am going to be your host for this weekend's conference. My co-host for this weekend is Leon Latakhan. And Leon, put your camera on. Let's say hello to the wonderful people out there. Leon, are you with us?
Hey, Serge.
All right.
I'm definitely not Candace Mama, so I'm sorry about that.
Leon, tell these incredible people a little bit about you. What do you do? What drives you to lead the charge of enabling entrepreneurs all around the world?
Yeah, I have one purpose, and that's to help entrepreneurs to get to a level of, people speak about financial freedom and all this stuff. For me, it's just getting to a level of success that is successful for them. Everyone has different levels. And I am deliberate about my purpose. My purpose is to help entrepreneurs make more money so they can live a better life. That's it. Simple and straightforward.
Yeah, incredible. Leon, just tell them your role at the Real Entrepreneur. What do you do?
So, well, this is our very first conference, the Real Entrepreneur Academy. I'm the co-founder with Brian Walsh, which you'll be seeing shortly. I am also the CEO of the Real Entrepreneur Academy. And we did this in conjunction with the Real Summit guys, the guys who are running the summit. We are their partners. So we will be telling you a little bit more about the Real Entrepreneur Academy in the next 2 days to see how we can help you. This is not a summit as you would normally note, and that's why Candace is not here. Candace is a lot better looking than I am. So my apologies for that. But yeah, Saj, I am also really kind of the head coach in terms of the marketing and the sales side of things, and very involved in working with our members every single week.
Incredible. It's going to be a pleasure having you as the co-host this weekend. So we will be looking after you. We will be connecting you in between the speakers, sharing with you exactly how can you unlock the educational journey that you are on and looking at the options that are available for you. So we want you to stay connected with us throughout the entire weekend. We want you to head over to realsummits.com/connect. And what this means is that we will be able to share news with you. We'll be able to keep you up to date about what speakers are coming live and who are the brand new speakers that we will be bringing for our summits and conferences in the future. You want to go ahead and reach out, go to realsummits.com/connect and get connected with us. So, who is excited for the lineup? Who would love to know who is going to be speaking on day number one? Go ahead and put day number one in the chat so we can kick that off and we'll take you through that. So we've got Marcy saying me, a lot of day number ones coming through there. Hashtag day number one. Lots of people are saying they want the lineup. Well, we are going to kick off in only a few minutes time with Brian Walsh, and he's going to be teaching you guys how to become a real entrepreneur. We then move over to Peter Sage, who's going to teach you guys how to thrive in uncertain times. Peter is the definition. He's a living embodiment of entrepreneurial perseverance. Then we move over to the co-author of Rich Dad Poor Dad, Sharon Lecter, who's going to talk about mastering your finances. And then we move over to my co-host, Leon Latzakan. He's going to take his hosting hat off and put his teaching hat on and show you guys how to 10 times your business with marketing innovation. We then go to a special interview that I get to do with Damon John. For those of you who don't know Damon John, he is on the USA's version of Shark Tank, and he is referred to as the People's Shark. The gentleman after him is Jay Abraham. Let me know, have you ever heard of Jay Abraham? Just put there yes or no in the chat if you have ever heard of the legendary Jay Abraham. Wow. We got a bit of a mixed bag there, Leon. Wow. And Jay is referred to as the $21.7 billion man, not million, billion. He is the highest paid marketing consultant in the world. I'm really looking forward. It's a very special part of our summit, isn't it, Leon?
Yeah, it's quite interesting how many people are not familiar with Jay. And as I've mentioned previously, I've followed him for a long time, and I know that at one stage he was charging $100,000 to consult for a day. He's also, a partner with Tony Robbins. You don't actually get higher than these two guys. So the fact that there's so many people that haven't heard from him, they're in for a massive treat and a new treat in listening to this man. He speaks beautifully and he uses big words, but the knowledge in this man's head is actually quite phenomenal. So you must hang in. No matter what you do, you got to be there to see Jay Abraham if you've never seen him before. And even if you have seen him, believe you me, you need to be there.
Yeah, incredible. Sharif, we are live. It is day number one. So we've got someone asking, is this recorded? No, we are not recorded. We are live. It is 2:15 p.m. in a sunny Johannesburg in South Africa. That's where I'm joining you from. Leon is joining us from the beautiful Cape Town in South Africa. And we wrap up today with Darren Winters. He's going to teach you guys all about crypto and Forex and the stock markets and trading and understanding how can you create a life of financial freedom using those tools and techniques. Day number two, who would love to know what's happening tomorrow? Who would love to know what is going to, who's becoming, because all the me's are coming through. Tons of people are saying day two. Oh, yes, please. Me. All right, let's get into day number two. We start off tomorrow with Brian Walsh and Leon Latzakan. They're going to be talking about entrepreneurship as a whole. They'll be going into, what are you guys going to be discussing first thing tomorrow, Leon?
Yeah, I think what's important, and I know a lot of these people have been on your summits. This is somewhat different, and I maybe just want to point that out. This is a conference, and so the conference for me, if you go to a physical conference, people will go to a conference and sit there for 2 days. So one of the questions I'm going to ask to the audience now, but before I ask that question, is myself and Brian, the co-founders of the Real Entrepreneur Academy, are going to discuss the academy with you to discuss how we can go forward. And one of the questions, if I can just drop that in now, Sad, if you don't mind, is just to say to people, you all know that top musicians, top sportsmen, presidents, top business people, all have coaches of some sort. This week, I met with a friend of mine who's on there's a series called, tell me about the Wolves. It's a sci-fi series. I haven't watched it. Something with the Wolves. Maybe someone can help me out there. And she's on the set. And she tells me all the different coaches that are on this movie set. She's got the vocal coach. She's got the fitness coach. They even have an intimacy coach for the movie, right? So coaches are all over the place. And what the Real Entrepreneur Academy about is actually helping, supporting, and coaching entrepreneurs. So we want to take that time tomorrow. So if you can make it first thing in your day tomorrow, whatever that is, morning, afternoon, or evening, please get to that first session so we can explain to you how we can help you. You are going to be mind blown with what we're launching this weekend. It's the first time we're launching it ever. It's brand new, and we want to explain to people exactly what that is about. So my question to those in the room, who has support and a coach helping them grow their business? Yes or no? Simple.
All right. So we're getting a good mixture of yeses and nos, but it looks like predominantly no is coming through right now, Leon.
Yes. And that's wonderful if you do have coaches. What we're doing is all these people on the conference are going to be part of the coaches in the Real Entrepreneur Academy that we're going to offer you in terms of working with us. And if you get that coach, all we're doing in the Real Entrepreneur Academy is short-circuiting your success. So you can stay out there, you can work by yourself. In a year's time, you're going to be wherever you are. Our goal is to take you and short-circuit that success and get you to a higher level of income as fast as possible. But that we'll tell you about a lot more tomorrow and during the day.
Yeah, and I love that because all the coaches, all the teachers that are on this conference are going to be adding massive value to you guys. They're going to be coaching you, and that's the difference between the summit and the conference. The conference is here. It's pure educational value. And after Brian and Leon start off tomorrow, we move on to the incredible Kate Gray. She's going to be showing you guys the art of using organic content to communicate to the unconscious mind. How do you use organic marketing to increase your sales? We move on to Rob Moore. Rob is probably one of the most successful businessmen you're going to have on the conference, and he's going to help you guys to build and scale your global brand and audience revenue with podcasting. We move over to me. I'm going to take off my hosting cap, and I'm going to put on my teaching hat, and I'm going to show you guys how to use value-based marketing to reach the right client, as well as to increase your prices. And then we move over to YouTube sensation, Evan Carmichael, who's going to be talking about a very important topic, and that is how to overcome rejection as an entrepreneur. Let me know in the chat for the entrepreneurs that are here who have a dream of going to touch a market, to change lives, but they're fearful of being rejected. Just put I. Let me know. Just say I in the chat. We've got lots of eyes: Olive, Vincent, Eric, Patricia, Maxon, Anthony, Laura, Stacy, Jeffrey, Natalie, Ibrahim, Vincent, Nancy, incredible, Layla. So many people are talking about that they fear rejection, and Evan Carmichael is going to address that highly important topic of rejection. And then we move over to the Hurricane Forbes, Riley, and she's going to be talking about productivity and getting stuff done, getting what needs to get done, getting it done in the best, in the quickest amount of time, in the most effective way. And then we go over to another living legend, a man who's written countless books, who's helped salespeople, entrepreneurs around the world generate millions, tens of millions of dollars. He is truly a living legend. Brian Tracy is going to be talking about the 7 keys to high sales and high profits Brian Tracy, Leon, a living legend.
Yeah, same as Jay. I think maybe he's more high profile because he's also been on a lot of your summits, whereas Jay hasn't. So if you've got value out of Brian, believe you me, you're going to get value out of Jay. So yeah, these are two top guys. I mean, I saw Brian when you guys brought him to South Africa for real. That's a couple of years ago. So the man is a living legend. Yeah, and I'm excited to see him as well.
Yeah, and then we wrap up day number 2 with Paul O'Mahony, who's going to show you guys how to rethink social media. How do you turn the time that you're already spending on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter? How do you turn those social media machines into money making machines? He's going to wrap up day number 2. And if you're a VIP, just know that when we are done with each day, you'll be getting a link, check your email, and then we'll be going into that exclusive live Q&A on day number 1 with Jay Abraham and day number 2 with Brian Tracy. So the VIPs in the room, I can see a couple of people saying, what's happening? What's happening with the VIPs? The VIPs are going to be moving into another room at the end of day number 1 and day number 2. Nikki, Abraham, I can see you're a VIP, a very important person. So are there replays? If you guys are looking for replays, any questions you guys want to ask, put them into the chat. Our incredible support team are standing by to help you out with anything that you need. So we're about to move on to our first speaker of the day. And let's get the energy up, guys, because we're about to move on to Brian Walsh. And I've got a question for you guys. Are you ready?
Me too.
For the thousands in attendance and the millions joining us all around the world. Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 1 of the Real Entrepreneur Conference. My name is Saj Tatya, joined by Leon Lartikan. We are your hosts for this weekend, and we are going to be moving on to our first speaker, who is none other than our Chief Visionary Officer, Brian Walsh, and the co-founder of the Real Entrepreneur Academy. Let us know in the chat who has ever heard of Brian Walsh before. Brian is the entrepreneur's coach. Brian has struggled for the last 20 years with business, learning and trying to adapt and to create businesses, but it never worked out. And he's going to share his story with you. And he had to ask himself the question, how can I teach people to be successful, but I myself aren't? And he radically changed his life around and is now the chief visionary officer of a multi-million-dollar company, multiple multi-million-dollar companies, leading the charge in helping entrepreneurs and the everyday man to achieve their vision and goals. And if anything else, he's one of my best friends. We are bad boys for life. He's in the room. Brian is here. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to Brian. But before we do, go and put some love in the chat. Go and put some heart emojis. Go whoop, whoop. If you are on stage, I'll tell you to jump up, put your hands in the air like you just don't care. But you can do that at home, because ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker on the conference and a way to kick off on the Real Entrepreneur Conference is none other than Brian Walsh.
Saj, Leon, thanks so much, guys. What a privilege to be here. This is a real passion project for Leon and myself, as well as Stephen, who's my CEO at the RealSuccess Network and heavily involved with this. And the whole team, thank you so much to RealSuccess Network for putting this on for us. I know it's my company as well, but I'm wearing 2 hats. And I really appreciate all the effort and energy that's been put on to put in this conference on. Entrepreneurship is something that's been very close to my heart. I could spin the story that like I'm all dedicated to helping entrepreneurs. The truth is I started studying and working with the concept of entrepreneurship at a very young age. And it's not because I wanted to teach everyone else how to succeed as an entrepreneur. It is first and foremost because I wanted to succeed as an entrepreneur, and I sucked at it for a long time. And when I say I sucked at it, I mean, I started 13 different businesses in multiple different industries, but I never got to a stage where it delivered what a real entrepreneur should actually deliver on. Okay, and that's what we're going to talk about. And that's why we call the Real Entrepreneur Academy. That's why it's called the Real Entrepreneur Conference, because there's a fundamental difference between a real entrepreneur and a pseudo entrepreneur, which is more somebody that's just self-employed and stuck in their business as a whole. And I'm sure you guys make up a big array. In fact, I know we've got a spot survey, Gerard or Dan, if we can get that up, which is what stage of business are you in? Do you own a full-time business? Do you own a part-time business? Are you looking to start a full-time business? Or a part-time business, et cetera, et cetera. Let's pop that survey up, guys, so we can kind of get an indication of where we are with that. So I'm just waiting for it to pop up there. There we go. All right. So what best describes you? Own a full-time business, own a part-time business, want to start a full-time business, want to start a part-time business, do not want to start a business at all. I don't know why you'd come to the Real Entrepreneur Conference if you had no interest in business. I'm sure that's not going to be a very high percentage. Now, as a panelist, I cannot actually see the results. So, Saj, if you can maybe let me know what the results of that are out of interest, just so we give an indication to the room.
We've got 28% who owns a full-time business, 17% owns a part-time business, 30% want to start a full-time business, 23% want to start a part-time business, and 1% do not want to start a business at all.
All right, cool. 1% didn't have anything else to do on a Saturday. I'm just kidding. So look, you're going to learn a lot of stuff, whether you start a business or not. Thank you, Saj, for doing that. And it's normally around that, even in our summits, you know, where about 25 to 30% of people own a full-time business, another chunk are part-time, and then there's a lot of people wanting to start a business. But here's the whole thing. I don't care whether you own a business, full-time, part-time, or want to start a business. What I care about is what that business does for you. And that's the key thing that we have to look at. The truth is not very good. There's a lot of different statistics out there. Pre-pandemic, you know, we were having 85% of businesses failing within 5 years, as much as 50% of them in the first year on a global basis. And for those sort of 15% who survived the first 5 years, well, another 85% of them would fail in the next 5 years. So it is not the easiest thing. We tend to promote it, you know, from a societal point of view, as become an entrepreneur because we need to now because of job issues, and take control of your own destiny in your life. But the truth is, at the end of the day, it's not as easy as it looks, because 99% of small business owners really do not succeed. And that's what we need to talk about. And we're going to start talking about what we mean by success. But the truth is, people really get stuck in this process. Let me ask an out there question, right? And answer it any way you want to. If you own a business or you're looking to start a business, why? Why do you own a business? What are you hoping to get out of it? What are you looking to get out of it? What do you want to start a business for? What's your number one reason for going into business? Let me know in the chat. So we start with financial freedom. That's the first three answers come up. Give employment. Don't want to be a normal person. I like that. Freedom and build generational wealth. Financial freedom. I want to help other people. I love to serve. Want to make money. Want to earn and live a beautiful life. Free time, passion, financial freedom, profit, financial freedom. To provide employment. Want to change the nation. Want to be dependent on myself. I want to stay in business. I want to make a difference in the community, increase my income sources, create jobs, financial ego. It says, yeah, God's plan, live in my purpose and financial freedom, impact financial freedom, change, freedom. I can't read this all. Passive income, be rich and famous, to make me happy, make other people happy, service, personal growth, free time, bring better leaders to the world, make a difference, and of course, financial freedom. I like to see a lot of people using the term financial freedom, but I want to ask a question. How's it going? Okay, based on what you wrote there, I can't read them all because there's literally hundreds or there's thousands of you in the room now. Based on what you wrote there, on a scale of 1 to 10, how's it going? 1 meaning really not well, 10 meaning 100%. Okay, scale of 1 to 10, how's it really going? Okay, so we got a big array, but most of the numbers are 5 or less. By a long shot, lots of ones going in there, 40% -1. Sarah says, oh yeah, you sometimes, right? 2s and 5s and 3 and 1 and 1 and 4 and 2 and 6 and 4 and 1 and 5 and 9. It's good to see you, Tondre. 4, 4, 6, 1, 1, 4, 30%, 7, and so on. 0, 0, quite a few ones, lots of ones coming through. And this is the thing, guys. I'm going to ask you to rate a few aspects. I'm going to break this into a little bit more detail, and we'll rate that shortly as well. But the truth is, at the end of the day, there's something that was a hard reality for me to learn after years of being an entrepreneur. Okay. And that is that what you think, what you know, means nothing. The only thing that counts is what your life illustrates. The only thing that counts is what your life illustrates. So when people are writing, I want financial freedom, and I say, how's it going? Does your life illustrate that you've got financial freedom, or you're moving in there in a strong direction? Do you even know what it means to be financially free? You know, people write, I want to make a difference. Are you? Are you? Because, you know, there's a dear friend, Robin Banks, you might have heard him in a lot of our summits. His mentors, John Keogh, wrote Mind Power, and he's got this beautiful saying. One of the team can maybe type it in. It is, your failure helps no one, your success helps lots of people. So stop being selfish and succeed. Your failure helps no one, your success helps lots of people. Stop being selfish and succeed. Now, it's that last little phrase that really gets me. Stop being selfish and succeed, because, my friends, you don't realize that a lot of you are being selfish in your lack of success. I know that sounds weird, right? I know that sounds weird, but you are playing the game so wrong. And that's why the scores were predominantly in the 1s and 2s and 3s when I said, how's it going? We're playing the game wrong. Bottom line is, your business is there to serve you, but in most cases, you're a slave to your business. Your business is there to serve you, but in most cases, you're a slave to the business. Type in the word slave, own it. If you know, I work my ass off for this business and I really don't get that much in return. Okay, and don't tell me you feel good. I'm talking about what your life illustrates. All right, type in the word slave, own it, okay? Because at the end of the day, we got to break these shackles, man. We got to break these shackles, and no one enslaved us, all right? No one enslaved us. We enslaved ourselves through ignorance, through our inability to understand, and through just making the wrong decisions. And so we have to break those shackles. We have to change the status quo. We have to change and move forward. And that's my job. And that's what we want to do at the Real Entrepreneur Academy. That's what we want to do through this conference, is we want you to find better ways. And there's no quick fix, just do this and it's all done. Particularly in the world of entrepreneurship, it takes a lot to build an organization and a business that truly serves you, but that's what we want. All right. And I'm going to be very clear about what that looks like shortly. But that's what we want. We want a business that serves us. We don't want to be the slave to the business. And that's what we're going to try and help you break the shackles with. That's what I'm going to talk to you now for the next hour about, in really sort of helping you understand what the difference is between the pseudo-entrepreneur, the self-employed person, and the real entrepreneur, and the areas that you have to master that we so often can't find the time and energy to master because we're so busy dealing with the chaos. We need to break the shackles of the chaos. We need to stop putting out the fires. We need to get out there and make a difference and make an impact as a whole. So you guys ready to get on that journey with me for the next hour? How do we break your shackles? And for those of you that do have predominantly successful businesses, there is a small percentage in the room who are probably doing well and you want to take it to the next level. Well, everything we're going to talk about is just going to share with you where are those different levels and what can we do as a whole. Okay. So I like to try and keep this broad in context, and it tends to work for the more established businesses as well as the massive people that are really struggling as a whole. All right, let's rock and roll. Let me just share my screen. Now Zoom has this wonderful scenario when I share a screen where it's going to throw everything out. So I need to just open the chat again. And that list over there, let me just put that up. I got a few screens out, so you're going to see my eyes wandering around. Don't take it personally. But I like to keep this chat up here so I can see what you guys are interacting with and saying as well. All right, so you should all be able to see my screen. Just type in the word screen if you can see it. It says the Real Entrepreneur Conference, 10-11 July. What is success? All right, yes, screen. Thank you. I really appreciate it. So this is the profound question. So it was in 1996, giving my age away, all right, that I decided I wanted to help entrepreneurs. Like I said, I'm not an altruist. It wasn't about wanting to help the world. It was about trying to figure out how the freaking hell to get this thing to work properly. I'd grown up in an entrepreneurial family, predominantly with my father. I'd seen him succeed. I'd seen him fail. I'd seen him go up and down, good and bad. I'd experienced all the negative things as a child. My mother was a severe alcoholic, so it didn't help. My dad was a devoted businessman. So, you know, not being able to have a very connected family because of those things. I saw a lot of the outcomes that weren't so nice. My dad's still around today, love him to bits and appreciate so much what I learned from his experience. And I know he loves what I do to help you guys not make the mistakes he made, the mistakes that I made, the mistakes that most entrepreneurs have made. In fact, a study showed in the United States a number of years ago that the average entrepreneur failed 2.53 times before they succeeded. Now, that doesn't mean you have to completely go bankrupt, okay? It just means that it doesn't work and you got to start again. And it also means that it's okay. Success generally only comes through failure. Very few people succeed and succeed consistently straight away. And this is the reality that we have. So, knock it off as a notch on your shoulder if you've got it wrong once or twice, because it's time to get it right, okay? And that's an important factor as well. All right, but when I started in 1996, I'll never forget this. I decided I wanted to help people help themselves. Okay, that was like a bit of an altruistic approach, but the truth is, it took me a long time to realize I have to help myself first before I can help others, as in what John Keogh said, your failure helps no one. Your success helps lots of people. Stop being selfish, go and succeed, all right? And the truth is, I remember saying, okay, I want to focus on entrepreneurs because this is a journey. I started my first business when I was 16. I'd witnessed so much through it. I was part of an organization called Junior Chamber at the time. We actually held a little conference with people from around Africa and stuff. And I found that most entrepreneurs, regardless of the size of their business, what industry they're in, were actually struggling. They were stuck with many things that just didn't work or didn't make sense. And this is where my whole journey started. But I remember asking the question, well, what is success? Because what I really want to do, well, I want to help entrepreneurs, hence myself first and foremost, to become successful. Well, what is success? And people like to say success is whatever you make it. No, rubbish. Okay, success can be quite easily defined in three fundamental ways. Now, here's the interesting thing. Most people that when I asked, why did you start a business, you said financial freedom. So that's clearly one aspect of success. A lot of you said, I want to make a difference. I want to employ people. I want to, make an impact in my industry, etc. And a bunch of you also said, I want freedom. I want a freedom of choice. I want to be in charge of my own destiny, things like that. And so it's interesting. We asked literally tens of thousands of entrepreneurs from all over the world over numerous years in the Real Entrepreneur Institute, as we used to call it then. This question, why did you start a business? Why did you want to start a business? Why do you want to start a business, depending on what aspect you're in as a whole? So I want us to understand something about success. First and foremost, the most critical thing in defining your success is you. Okay. Success, my friends, is not what we do as much as it is who we become. And I can only speak the truth from my experience. I've also researched and studied, and I work with all these amazing teachers around the world. And this is very commonly understood, that success is us. The vehicle of a business that we utilize, the business, the industry, how we operate, what we do in it, is not the definition of whether we'll succeed or not, because the business will never succeed or grow beyond how much the founder or the business owner grows. As Tony Robbins says, we are the chokeholds of our own businesses. Chokeholds, guys. I always want to illustrate that. I can't quite get it around my neck, but it's when you put a person in a hold that cuts the oxygen off for their brain, and it can kill them, or at very least knock them out. That's what we do to our businesses all the time. We hold the ability of our business to succeed back. And it's so important that we understand this, because truthfully, we are the primary reason that we don't achieve what we want to achieve in life. We're manifesting beings, but we manifest the outcomes that we don't want, or we think we don't want, but from some subconscious levels, we sometimes do, all right, to prove our misery story of how challenging life is. Now, guys, I don't care who you are, where you're from. We got people in this room that come from very privileged backgrounds in first world countries, and we got people in this room that have little to nothing to start with, or may even now be sitting at an internet cafe or borrowing somebody's data in order to participate with us. We are all the same. I don't care what your background is. Some of the most successful entrepreneurs in the world were not educated. They came from poverty. They came from challenges. It's got nothing to do with your education, your sex, your race, your age, where you are. It's got to do with you. And every one of you has the equal ability and opportunity to manifest incredible success in your life. But there's things you're going to have to work on, things that you're going to have to shift, things that you're going to have to let go of And that journey is going to be critical to whether you can manifest or achieve that success as a whole. And that's why I say not just you, but who you are, because every one of us has a purpose, and that purpose comes from within. It's not something we choose. And, if you've been on our summits and, if you get involved with us in any way, you're going to work with Dr. John DeMartini. He's going to teach you about the concept of values. Values are the things that are truly most important and where they come from and the voids that drive them. But when we identify what's truly most important, our core values, which define who we are, then that's where the journey starts to us becoming the best version of ourselves in order for us to manifest an entity like a business that can serve us extensively and serve the community that we are to serve as a whole. That's very, very important. So who you are is where everything starts. From there, there's three fundamental things that define success. You can think of these as measurements in a way, more than strategies. They all have different types of strategies associated with them. The first one is meaning. Okay, and I normally say it, wealth, meaning, freedom, but I'm just starting with meaning because the context of you really fits under this element of meaning. So meaning is the quality of relationships we have. That's where we get a sense of meaning from. Now, the most important, let me ask you, what is the most important relationship in your life? Which relationship is the most important? Type in the chat, what is the most important relationship? What is the one that you have to focus on the most? Okay, so we got family, myself, God, myself, self, family, God, self, God, self. Okay, now I want to honor straight up front. So interesting, a lot of us are saying family as well, right? The most important relationship you have is the one with yourself. Now, for those that are religious or have various different beliefs, I combine those. You are one with God, with your creator. All right. And your relationship with yourself is an indication of the relationship you have with your God, your creator. I was brought up Christian. I'm not a practicing religious person, but I respect the doctrines of many of the religions. And I just remember that God was within us. And so fundamentally, for us to connect effectively with God, we connect with ourselves. Us living up to our true potential, us breaking through the barriers so we can become the best versions of ourselves is the way we get closer to God, to Allah, to Buddha, to the universe, to whatever we want to call it. And I do believe in that. And I believe in that bringing connection. So when I say the most important relationship in your life is the relationship you have with yourself, okay, I incorporate whatever your spiritual or sort of higher form, a relationship is in terms of God or the universe, or whatever the case might be. It is not family, guys. Let me tell you why. Because if you suck, your family's going to suck, or your relationships with your family are going to suck. When you focus on becoming a better version of yourself, the quality of your relationships with other people will improve. People like to say, my children are the most important thing. And in many cases, they're not. But because society says they really should be, we go by the element of guilt and say our children are the most important thing. And then what do we become, guys? We become terrible examples to our children of living a fulfilled life. Because we have things that are truly important to us, like business or health or anything else, but we don't live true to that because we sacrifice for our children. And our children get to witness failure. Our children get to witness a person not living to their true capacity. And children don't listen, they watch. So what does every child want? They want mom and dad to be happy. And what does that mean? They want mom and dad to live a fulfilled life. They want your job as a parent, as a leader of any format, is to lead by example, to exemplify what being a fulfilled living being is. And that's the greatest thing you can do for your kids. So yes, we want to look after our family. I get that, right? It's important. We want to look after lots of people, but we have to look after ourselves first. Otherwise, we suck at doing it for everyone else. Please understand that. It's very important. You hit that on the head, man. It's very important for us to understand this. Really, really, really is important for us to understand this. Okay, and that's what John Keogh was saying. Stop being selfish. Succeed. There's so much resentment in this world, particularly amongst children and parents. And that resentment lies in what we had to sacrifice for our kids and what the kids got to witness, this misery and this unhappiness, and that became their blueprint for life. We need to change that. So this whole conference is about you going out there and succeeding. And meaning is the first place, but it starts with you and your journey of becoming the best version of yourself. And through that, you will effectively connect with others. Wealth. So many of you said financial freedom. Wealth is the accumulation of money and assets. It is not happiness. That's why we have meaning. It is not the quality of relationships. That's why we have meaning. It is the dictionary definition, accumulation of money and assets. There is only one formal understanding of what wealth is. Wealth is when you own assets that make you money. And you are only wealthy or financially free when your assets pay you more than you would pay yourself or somebody else would pay you to work. So your objective is to accumulate assets in the form of stocks or businesses or properties or any element that pays you money, and preferably on a continuous basis. And the business is an asset, but for most of you, it's a liability, as you well know, but you want to turn it into an asset, which means your business should be there to serve you in creating wealth by paying you dividends, by being profitable. Interesting word that we're going to explore. So wealth, simply put, it's not about how much we earn. It's about what we keep. It's about what we can invest. It's about what we can create that's an asset that serves us and pays us. And then lastly, freedom. And some people think that freedom comes through money, but it doesn't. Freedom is choice. And, you know, you don't need to have achieved ultimate wealth to have freedom. Wealth is a journey. Meaning is a lifelong journey. Freedom is a choice. Can you build your life up so that you can do what you want, when you want, where you want, however you want, and if you're not married, with whomever you want? That's a disclaimer, by the way. If you're married, you cannot do whatever you want with whomever you want. Okay, just want to be clear, because some people get carried away with that idea, right? It's a joke, but it's also serious in the essence of having that freedom every day to do what you want. Now, here's the truth. Okay, by the way, when we did this exercise of asking tens of thousands of people around the world, the three things we grouped them under were money, people, times. So people were either referring to money and relationships with money, or the flow of money, people, as in the relationships with people, the connections with people, or lack of connections with people, or whatever, and time, as in, do we have enough time? Do we use it effectively? Interesting enough, these three outcomes, which would array into hundreds of answers that fitted into money, people, and time, we found were the three greatest challenges that the average entrepreneur had: money, people, time. Okay. And so it's kind of funny in a way, but we play the game so wrong. And as an example, using the term money was completely incorrect in terms of resolving the problem. Because let me ask you a question, and be bluntly honest when I ask this to you. In other words, just type in the first thing that comes to mind. What do you do when you get more money? Just type in the first thing that comes to mind. What do you do when you get more money? What do you do when you get more money? What do you do when you get more money? What do you do when you get more money? Now, the majority of answers are spend it. And I mean, they came up fast, all right? Pay. Now, some people are saying invest, probably about 10%, right? Some people are saying help others, but 90% of you are saying spend it, right? And half the people, at least, that are saying invest, they're just thinking like that. They're not actually doing it. All right? Because when they get more money, they don't have enough money to invest. Because we've got 100 things to spend the money on before it even comes in. So there's no wrong or right in this, in the overall sense of the understanding, but I need you to understand we're conditioned to be spenders. So if we simply focus on making more money, we just end up spending more money. And I've proven this outrageously successfully, okay? Because a number of years ago, I had a business doing about $100,000 a year. I grew that business to be doing about $1.3 million a month. I mean, a year. So we 1.4, 1.5. So almost like 15 times in a year, 15 times growth in the year. I could still spend the 1.5 million like I could spend the 100,000. Okay. So in fact, I found no shortage of opportunities to spend that money. We have a very strong strategic approach in our business now, myself and Stephen and Martin, who's our financial officer, in ensuring that we're a profitable business. Because believe you me, Stephen and I find things we can spend money on every single day. So if we don't strategically play the profit game, we end up just spending the money. And nowadays we make millions of dollars sometimes in a month. Okay, so the truth is, at the end of the day, chasing the money doesn't resolve anything. You all earn, or many of you earn more than you did 5 years ago, but you still struggle. And it doesn't matter the size of your lifestyle, because that's what we often do, is we increase the lifestyle, bigger cars, bigger homes, bigger holidays. We just end up not having enough. And that's the fundamental thing. So I'm going to leave, and many times when I talk about this money people time, just for that simple understanding of where it comes from. But I want you to get that your conversation should be how to create more wealth in my life, how to create more meaning in my life, how to create more freedom in my life. And that is the objective of what your business should achieve. Now, I'll come back to that in a second. Let's get back to you and who you are, your purpose. From that place of who you are and that purpose of who you are and why you exist, if you can find it, and we'll help you find it through the academy and through various other interventions we do, you want to then have what's called a vision. And a vision is where you're going. So one of the most common statements that I believe is so true to what a real entrepreneur is a real entrepreneur has a vision. A real entrepreneur sees what their finished product or business is. And the clearer that vision is, the more likely they are to move towards it. Our ability to project and see where we want to go. And that's what vision is. I mean, if you think of physical vision, did you know that your body instinctively will move in the direction that you're looking? If you are walking in a straight line, but you look at something on the left, let's say you fixate on a tree and you're trying to walk in a straight line, you will instinctively start to move towards that tree. What you focus on, you move towards. But the mind has the ability to have vision as well. So if we don't have a vision, and if it's not clear, where are we going? How are we going to get there? One of my favorite sayings, you don't know where you're going, how are you going to get there? People used to say GPS. I say, like, put your GPS on and don't tell it where you're going and see what happens. Right? As you move away, it's going to say, go back to where you were because that's the last location it found. So at the end of the day, we need absolute clarity on what vision is. Who are we? What is our purpose? And where are we going? Are the critical starting points. And in this element of success in business, if we can learn to master wealth, meaning, and freedom on that journey, we will reach and way beyond that vision. The impact we will make through what we are focusing on will be unmeasurable to ourselves right now. And that's the thing we need to understand. You know, my good friend John DiMartini says, when it comes to vision, put it down and let it grow. Okay. So at the end of the day, it is not about having the perfect vision from day one. It is just about having clear vision from day one. And as you get close to that vision, you'll push it out, you'll push it out, you'll push it out. You'll grow it, you'll get bigger, you'll do further. Some of you have these incredible lifelong visions and others don't. And it's okay, as long as there's a direction and it's clear. But in the pursuit of that vision, we're going to master wealth, meaning, and freedom. Because without that, we're never going to reach that vision. That's what's important. But here's the truth as well. Without the vision, we'll probably never reach wealth, meaning, and freedom. Interesting analogy. So here's what I want you to do right now. Now listen to the instruction before you do it, okay? And listen to it carefully. I'll say go. When I say go, you do it. Don't type anything in. I know some of you are going to cheat, but until I say go. I want you to rate your life if you don't have a business currently, but if you do have a business, I want you to rate from 1 out of 10, 1 being absolutely nothing and 10 being 100%, how much your current business or life is serving you in creating wealth, in creating meaning, creating freedom. So I want you to do it 3 times. You can either just put 3 numbers in that order, or you can put the first letter. You can put like W number, M number, F number, okay, or 3 numbers. You guys are typing. I never said go. I never said go, Victor, or Mazen, or Carol, because I want 3 numbers, because I need to see what they are related to. Okay, so your first number is going to be for wealth, second for meaning, third for for freedom, all together. Are you ready? Go. 1 to 10. 1 meaning terrible, 10 meaning absolutely brilliant. How much is it serving your business? How much is your business serving you right now in creating wealth, meaning, and freedom? Wow, there are like thousands of people in the room, so you can imagine how many answers we get in here. Should have really done a spot survey for this. Should remember that in future. Okay, so a lot of people low. Thank you, Charlie, for making it so easy by actually typing in wealth, meaning, and freedom. One of the things I just want to see if it's consistent here. Okay, look for 3 numbers. It's relatively consistent. So numbers range quite a lot, right? But one of the things that I find very consistent when I ask this question, so we go wealth, meaning, freedom, is that when people rate these 3 things, they rate meaning the highest. All right. So as an example, I've got here somebody who wrote 3 for wealth, 8 for meaning, 6 for freedom. I've got another person who wrote 385, another person that wrote 185, so 8 for meaning. Another person who wrote 261, 225, there we go, 141. I'm just looking for those, 353, 576, 343, etc., etc. So commonly we see, and it's not consistent, there's a big variety here, but commonly we see that meaning is portrayed as higher. And the reason for that is because we think we're happy, because we love what we do. But I want to challenge you with that statement I said before. It's not what you think, and it's not what you know, it's what your life illustrates. Bottom line is, the reason we score ourselves in this way is to ask the question, what can we do to raise the score? And that's a critical component. Okay, so thank you for sharing. Really, really, I mean, it's like literally looks like all, 1,500 of you shared. Yeah, it's just insane how many numbers. So it doesn't really help me to do a full analysis, but I appreciate you sharing that. And it's just me keeping it interactive, making sure we engage in as a whole going forward. All right, so there's a model. Who are you? You are the critical component. It is all about you, success, failure, anything in between, the vision, where you want to go, and mastering this thing called wealth, meaning, and freedom going forward. So let's talk about these areas that we have to master. So in each of these areas, wealth, meaning, and freedom, there are what I've put 3 in this we use in the academy, 3 areas that we have to master. Okay, we're going to start in the middle, and we're going to start with yourself. As if I haven't emphasized it enough. You are the chokehold of your business and your potential success. All right. But your journey is the most critical journey, full stop. Ability to master yourself, to become the best version of yourself, is critical. The reason I have Peter Sage coming on after me this morning, well, this morning for wherever you are, if you're in the States, this afternoon for us, or even in other parts of the world. Peter is one of the leading personal mastery specialists in the world. And I want him to address why we struggle with this and give you some insight as to the journey you have to take in order to master personal mastery. And Peter is also one of the most successful and renowned entrepreneurs that I know. Okay. So he's been in many, 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 many business, a lot more than I have, many failures, many successes. He says, many ideas that should have stayed on the napkin that he wrote it on and never been implemented. But he's really had an incredible journey. But he's coming next because I want to really take forward this necessity to master yourself. Yes, most of the speakers thereafter are specialists in different areas of business or life, or wealth creation, or whatever the case might be. But Peter is truly one of the greatest personal mastery specialists in the world today. All right. But let me just share with you what we call the 3 secrets. Now, those that attend our summits, we always start talking about this. You're going to see certain things we repeat over and over again because, so you're going to hear us talk about wealth, meaning, and freedom all the time as the measurements of success. But because this is the cornerstone, and it's the cornerstone based on my journey, but based on the research that has proven why those that have succeeded have succeeded. Okay, very simply put. So secret number 1 is continuous educational self-improvement. Continuous educational self-improvement. Now, like Robin Banks often likes to say at his Mind Power seminars, is knowledge power? Let me ask you that question. Yes or no? Is knowledge power? Yes or no? Is knowledge power? We got no's and yeses and no's and yeses and no's and yeses and a mixture. Okay, probably about a 60% yeses, 60, maybe now 70% yeses, right? No, knowledge is not power, my friends. This is something that I learned very specifically in my life. Applied knowledge is power. What you know means nothing. What you do with what you know means everything. And what your life illustrates because of what you do with what you know is the truth. So intellectual knowledge means nothing. Okay. So yes, I want you to learn, but I want you to apply. I want you to do. Very, very importantly. So when I say continuous educational self-improvement, I'm not talking about simply learning theoretically or academically. I'm talking about learning, yes, through theory, but then implementing and learning through practice. And A study done many years ago, I think it was completed in 2013, found when they looked at the habits of the wealthiest people in the world, they looked at a whole array of different habits and traits and behavioral patterns. The one that had the greatest significant difference between what wealthy people did and what the average person did, okay, they called it poor people, everybody else. If you had $1 million in net worth and above, you were classified as wealthy. If you're under $1 million, you were classified as poor. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having anything in the middle. But anyway, 86% of the wealthy people in the world believe in lifelong educational self-improvement. 86%. And only 4% of the non-wealthy people in the world believe in it. And that's significant. And I've had the privilege of meeting, actually it was through Peter, I met a billionaire a while back. He passed away last year, unfortunately, but he was worth $3.2 billion in net worth when he retired. And when I met him, Peter set up an interview many years ago. He came on, and the minute he came on to the Skype call in those days, he popped up on the screen. I said, hey, I was kind of a little bit intimidated. There's only like 1,400 billionaires in the world, and I'm meeting one of them. And he said, hey, Brian, nice to meet you. He said, I know you got a whole lot of questions for me because I was going to interview him. He says, but could I have 20 minutes of your time to ask you some questions? That's how he started the conversation. And not 5 minutes, not an exaggerated requirement, but 20 minutes, of which he used 19 and a half. Okay. And he basically said, I remember actually thinking very naively, gee, as long as it's not about money, what would I teach a self-made billionaire worth $3.2 billion? But it wasn't, of course. But it was about my industry. It was about what I was doing, about the impact I was making, about values, purpose, that kind of stuff. Because this gentleman illustrated that true success is not one of those three things: wealth, meaning, and freedom. This gentleman illustrated that he could achieve the wealth, but he did it often at the sacrifice. Now, you don't have to sacrifice. But in this case, he'd been married 5 times, estranged. He'd really, really struggled. And yes, Nicole, amazing human being. I loved him to bits. I really did, until he died. But he really was looking, and I love him for that, looking for more purpose in his life. And I think the thing that's so important to understand in that story, twofold. Number one, and I know a lot of people go, yes, don't put the money before the people. No, they're all equally important. You're not going to feel a sense of true success if you solely make money, but you don't have good relationships with people, or if you have good relations with people, but you broke. People always go, family and relationships are more important. Well, the single biggest reason for divorce on the planet today is money, or lack thereof, I should say, or lack thereof financial security. So fundamentally, I don't want to put anyone above the other. Wealth, meaning, freedom, you work in all three of them. And that's what the objective of your business is. And that's what your journey of continuous educational self-improvement is: to become the best version of yourself, to manifest, but also to learn how to create and manifest wealth, meaning, and freedom in your life through your business and independently from that. So it's very important. But the most important thing was his humility to start our conversation with 20 minutes of asking me questions. And I've had the privilege of meeting and having lunch, and I now can, name many very successful, financial people on my phone, for instance, that I can classify as acquaintances, or in some cases, good friends. And the humility still blows me away. The humility of being able to ask and learn. Because successful people aren't greedy, guys. They're just on a mission to learn how to do it better all the time. They always know there's another notch, there's another level higher. And so they're trying to do it better. And if the byproduct of that happens to be making a lot of money, because in most cases they're not chasing the money, well, then so be it. And I honestly believe the people that will make the difference in the world today are the entrepreneurs that become successful. My mission and vision was always to work with 1 million entrepreneurs so that 10,000 of them could create true wealth, meaning, and freedom in their lives, because those 10,000 would change the world. Because for a lot of you, if you had wealth and you had meaning and you had freedom, you would take all that energy and put it into resolving the many challenges that happen in our society, in our communities, on the planet as a whole. Politicians, not so much, as we're learning more and more, all right? But entrepreneurs, well, They're the real innovators. They're the ones that come up with the solutions. And that's your job. And that's, again, why I love John Keogh's saying, stop being selfish and friggin' succeed. You need to make a difference in the world, but you're not going to make the difference while you're suffering. So stop being selfish and succeed. Continuous educational self-improvement. Secret number 2, raise your standards. Something that Tony Robbins, who I love to bits as well, Tony has been very big on this context, but he really taught me this. Many other teachers enhanced it. But at the end of the day, everything in your life that you have right now is what you settled for. The question is, are you going to raise those standards, or are you going to be happy with what you settled for? And it is not good enough to just want things. You have to go out there and demand things. And I don't mean demand, it's a very masculine kind of word. I demand that you give me lots of money. No, I demand that I become a much better version of myself and generate a $100 million company so that I can make the impact that I want to make on the world. I demand. You need to create such a concise conviction in your mind of something that you want to change, that there is no thought or debate about whether you should or shouldn't. And there is no thought about all the things that will help to prevent you from doing it. You'll focus on finding a way or making a way to make it real. And that's the difference. Now, whether it's something as simple as giving up smoking or ending a relationship that's not going so well or is toxic, or whether it's something like, making a fortune, changing what you earn, changing your life, your lifestyle, changing your body, whatever it might be, you have to shift it up by changing a standard, which is actually changing an identity within yourself. And guys, it is not as simple as just saying this. Sometimes for me to go from a struggling business who barely made $1 million a year to creating a business that generates millions of dollars in profit a year, I needed to let go of a lot of shit. And I needed to go and work on myself extensively. And I needed to go and find out who I was that was holding me back from manifesting and achieving that outcome. And when I did, the pieces were there because I'd spent years putting them there. It all started to fall into place and make sense. So you have to raise your standards. You have to demand. You have to absolutely have conviction that something has to change. No doubt. Not a millimeter. Then you'll find a way and make a way to make it happen. It's as simple as that. So it's part of your journey through your self-development to constantly raise your standards. And that evolves who you hang out with. I find if I hang out with people that pull me down, that's what they're going to do. If I go and find new friends and acquaintances who have achieved more in areas than I have, it forces me to lift me up towards raising that standard. Working with Dr. Demartini Breakthrough Experience, one of the greatest things, taking the people that you idolize or the people that you put on pedestals that you admire for their traits and learning to own those traits raises your standards. Working with Robin Banks and Mind Power, working with Tony Robbins, working with any of the teachers, Peter Sage. I mean, they shift our identities. And in that shift in identity, we become a different person that demands a different outcome in life. Every one of you can have anything you want in life. You know it, like you intellectually actually know that. When I say how much potential do you have, most people go limitless, but you don't act like that. You don't manifest in limitless potential because you have these breaks. You have these challenges in your upbringing, your conditioning, and your job is to go and work on those, to resolve those, to let go of the things that are holding you back so you can maximize your outcome. Therefore, you have to raise your standards. And lastly, you have to be true to yourself. Best version of you is the real version of you. And that I work extensively with Dr. Demartini. You'll learn a lot from him in the academy. We don't have him on this particular summit or this particular conference, but he is in all of our summits, but he is involved in anyone that joins the academy or works with us. And it's really identifying your values, who you are, what's truly most important to you, and then living in congruence with that. And that, my friends, is how you engage the law of attraction to attract positive circumstances, people, and opportunities into your life, instead of the ones that seem to be beating you down because you're not following through. So important to understand. These three things, continuous educational self-improvement, raising your standards, and being true to yourself, are the three cornerstones to your journey of becoming the best version of yourself. That's so important. You work with us, you work with any of our teachers. Like I said, Peter Sage is going to be talking to you in about 45 minutes time. Profound in their understanding of the space. We manifest the success, guys. We are the chokehold. The reason we are not succeeding, the reason we are struggling, the reason we are not getting the results that we know we're worthy of or we want is because of us and no one else. And that's the first stage to personal growth, because at the end of the day, until you take 100% accountability for everything that has happened and will happen and has happened in the past and is happening in your life right now, until you realize I am in control, you are powerless. So empowerment by definition is the realization that I manifested this, even if it's not what I want, and therefore I can change it. Powerlessness, disempowerment, is when you believe somebody else is to blame, anybody or anything. Because then drugs and alcohol, where else are you going to find happiness? I'm joking, by the way, sort of, but you understand what I'm saying. Okay, so the yourself journey is critical. Now let's talk about teams. I don't believe entrepreneurship is a solo sport. I don't believe it ever was. This concept of a one-person business is rubbish, because no business exists with one person. You know, you need suppliers, you need people to give you services, you need clients, you need stakeholders. There is always a team, a group of people involved in the operation effectively of your business. Let's be clear about that up front. But here's the thing, as much as I teach how you get the right team and how you get the most out of them, it's that last thing that I said about mastering yourself, the last secret of being true to who you are, that really dictates the team that you find. I have an incredible group of people around me. I have to pinch myself, literally, when I think of the people and the blessings I have of the people I have around me. The tolerance that you guys have with me sometimes. I just want to say to my friends that are listening from the team, you guys put up with a lot from me. I know that, I'm very aware of that, and I appreciate that. I appreciate your faith that you have in my vision. As you know, they call me the Chief Visionary Officer. I appreciate the faith that you have in this company and what it can do. And of course, we witness that on a regular basis. But I'm blessed. But I didn't find this team. This team found me in a real sense. And that's because I became a person that attracted certain types of people to me. And then using the techniques and understandings of how to put the right people in the right places. Or as I think it was Jim Collins who said, you got to get the right people on the bus, you got to get the wrong people off the bus, and then you got to get the people on the bus into the right seats on the bus. All right. There is a mastery to getting that to work. And Lisa, who's in the room, who's our head of team, you know, what a blessing to have her, and working closely with, you know, Stephen, who's our chief operating officer, and Ashley, who's our executive assistant in that space. We do an incredible amount as an organization to get our team in the right seats and to hold them accountable and to support them. So yes, you need to do all those things, but you've got to attract the right people, people that believe in what you believe in, people that connect in who you are, because that's where the truth of building a team and a family that can go out there and collectively do 1,000,000 times more than you could ever do individually comes from. So we have to master team, but the reason we put it under meaning is because it needs to come from a place of truth. And that's the reality. And team is so critical, guys. You cannot do this game of entrepreneurship by yourself. No one ever does. I don't care whether you smart source them, note that word smart, not just outsource, but smart source, because there's a process to that, to doing it correctly. Whether you employ them, contract them, whether they just their suppliers, whatever the case might be, you take that role seriously. And the third area in meaning is an area that many entrepreneurs don't consider, which is the experience. It's an interesting thing. What do I mean by experience? Well, firstly, how do you experience your own business? And how does your team experience your business? How do your stakeholders experience your business? And as, if not more importantly, how do your clients, prospects and clients experience your business? You see, brand is not a logo. Brand is an experience. That is what we strive to do. We have to master this art. And, you know, you might be a nice person. You might have really good characteristics. Your friends might all look at you and go, he's a really good person, or she's a really good person. It will not translate into the people that experience your business having good experiences with your business, because your business is a separate entity. Therefore, you strategically have to create and manage experiences that people have interact in one way or another with your business. And it's an area that can separate you from all the competitors, particularly the big guys, by you creating an experience, creating a culture, creating an environment that people love to be in. And so it's an area of mastery that is profound and yet so often overlooked in the chaos of trying to run a small business. And we've got some incredible teachers in the space, including my dear friend, Dr. Joseph Micheli. He's one of the leading customer experience people in the world today. Just such a special guy. You know why he's a special guy? I was putting the course together for the Real Entrepreneur Academy. I was listening to a whole lot of his stuff again that he's done with us. And I remember actually saying in one of the things I said, because he exemplifies what he teaches. The experience that you have working and being with Joseph is a unique experience that makes you feel special. And that's why you can go around the world and teach some of the biggest brands how to create and manifest that experience strategically inside their own businesses. He personally consults with us. We are so blessed. Jay Abrams personally consults with us. We have incredible teachers. We want to build the best business on this planet in our space. I'm talking about Real Entrepreneur, Real Success Network, but I'm also talking about Real Entrepreneur Academy. Leon, we're going to build the best. We're not interested in doing it half-heartedly. We want to create the number one place and environment for small business owners throughout the world to come and be, to feel supported, and to get what they want to get in order to maximize the outcomes in their life. And for that, we have to master the art of experience. And experience, as much as we talk about customer experience, you cannot create an incredible customer experience if you cannot have an incredible experience in your own business with your own team. If every team member and every stakeholder cannot have a loving experience of being part of your company, you cannot expect that to be external if you can't do it internally. That's something very, very important to remember as well. So we go across to wealth. So 3 areas in meaning that we want to master: master yourself, master team, master experience. All right. We go to wealth. So we say master sales and marketing because people want income. All right. And, we can underplay the importance of marketing and all of these things, as Leon would tell you, because he's a marketing genius, as is Saj, but Leon, in particular, from a context of overall perspective of marketing, how critical experience is, so he'd be going, experience and team and you, all part of marketing, all right? Which is true, because everything I'm talking about, as much as they have their own components, they all interlinked. They all work in synergy to produce an incredible outcome. And in sales and marketing, my friends, a good friend of mine from many years ago from New York, he always used to say, we're all in the same business. We're all in the same business, and that is the business of marketing. Some of you don't want to hear that because it's not your strong point, all right? But the truth is, you can have the greatest product in the world. Some of you probably do. But it's worthless. Note the word I use. It's worthless if you can't get people to want it and buy it. So we are all in the same business. The business of effectively marketing, creating and sustaining clients. And Leon would be right by saying yourself, team experience is all part of that equation to a very large extent. We have to master. So probably our biggest resource, and you'll probably see most of the speakers in here are going to be talking about marketing, but the problem is we perceive it as running and chasing the money, running and chasing the money, running and chasing the money, which is not what it's about, guys. Marketing is really about attraction. It's about creating an environment where people come to you and they eventually come to you without asking. Without you asking, should I say. They come to you because they know that you have something that they want, something that can help them, something that can resolve a problem for them or make their lives better. And they come to you because you've got that reputation that you've built over time. That's what true marketing is. So for a lot of you, you go out there, pull them in, push them out, pull them in, push them out, and you just got this, I've got to sell and market for the rest of my life. And that's why you want to really master all of these areas to really get the maximum outcome as an entrepreneur as a whole. So sales and marketing is a critical component. Inside our course, Leon will be teaching a lot of stuff around this, as will many of our specialist mentors. But I started with the most important word in marketing. Let's do a little interaction. What do you guys think the number one most important word in marketing is? Type it in the chat. I'm dying to see what it is. I'm actually going to grab a water because I don't have one here. Type it in the chat. What is the number one most important word in marketing? If anyone thought this was a false background, stop. It's my personal seaside apartment in Cape Town. Right, okay. Why am I asking 1,500 people to type words in here thinking I'm going to get to them? Let me just scroll back and see what people said. Right. And well done. And thanks for being so interactive. Wow. I mean, it's like, I'm sure every single person is interacting here. And there are some powerful words. I'm sure Leon's looking at them going like, yeah, no, absolutely. These are very powerful words in marketing. So I'm going to start here roughly: attraction, value, network, brand, customer, advertising, target audience, trust, messaging, advertising, niche, truth, loyalty, sales, customers, selling yourself, connection, market, relationships, value, salesperson, targets, listening, mindset, communications, focus, advertising, attraction, how to sell, buy, how to now free, attraction, brand, funnel, profit, need, people, free, persistence, transparency, client, customers, niche, needs, networking. Okay, now I'm like about 10% of the way through, so I'm not going to try and get through to it all. Interesting enough, I said that the chokehold in your business was what? Was you. Well, that's a hint, because the number one word in marketing is confidence. And this is just my perception. So many of these words, by the way, have massive value and understanding of marketing, but it's confidence. I can only talk from my own truth. And I am, I guess, for lack of a better word, a master marketer myself. So privileged to have Saj as my master marketer now. We have become best friends in the process, but we have renowned results for filling rooms and attracting people in our space globally. I know from my experience that my confidence in myself, in my product, in my service, whatever I was putting out there, would dictate whether I sold it or not. Even through a marketing campaign, like an advertising campaign, if I had put that campaign out there, but lacked the true confidence in what the value that I was offering the world and the absolute incredible impact it could make on people's lives, it wouldn't attract the same as if I did. And I often say this, Robin Banks is probably one of the greatest presenters in the world. Old Rob. Very well known in South Africa, well known throughout the world, only endorsed or fully endorsed Mind Power teacher under John Keogh on the planet. And Robin is truly entertaining, brilliant presenter. But when it comes to Robin's results, his energy, which can be so subtle that you wouldn't notice it from the audience, his confidence in that moment will dictate the outcome. That's how profound it is. You can run an ad campaign. Myself and Saj can run the same ad campaign to the same audience with the same creatives, with the same product and service at exactly the same time. One works and the other one doesn't. Why? Something about the energy that's behind that campaign. You cannot achieve anything in marketing without absolute conviction and confidence in what you're putting out. That's worth considering. If you're selling an inferior product or something you don't believe in, right? You've got to look at that. Very, very important to understand. Anyway, inside the academy, if you do the section on sales and marketing, it's the first thing I address with a whole lot of techniques on how to increase confidence. But there's so many aspects to learning sales and marketing. I just don't want you to get caught up in the how, when what you want to get caught up in is in the why and the who and the when. Okay, because these are profound contexts as well. But sales and marketing is about attracting, it's about bringing people in, it's about getting the money to flow. There's more to success from a wealth perspective than getting the money to flow. I mentioned already, making more money, you just spend more money. And that's not what it's about. So you also need to master two other areas. One is business modeling. And business models, like if I take something as simple as a product model to dictate exactly what the proper return on investment is on that product. So, there's something called cost of acquisition. I love this. I ran a marketing kind of inner circle about 6 years ago, called the Real Entrepreneur Marketing Inner Circle. And it was quite a challenging one because unlike my dear mentor and friend, Frank Kern, who runs an inner circle now called The Network that's specific to digital marketing and knowledge-based companies, I was opening this up to everybody. So we had all types of people, from retailers to manufacturers to service provider companies, etc. But I remember we signed up 100 people, set the goal, wanted 100 people, signed up 100 people. And I did a survey of all of those 100 people before we started. And I asked the question, how much do you want to increase your income by over the next 12 months? Okay, so they varied from companies that were doing $10 million already in revenue to companies that were doing $50,000 in revenue. So they had different levels of increase, and they put, monetary value to that increase. And I can't remember what the total value was, but it was in the hundreds of millions of dollars collectively amongst the 100 companies, right? And then I said, what are you prepared to spend in order to achieve that increase? And the thing that blew me away is that an average across the 100 people from all these different industries were prepared to spend 3.4% of the money they wanted to make in order to make it. 3.4%, guys. Just illustrate that. You give me $3.40 and I give you $100 in return. For every $3.40 you give me, I give you $100 in return. Who wouldn't buy that investment? Oh my goodness. That's like a 30 times return on investment. What's my point? We are so naive in our understanding of how we model products and services and business as a whole that we don't even consider that everything has a cost of acquisition. You can't go out there to make another $1 million and think it's okay just to spend $30,000 to make $1 million. It's not going to happen. And you say, well, I don't have it. I mean, I can't afford to. Now, I understand some people in retail margins. I always say work in the gross profit margins for retail. When you're talking about the numbers, don't work in your net. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's okay. That's the next topic. But the truth is that you need to be able to spend money to make money. And, when we model things, we look at how many products we want to sell very conservatively. We look at a cost of acquisition, which we actually double up as direct cost of acquisition, but also cost of time to acquisition, because you might have to spend on average 2.5 hours acquisition each client, as an example. And you don't even know what your 2.5 hours are worth in your business, what it costs your business to have you there for 2.5 hours. Let that sink in. Some of you, what? Most of you don't know what your cost of business is, your own personal cost of business is. So when you go, I'll spend 2.5 hours closing a business, you don't even realize you do that, but your cost of business is $40 an hour. Well, you've got to accommodate $100 in the acquisition of that client, just hypothetically. That's why we need to learn modeling, guys. Now, modeling comes in from business modeling, from the choice of business, the type of business and the industry you're going to the strategic business modeling from a financial point of view, to revenue stream-based modeling, to individual client, customer product or service-based modeling as well. And we just don't understand to do this. So we are often overselling and being underpaid because we don't know how to get that balance right. So people think that this is important later on. No, it's more important than even doing the sales and marketing, because with the wrong model, you could be selling yourself to bankruptcy. And that's something that so many people don't understand. The next part that fits into this as an equation is financial management. Financial management. I've asked Sharon Lecter, she's going to be coming in after Peter Sage, who's after me. Now, Sharon, if you don't know her, she's the co-author of Rich Dad Poor Dad. I actually often think of her as the author. I know Robert Kiyosaki as well. Robert was the face behind it, but she actually co-authored it, and she came up with many of the models that Robert is famous for teaching. But unlike Robert, she has started multiple multi-million-dollar multinational companies. She's an entrepreneur by heart. She's written 25 books, including 15 in the Rich Dad series, co-authored Rich Dad Poor Dad, and then was involved with another 12 or 13 other books in Rich Dad. She set up the whole Rich Dad brand, created the whole business on behalf of Robert until they parted ways a while back. And she's just incredible. But she personally consulted to President Barack Obama and President George Bush on the personal financial state of small business and individuals in the United States. She sat on their councils and has met them both and has personally consulted to them about how to rectify these things. So I think she's kind of qualified to talk about this, right? The bottom line is, and I was one that fell trapped to this. Guys, let me put it simply like this. The better you manage your money, the more money you get to manage. The better you manage your money, the more money you get to manage. Most of you just do accounts and what have you because you have to. We do accounts in real success events, multi-million-dollar company profit-wise, because we want to be a multi-million-dollar company profit-wise. And we do it strategically. And we have reports and we have budgets and we sit and work out, literally check in month on month and even week on week. Sometimes myself and Stephen are discussing the outcomes, the shifts, the targets. Everything we do is a target. Everything we do is measured. And we have, Stephen, together with Martin and some clever software, give these crazy reports to me every single month for us to make assessment and adjust our strategy to get the result that we want as a business. That is what financial management is. Just to be clear, not just doing the accounts. All right. We have to master financial management. We have to master business modeling in order to master sales and marketing. And all of these things go hand in hand. And so does yourself, team, and experience in the whole context of how that operates. Is this making sense? You guys with me? Just say yes. Light bulbs are going off. Some of you are flogging yourself at the moment. Some of you are like, oh my goodness. Okay, I'm clearly not playing this game right. Okay, thank you. Thousands and thousands of yeses and very beautifully kind of visualized explanations of similar words to yes. Okay, let's look at the last segment, which is freedom, productivity. How many of you run out of time to do all the stuff you want to do most days? Just put in me. If you run out of time often to do all the stuff that you're supposed to do most days. Okay, me. You heard it's a wrong bank thing. Myself and Saj. Me. All right, so masses. I love it when people type me or me. Like as if it's going to resolve it more if you type it more. Okay, I really appreciate the interactivity again. 24 hours not enough. But the funny thing, Chola, I think it is, or Chola Joyce, is that if I gave you 48 hours, it still wouldn't be enough. That's something you got to consider, right? It's a bit like money. You earn more, you spend more. We have to master productivity. It's one of the most critical things. And it starts with us. And this is the one thing, I promise you can get a lot of help in many of the other areas that I spoke about, but there's one area you can't get help in, only you can help, and that is your relationship with time. Everyone has the same amount of time. We look at all the assets that you have available to yourself, be it money, be it experience, be it reputation. Time is the only consistent one. You don't get more or less of it. It's just the same for everyone. 1,440 minutes a day, and you got to sleep and go to the toilet and eat and do all types of other stuff within that time. Everyone has the same. So what's the difference between those that succeed and those that don't? Simple. Those that succeed, it's what they do with that time that is different. It is them consistently identifying what is the most valuable use of that time, hour for hour of every day. Learning to say no, learning to let go of things. Brian Tracy will talk to you tomorrow. He's bound to bring it up. It's not his topic, but he wrote the most successful personal productivity book of all time. Does anyone know what it is? The most successful personal productivity book of all time was written by Brian Tracy many years ago. Does anyone know what it is? That's correct, Marcy. I'm trying to see how many of it comes up. Eat that frog. Eat that frog. All right, so a bunch of you got it. I never asked who knew it was, but just going by how fast it's coming up, not many of you knew. But Eat That Frog by Brian Tracy. For those that joined the academy, guess what? You will get it in there as well. Brian is a true genius in productivity, and love him for it. He's taught me so much in the space. You have to take control. Brian himself in Eat That Frog says, you're never going to have enough time to do everything. Listen to me. You're never going to have enough time to do everything. And let that sink in. Doesn't matter if you become more efficient, more effective, you're still not going to get through everything every day. So you have to choose what you get through. You have to eliminate what is not going to have the greatest consequences and definitely not going to have the greatest impact if you complete it. And then you have to master outsourcing and distribution. The point is, at the end of the day, that is the same for everyone. Your life will always be busy. You're either going to fill it with meaningless things that aren't going to make a big impact, or you're going to fill it with meaningful things that will make a big impact. And that's your choice, and only you can choose that. Nothing grates me more than when people come up and say, Brian, help me out, man. I just don't have the time to do this. My friend, I cannot give you time. If it is not important enough to you, you won't make the time. If it's important enough to you, you will make the time. Like the 1,500 of you that are in the room have made the time to be here today, and I'm sure you're finding it valuable. But there's 8,500 other people who will probably pop in during the 2 days, but they didn't make the time because something else became more important. But often those more important things are not the things that have the greatest impact on your life and business. And we have to take control of that. So productivity is definitely an area we have to master. Processes. Oh my goodness. Don't get me going. What I mean by processes, simply put, as Michael Gerber would say, another great teacher you'll learn from in the academy, is this. How do you do things? What do you do and how do you do them? Can you document that? What do you do and how do you do them? How can you hold anyone accountable, including yourself, if you can't even write down how you do things? And most of you can't. I've done this exercise with literally thousands of entrepreneurs from different businesses and industries all over the world of all different sizes. And I've said, sit down and write down a list of the activities that are required to run your business. And I've never seen a person come up front, and I'm lying, there's probably a few exceptions, where they could write a complete list of activities. Activities aren't even the processes. Activities are just listing all the things that have to be done in order for that business to operate correctly. On average, 150 to 250 activities are required to run a normal small business. What? And you want to be a one-person business? You're kidding, right? Well, take it from me, because I've done it with thousands and thousands of people in all different types of industries and different sizes of businesses. And each one of those activities requires a process, a step-by-step formulated process of how we get it done. Why? Because you need to get it done the same and consistently every time, and you need to hold people accountable to doing it correctly in order to maximize the outcome of your business. And this is what we mean by mastering process. Oh my God, Brian, really? I have so many other things to do. How could I possibly do that? It's because you've never done that you have so many other things to do, and you can never find the right people to do them for you. By the way, do you not find the right people? No, you often find the right people. You just don't empower them and equip them with what they require in order to effectively do what you want them to do, like telling them in detail what they should do and how it should be done. Automation. All right. Now, automation is probably the wrong term, I realize in this. But it follows on from process. We want to automate what we can. We want to use technologies. We want to use systems to maximize outcome. But we also want to just monitor. So what I say in processes, which are defining all the different bits and pieces of how we operate a business, we want to use systems in order to monitor and, when possible, automate those processes. Okay. And so in this day and age, with a million different apps and pieces of software and systems you can utilize, many of them at very low cost to nothing, in order to operate a business more effectively, your challenge is not getting them. Your challenge is choosing them. And so we want to teach you really how to, and it really defines, if you do the processes step, you will then choose the better softwares and apps in order to operate. Most of you are going to get the app and software without any processes, and you don't actually know what it's supposed to do, and therefore you don't use it correctly. Friends, these 9 areas collectively are what define an effective entrepreneurial operation. But the most important one, as we know, is you. Your ability to accept that you will go on a journey to master all 9 of these areas over the next year or 2 years, that in itself is a standard you set or don't set for yourself that dictates whether you move forward and produce incredible results or you don't. How many of you are ready to take the challenge to master all of these areas in whatever significance or relevance there are inside your business? Say me. In fact, type pluses. I want to see plus, 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 plus. If you are ready to take the challenge to say, damn it, I know it's going to take some work. I know it's going to take some time, but I cannot carry on like this. I want to create an organization that serves me. I want a business that serves me and serves the greater good so I can make a freaking amazing difference in the world. I want to suffer anymore. It sounds like me for about 50 years of my life, just short term. Okay, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. And, you know, I want to firstly congratulate you guys, and there are an incredible amount of you in the room. proportionally as well to the number that are registered. And you guys have been here the whole time. And I know you're going to be here the whole time. We've got 2 days of this, and we're going to give you some incredible teachers, some incredible people to share with you. And I really want to honor you for that. But like I said, simply knowing isn't enough. We have to do, we have to implement, we have to change. We have to shift the standard. We have to take the action, and we have to notice the outcomes, because that's the only thing that counts. So your business is there to serve you, to create wealth, meaning, and freedom, taking you towards a vision which comes from who you are and your purpose. And that equation is where you will find greatness, is where you will find the ability to master your life and do incredible things that I look back and go, I can't believe what we're doing. Ask my team. I mean, our whole team sometimes goes, can you believe that we have 180 countries that attend our summits? That we've had 500,000, 500,000 people register to attend our summits in the last 18 months. Can you believe we've had 340,000 people live attend our summits in the last 18 months? Can you believe that we have the greatest teachers in the world coming to us, asking to be on our stages? We are going to have somebody called Gabriella Bernstein at our next summit. I love Gabby to bits. And Gabby is a very well-known teacher of something called Course of Miracles. And she has a saying that I absolutely love. She says, well, it comes from Course of Miracles. It says, your life is supposed to be filled with miracles every day. If it's not, something's wrong. I stand before you now, or sit before you now, all right, at the age of 51, and I feel like my life is a true blessing. I shed tears every week out of gratitude for the life I've managed to manifest. The people that have come around me, the people that support me, the people that love me. And I don't come from that like most of you don't. My life is full of miracles every single day. And so should yours be. That's how it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be what it is for most of you. It's not supposed to be a struggle. It's supposed to be a blessing. And that's the only truth I know, and it's the only truth I can share. And it took me, in my opinion, in hindsight, far too long to figure out. I don't want it to take you that long to figure out. I want you to go and live what you are so worthy of living. I want you to achieve things that make you cry on a daily basis when you see the impact that it makes, not only for yourself and your family and your community, but for the greater good of what you do. I want you to take every challenge with a smile and say, this is here to serve me. I want you to know everything, as John DeMartini would say, is on the way and not in the way. I want you to live a blessed life, and you deserve that. And for those that are religious, I'm sorry, my friends, it's not God that gives you the blessing. It's you, through God, that creates the blessing. And that's the whole point. Your life is supposed to be full of miracles. And if it's not, there's something wrong. And for me, I had to go and find out what was wrong and undo it. I can't really undo it, but I had to let go of things and change and become the best version of myself. But I needed to know who I was, what I'm about, what my vision is, and then work extensively on myself to master wealth, meaning, and freedom in the journey towards achieving that. And it's that way that we managed to achieve it. So how many of you would love to get some help with this? I'm so excited. We've been waiting for this for a while. Leon is going to be coming to the room just now. We've been waiting for this for a while, all right? But I mean, I hope I've got across to you that there is a journey to live a better and more successful life as an entrepreneur. And that journey is magnificent, despite it'll make all the pain and years. I mean, for me, I did it for 30 years before I got it right. So it'll make all of that worthwhile when you get it right. Okay. You don't have to wait that long, please. I was just slow. I'm a bit slower than others. I needed to study it. I needed to experience every form of pain and suffering so I could relate to you guys. All right. So this is the model that we want you to master going forward. And on the back of this, we're launching today the Real Entrepreneur Academy. Now, I know there's a few members in there already. You've been in the trials. You might have seen a whole lot of changes on the site. So this is the official new Real Entrepreneur Academy, the joint effort between Real Entrepreneur, which was one of my subsidiary companies, and Lion's Den, which was Leon's company, hence the lion logo. And we put this together because it's our real passion project. It really is our passion project. And inside here, you will learn all of these areas: master yourself, master team, master experience, master sales and marketing, master business modeling, master financial management, master productivity, master processes, master automation, all in the quest to create wealth, meaning, and freedom towards achieving your incredible vision that you will also be guided through the yourself section on manifesting and understanding as a whole. All 9 specialist sections. As it goes to market today for you guys, there are over 30 educational videos spread across those 9 sections, many more to come. And there's over 40 additional videos and audio programs and templates and special resources in resource centers under each of those different sections. It is probably one of the most comprehensive courses on entrepreneurship ever developed. And it is a living course, which means it'll just continuously grow, continuously be added to, more value, more resources, but segmenting it into these different areas. It is not sequential. We suggest you start with the master yourself journey, because that's such a critical component, but it's not sequential, because you might find you have a big area in productivity at the moment. A big area of challenge in productivity. So you want to go and start there, and that's okay. Okay. You don't have to follow the course step by step. It's not a course you're going to do overnight anyway, or in a very short period of time. And it makes up part of the Real Entrepreneur Academy. The course would be $1,997 if we sold it with the resources at another $997 if you added those on. And these resources are from some of the greatest teachers in the world to help you on your journey to master those different areas. But as a member of the Academy, because it's one thing just to educate you and give you the resources to help you, but we also have live weekly mentoring sessions. And every teacher that you see in this summit or this conference is one of our mentors that appears at some stage in these sessions. That's why they're here with us today. Many of them are not being paid. Many of them are here actually out of love and connection to what we're doing with this academy. We are going to be blessed to have some of the greatest mentors and teachers available to you every single week. No week missing. You'll be able to interact with a specialist mentor, ask them questions as if you were getting one-on-one help from some people that charge $10,000 to $100,000 a day just to give advice. You get a members community and forum. We already have members from all over the world. There'll be masses more join in. You get an online directory listing your business, which is nice if it's a service-oriented business, particularly to that kind of context. You'll get VIP access to all Academy live events going forward. So the plan is to have 2 conferences a year and what's called a Real Entrepreneur Intensive once a year. So at least 3 major live events. They will always be digital like this. They may include the opportunity to be in a room at some stage, but it'll be broadcast globally because our members are in literally countries from every corner of the planet as a whole. The total value of this package is $15,000 as a starting point. And we had a lot of debates around this. Where's Leon? Is Leon in the room?
I am now.
You are now. I can see you there, right? This is a very personal project for Leon and myself. We've become very close friends over the years. But it was a very big debate around how do we get people in and what should we charge for this and how do we get people to utilize this? We have no qualm about the fact that we'll build the #1 system of its kind in the world, featuring the greatest teachers in the field of entrepreneurship and personal development in the world. We don't hold ourselves, on that pedestal. We don't claim to be better than any of you. We've walked our own journeys. Leon and mine have been very different over the years. And we share from a place of truth from our own journeys. And we, out of pure admiration and love some of the teachers that come and teach us while they teach you the incredible knowledge that they have about different aspects of business as a whole. And, after much debate, we said, well, let's launch this at $147 per month to be a member of this. Now, just give you an indication, that would take 300 plus months for you to actually make up the $15,000 per se. So it's, and believe you me, within a year from now, that $15,000 will be $45,000. Leon has a whole team dedicated to this project exclusively, and there are new products and programs and all types of stuff coming in. It's just a continuous growth of service in order to maximize the outcomes as a whole. So launch special of $147 a month. You can cancel anytime. There's an incredible, incredible opportunity for you guys to work with the greatest teachers in the world, giving you the guidance of what I taught today based on those 9 different areas of focus, how you can master each area with additional resources into each area. It is a beautiful, beautiful journey for you to walk. But Leon is a thorn in my side. He's going to smile now. Because Leon wants, I think Leon is, I think part of him, he actually has a charity. So I think part of him thinks the world is a charity. And he was like, Brian, we've got to do something special. We've got to do something special. And I'm like, Leon, $147 a month. That is not even a business. That's just paying barely for the cost of running this operation. He said, no, we're launching at this conference. The conference was my idea. And Leon's in your guys' corner. And so let me ask you, how many of you would love to get to be part of this academy? With all of this value, with this incredible courses, with the mentoring sessions, with the interactions, with the membership forums, with all this kind of stuff, but would like a slightly better deal than $147 a month. me. All right, so I actually still can't believe we're doing this. And Leon knows because he adjusted it today. It was going to be more than this as the launch price. But I want to tell you, and the only thing I could win out of Leon is that we could limit this to 200 people as a starting point, then it can revert back to $147. And I must say, I'm kind of blown away by how many people are in the room at the moment. So that's not going to be a very high percentage of you that can get in. So I would encourage you to take action on this. I would say anytime this weekend, but the odds are they won't be 200 by the end of tomorrow. The 200 will be taken as a whole. So you can now join the academy. Not for $147, but for just $47 per month, which is insane. And some of my team are probably like got their jaws just hit the ground because they didn't know about this change until they just heard it now. But they're not, they're in the other company. So we protect them. $47 a month, guys, is ludicrous. Okay, for what you're going to get. And here's Leon as well. By the way, you can cancel anytime. You're not committed to any contract. Sign up and cancel. And, Leon, well, how about we give you a 30-day money back guarantee as well? So you've got nothing to lose. Like, just get in there, use the damn stuff. And if you don't believe it's of value to at least $47 a month, because it should be worth 10 times that, then you can ask for your money back in 30 days and you'll get 100% refund. That's how serious we are about this. This is truly a passion project. Leon, I know you came to me with this, and I thank you for that, because I was going to stop doing a lot of work in entrepreneurship. I was going to back off in the space simply because of the success of our other company. And you said, Brian, let me take the reins, let me service this people. You know how passionate I am about this. I think we merged two visions. They were different slightly, and it's still taken a while to kind of find, the common space. But I think the more you and I get to know each other personally as well, the more time we spend together, the more that vision unites itself. But I think we do know one thing. If we could help thousands and thousands of entrepreneurs around the world just get it a little bit better, it would give us the greatest warm feeling we could imagine. And so this is truly a passion project from you. And I want to thank you for really encouraging me to be part of it. But it's something really, really special. Guys, before I get Leon to speak, $47 a month. I see this thing keeps playing. There's only 200 of them available before it goes back to $147. It's first come, first serve. It's insane. It's ridiculous. And all you got to do is go to realsummits.com/TREA tree, which is spelled so wrong. We were so excited about this brand called Tree, and then we realized it was an A, the last one, the Academy. But anyway, Tree, that's what we nickname it. And you can get in there. It's 30-day money-back guarantee. You've got nothing to lose. You will get incredible resources to work with immediately on the back of this. And by the way, anyone that signs up, if you're not a VIP already, you will be able to join the live sessions at the end of these 2 days. You won't get the special packages that the VIPs paid for, but you'll be able to join the live sessions just as a little bonus. So, Leon, why are we doing this, man? Why did you get it to 47? I can't even get the numbers to work on that.
Yeah, Brian. So firstly, wow, what a presentation. I think let's give Brian some love there. That was just incredible. Seeing his authenticity, seeing his journey. And yes, I did. I approached him a couple of months back and said, Brian, you have so much value to share with entrepreneurs. And I used to sit and have a drink with him and just sit and listen. Of the hour, he would talk for 50 minutes and I would listen and talk for 10 minutes afterwards, asking him more questions, because I could just see the knowledge inside this man's mind. And I was blown away. So I just went, wow, if I'm blown away, what about the people that I'm working with? What about the people that I'm helping? And so I basically roped him in to come and with the Lion's Den to form the Real Entrepreneur Academy. And this is a result of that discussion. And what I'm really super excited about, I play a role in the academy in terms of one of the areas that I specialize in, which I will go through with all of you later on in the day. But there's so many areas I don't specialize in. And those are areas that I'm also weak in. And there's also areas that I have been weak in my businesses. So it's not just about marketing. It's not just about sales. It's not just about customer experience. There's so many other things. For example, financial management. I'm terrible when it comes to financial management. I have to have my accountant sit next to me just to look at a statement. So, I think people have to ask themselves, and I'd like to just, in the room, just tell us if you've joined us. Here's the thing for me is we were looking at 147 at one stage. And then we brought it down. We brought it down to 67. And in fact, 2 days ago, we were still on 67. We actually had spoken to some of my current clients and told them it was 67. And yesterday I sent Brian a WhatsApp to say, Brian, we really want to help as many. My purpose is to help as many as possible. I'm not into helping 100 be successful. As Brian said, I'd like to help 1 million people be successful. So the whole idea behind the academy is to expose you. If you think about what I asked the question earlier on, if you're sitting where you're sitting now, and whether your business is struggling because of COVID, or you've crashed, or you're really struggling to get it going again, why would you not have some help, support, knowledge, and coaches who can short circuit your success to generating revenue? So this is what the whole Real Entrepreneur Academy is. This is what the course is that we've put together in terms of those 9 different pillars. And I think they're so critical because marketing is just one of those pillars. And that's my area that I specialize in. But Brian has all these other areas which make for a good business. So I really, I must thank you for saying yes and jumping in and actually starting to put together the content. And as you say, it's a living website. All we do, I know I've got some clients in the room and you can shout out to me. I saw Tondri, I saw Marcy, I saw Nikki. There's quite a few of you in the room who are already full members and you get access. There's no cost for you. You're already members of the Real Entrepreneur Academy. There is no cost for you. The P13, I'll discuss with you a bit later, but the P13 is inside all of this. So those people who are already my clients, and I'll say you can shout out and say, yes, I'm in. So there, Lisette's in. I know she's a client of mine. I know Nikki is, Tondri is, Marcy is. So yeah, who is joining us? And
so just to answer a couple of questions, some people were asking, is it like for 12 months? Guys, it's month by month. It's $47 month per month. You can cancel anytime. You're not held accountable to that. It's got the 30-day guarantee on the first month. So for the first month, if you don't feel like you get the value after the 30 days, you can request a refund within those 30 days. You've got nothing to lose, everything to gain. The big thing, and I think the reason we did that, and Leon discussed that with me as well, is we don't want people hanging around that aren't going to use it. It's very interactive. It's very live. Leon hosts sessions every single month. There's special mentors that come in every single month. You get to interact with people, other members and specialists, not every single month, every single week, I should say, right? And so there's a huge amount of interactivity. It's only going to be of value to you if you use it. So we want you to participate. And, you might think the 30-day money back guarantee, well, it gives you some security to make sure you get value that we're telling you. But more importantly, we know a lot of people will opt out because they're not going to use it, and we don't want you to be in if you're not going to use it. And that's really a win-win in that kind of context. We'd like to have a very proactive membership inside there. So yes, existing members, by the way, in the trial memberships that we had in the old Lions Den, the old Real Entrepreneur University, you guys don't have to do anything. The guys that are in what we call the marketing membership, Leon will speak to you guys independently, so don't stress about you. But if you're not in those things, if you're not part of the actual academy one way or another, there's your opportunity at only $47. It's going to be $147. The 67 was going to be the launch price. I fought for that for long and hard, and Leon got me down. He had a dream. He woke up in the middle of the night. And I just said, you know what? I mean, it is a passion project, meaning that the numbers do make sense. We're not going to, get ourselves into trouble. We do want volume. We do want as many people to participate. So we really want you to take advantage of that. $47 a month, cancel anytime. You got nothing to lose, everything to gain. Yes, you get access to all 30 videos somebody asked as you go in, and as well as another approximately 40 videos and audio programs in the resource centers under each of those areas. And those will be extended and expanded on over time as well. Okay, but you get access to all of it. Remember, it's not a sequential course. So you will go and work in the area that's most relevant. The only thing we recommend is go to the master yourself. Start there. It doesn't matter where you're coming from, because that's such a critical component as a whole. So yeah, I'm excited, Leon. I'm so excited to get this off the ground. It's taken a lot of effort. I know you've had to kick my butt a lot as a secondary project for me, but I'm super excited. And just this conference, I think, was the right way to do it. We've got thousands of people from all over the world. We're going to have some incredible, incredible teachers. And I'm just looking forward to spending this weekend with you and the team and all these incredible teachers and the thousands of people that are joining us.
Yeah, and just to some of the other questions. So some of our clients who are on the business level, they do not have to take this out. Those on the marketing level, yes, you need to take this out. You only have access to the marketing level. So that's a question a couple of people asked.
Which falls away from now onwards. In other words, that's just accommodated for those guys. Future is only one level.
And I think what's extremely important for all of you is you can cancel. You have 30 days. In 30 days, you cancel, we give you back your 47. There is no risk for you. The risk is nothing. If you do not enjoy this in the first month, you can get your money back. No problem. So even if you're just taking a chance and saying, I'm just going to take a chance, see what these guys, see if they really do deliver. See if they, and every single week, what Brian said, but I just want to emphasize it. Every single week, there's a live session, right? Every single week. GMT 6 p.m. on a Thursday night. That is the first live session, but there might be some other live, different days, different dates. But every single week, there's a live session for the next 12 months. And every single week you come on live and you get coached by, so we run surveys. Part of what we're trying to do here is create accountability. That's what we find is one of the biggest issues amongst even my clients, accountability and implementation. And at the moment, and in the last few weeks working with my clients, I've really been driving that. And I actually get online and they actually do the work while I'm sitting with them. And that's coming in the next few weeks, where while we're sitting on the webinar, they have to go and do the work. And then they present the work on our website and we can see everything that they're doing in the back end. So we've built this into the back end where we can actually hold you accountable and actually make sure you're doing the work. And if you're not doing the work, we can say, what's going on? And the other guarantee is in 90 days, if you have not made your money back that you're investing with us, I will take a call from you individually to see what is going on and why aren't you successful? Why aren't you making that money? Because what I found is that, and Brian, I think this is just overall with all entrepreneurs, right? Is it's so easy to grow your business. Where the challenge comes, and Brian said this in the beginning, the main thing about any business not being successful is you the individual. And here's the reason it is you. It's because you, number one, don't have the knowledge. So no matter what business you're in, you don't necessarily have the knowledge to do marketing correctly, sales correctly, customers, because that's not your job. I'm a specialized marketer. If you are not a specialized marketer, you need help in marketing. It's as simple as that. So when you see my session later on today, you'll see I'm going to just give you one piece of what's going on inside the marketing level. And that alone is worth $47 to you to make that money back. If you can't make $47 a month from marketing the way I show you how to market, there's a problem in your business. You don't have the right product or you don't have the right service. And then you've got to find something else. So yeah, there you go, Brian.
I'm going to cut you short, Leon, because we're going to have to get on to the next speaker. But we will talk about this and answer questions, guys. Just remember, we limited it to 200 at this crazy launch price. So please do take action with it. Incredible offer. And it's cancel anytime. You don't have an issue. If there are any queries, please just, you can ask in the in the chat, but bearing in mind, you don't see all the chat, but there's thousands of people chatting. So it's a ton of stuff going through. So it might be better to just send a message to help@realsuccess.net. Our team are available there to help you out as well. But please do take advantage of this. Saj, we're going to hand back to you, my man, because I know you're going to be introing Peter and he's standing by. And yeah, Leon, beautiful start. And Saj, beautiful start. Look forward to going through the rest of the conference.
Incredible. All right, guys. Give your love up for Brian and Leon in the chat. We are going to move on to a very special part of the conference. I know I always say this before every speaker, but we are going to be taught by the living embodiment of entrepreneurial perseverance. You know, Steve Jobs says if you had to put one word to people who succeed in entrepreneurship, it's perseverance. And I don't think anyone sums up perseverance like Peter Sage. There is a poll up at the moment. So it looks like there's about 50-50 of the room that has seen Peter before and has not. So for those of you who have seen him before, you know that he's going to bring it. And for those of you who haven't, you guys are in for a fantastic treat. So who is Peter Sage? Peter Sage is a world-renowned international and serial entrepreneur. He's an author, a philosopher, and a teacher. His unique way of looking at and relating to life has inspired tens of thousands of people worldwide to reinvent themselves, whether it's by improving or turning around a business or developing a new and empowering psychology through practical yet profound shifts in awareness. Peter hopes his insights and teachings can offer value to those who seek it. We are so excited to have Peter. Peter, can you hear me? Can you see me?
You always make me feel special, Saj. That's all I can say.
Incredible. Where's the dogs today? I don't see them anywhere.
Where do you think?
Fantastic. So we got about 50-50. Those who haven't seen you before, so they're in for a treat. So, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, if you're on stage, I'll ask you to give some love to Peter and stand up and put your hands together, but give him some digital love, put the clapping, the hearts, show Peter just how much you love him. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Peter Sage.
Boom. Wow. Saj, thank you. And hi, guys. How are we doing out there? If you can hear me loud and clear, give me some love, give me some energy. And yes, I'm going to invite you to start shifting gears a little bit for this next little session, because my only overriding outcome here is to add as much value as I can. And again, if you've never seen me before, then yeah, I'm going to move at a pace that may be a little different to some of the people you've listened to. Not only do I talk fast when I get excited, and I have a strange English-ish kind of accent, being a global citizen. But we're going to be exploring some concepts and diving deep into some of the issues that you are facing. Now, how do I know what kind of issues you're facing? I'll tell you, it's because you are currently classed as human, and we're all made of the same stuff. I know how you feel when you feel happy. I know how I feel when I feel happy. I know how you feel when you feel frustrated. It's how I feel when I feel frustrated. Yeah, we're kind of made of the same stuff. So how do I know what issues you're facing? I'll tell you, right now, they are the ones that are reflecting back in the mirror. And some of us don't like to hear that. Some of us like to blame other people. But I'm going to be exploring over the next 45, 50 minutes or so with you some ideas, concepts, and practical applications that I want you to leave this session with in a way that shifts you. See, if anybody that knows me and knows how I teach self-mastery, you'll know that most people are wasting their breath and their time chasing something that they think will give them the answers. And that something is knowledge mastery. I've got news for you. Knowledge is very useful. Yeah, with the right knowledge, you can apply that knowledge and do great things. But most people know what to do. They don't do what they know. Anyone here been fighting diet or body shape? Well, guess what? If you're on a diet and you walk past that nice, sexy chocolate muffin on the side, in the kitchen, and you look at it and you make eye contact and it sees you and you see that, it's almost like love at first sight, but it's the forbidden fruit. You know you're on a diet. You know you shouldn't eat the muffin. What happens? You go and eat the damn muffin. Yeah, you know you're on a diet. You don't need new knowledge to suddenly educate you as to why you shouldn't eat the muffin, right? So it's not about knowledge mastery. It's about self-mastery. Once you master self, you can apply the knowledge you already know in a way that gets far better results. But as the great Michael Jordan said, you will always miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And most people are just not taking the shots that they should be taking yeah, and I'm talking about the real shots, then yeah, because they don't know how to master themselves. They either don't know how to say no, they don't know how to ask the right questions, or they forget that the mind's job as a fundamental prerequisite to establishing themselves as an identity is to justify. Let me say that again. Your mind's primary role is to justify. Have you noticed that? What does it justify? It justifies you taking action to be in alignment with your current emotional state. So if your emotions are going, oh, chocolate muffin, right? And the reasonable part of you is saying, oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, I'm trying to lose weight. I've just been to the gym. It's going to undo the work. No. None of that gets through. Your mind's job is to come up with a perfectly reasonable, rational sounding excuse as to why this time it's okay to have the muffin. And what happens? You realize afterwards that it was just an excuse, and now you're dealing with guilt and all that other crap. So what I really want to do today, guys, is to look at, a couple of the things that most people stress about the most. And if I can offer some shifts, some insights into how to deal with those two things, you can leave this session. I've got nothing to sell you. I've got nothing to offer here. Sorry if you're not part of my programs at this point. I'm not here to convince you on that. There's going to be no little follow-up at the end. This is just me taking the time out to try to help you as much as I can so that you can leave this session with some value and not extra knowledge. Yeah, you're going to want to make notes. But what I'm going to share doesn't belong on a notepad, my friends. It belongs etched into the fiber of who you are. It belongs tattooed on the inside of your eyelids. And if we can make some shifts, then we're going to have some profound changes in our life. And that is the only thing that counts when we measure it at the end of the day. Would you agree? If that resonates, then give me some feedback here, guys. I want to keep you engaged. All right. So if you are in a position whereby you're tired of acquiring knowledge and you wonder why things aren't changing, let's just zero in on a couple of things, because I want to share with you last piece of context around how I'm going to be teaching today. That is this. Have you noticed that, as I've mentioned, just by knowing something, it doesn't mean anything? That's because there's 3 levels of awareness. The first level of awareness is the level that right now most of my words are reaching you in, and that is the intellectual level of awareness. In other words, I'm speaking English, and if you're speaking English and you understand English, then my words are making sense, and therefore we can communicate. But as we're just seeing, knowing and not doing is the same as not knowing, just by knowing something. Smokers know they shouldn't smoke. Am I right? I'm not picking on the smokers here, although I guess I am. But just taking that as an example we can all relate to. If you are a smoker, it is not because you are unaware that smoking isn't good for you. Everybody knows you shouldn't smoke. Everybody knows that if you want to be healthy, you can't smoke. Smoking and health are a binary equation. You can go to the gym, you can drink green juice, but if you smoke, you can't be healthy. Case closed. I'm sorry. Right? Let's deal with it. But why do smokers who know that still smoke? The biochemical addiction to nicotine, which lasts less than 14 days, by the way, aside, right? The psychological game that's going on. And again, forgive me, smokes, I'm not here to give you a hard time, but I'm using this as an analogy for other people to understand where their mind tricks them in a way. So if you allow me to use you as an example to add value, please take some comfort in that. So here's the thing, right? Most people will smoke because they say they enjoy smoking. Absolute lie, absolute justification. Now, before you get on your high horse and say, well, hang on, how do you know that? Let me offer you a slightly different insight and you'll see how and why this ties in. So if you go to smoke, what is the state that you are in before you have a cigarette? Usually desire. You want a cigarette. That's why you act on it and go light up. Now, the longer that desire goes on, the more that craving intensifies. So what will happen is when you take a cigarette, what will happen is that you will, now you are in a state where you're no longer desiring, craving, or agitated because you don't have a cigarette. Now, the brain will then link the state of to the cigarette and will tell you that you enjoy smoking because that cigarette links to that state. But it's not the cigarette that you're enjoying. It is the state of no longer craving. Oh, that's why people who don't smoke don't need a cigarette to enjoy themselves. Because they're no longer, or they never were, in a state of craving before. Now, just like, if we follow that through, what happens after that cigarette is gone? The craving starts again. And then depending on how long that goes, before how agitated you get to a point where I need a cigarette, I've got to go light up. If I don't have some, I've got to go buy some. Yeah, can you lend me one? Right. Now I'm happy. Oh, see, I enjoy this cigarette. No, you don't. You enjoy the state of no longer wanting one. Everybody see the difference. Now, why am I doing that? Why am I picking on the smokers? Two very important lessons here. The first is that knowing that you shouldn't smoke is an intellectual construct. Most of the things you learn that you spend money on learning become an intellectual construct. They stop at level 1, intellectual knowledge. Makes you sound smart, doesn't change your life. Most people are smart and broke. Have you noticed that? See, the next level of information that it journeys to, the awareness, is what I call the emotional level of understanding. Now, when it hits an emotional level of understanding, that's when you feel it. You don't just know it. You think thousands of thoughts a day. It doesn't change your life. But when you feel something, you ever go to a movie and get inspired? You remember the time you chose the career you did, most likely because you heard somebody talk about it in a way that was passionate, or you saw a movie and then you wanted to be a fighter pilot or a vet or whatever. And that actually caused some changes. You probably went and looked and did the research and you got a little excited. Because instead of it just being an intellectual level of understanding, it dropped to an emotional level of understanding. See, in the smoking example, you shouldn't smoke, but it means nothing. Pass me a cigarette. So then you have a headache. You go to the doctor, you get a scan. He comes back and says, listen, I'm very sorry. We just got the blood test results back, the scans. You have one more cigarette. It could trigger an immediate fatal stroke. Oh, now you feel the information at an emotional level of understanding. Question, did you suddenly get smarter about not smoking? No, of course not. That wasn't down at IQ. That was down to now the same information that you intellectually knew became an emotional level of understanding, and that started the change in behavior. It's like, whoa, okay, I get it. I quit, bush, throw the cigarettes away. Now, the challenge is that emotional level of understanding is something that can precede behavior change. That usually has to happen. If you know something, it doesn't inspire you, you don't feel it emotionally, it's in one ear, out the other. You can reclaim it when you want to sound smart and regurgitate the information, but it doesn't change your life. But an emotional level of understanding is about, okay, I get it. Your 6-year-old daughter runs up and says, Daddy, please give up smoking. I don't want you to die. I want you to walk me down the aisle. And I know you won't be there if you continue smoking. And runs off and you think, oh my God, talk about weaponizing guilt, right? Oh, you feel it like that. And you go throw your cigarettes away and vow never to do it. You see the pain you're causing the people you care about, for example. Now it becomes emotional. But how many people do you know have given up smoking because of an emotional level of understanding and then gone back to it after a certain amount of time? Why is that? Again, don't make this about smoking, guys. It's because emotional level of understanding will create behavior change in the moment. It doesn't guarantee it long term. What you have to do is move to the third level of understanding. And that's where you have an identity shift. You see, most smokers who quit don't last very long because they see themselves as a smoker who's quit. And now you're engaging willpower, which has a time limit. Whereas if you offer a cigarette to somebody who becomes a non-smoker, there's none of that resistance going on. I don't smoke. I'm a non-smoker. So if you've been struggling to quit smoking, probably because you've been a smoker who's quit as an identity rather than adopt or install or become the identity of celebrate the identity of a non-smoker. That gives you a whole different set of behaviors and changes and alignment with the heart and mind when it comes to what to do next. And again, if you're relying on willpower, you're a fool. Sorry, willpower is useful if you've got to get up early once or twice. If you're getting up early every single day to a job you don't like, willpower is going to run out. I can have all the willpower in the world to hang on to a tree branch overhanging a cliff. But if you come back in 3 days, I'm not there. Willpower has a time limit. It's like a sport button on a car. It's useful for overtaking in the moment. But if you're using it all the time, it's going to wear out the engine. So on that note, why do I mention that? A couple of things. One is that when you get to the third level of understanding, you have an identity shift. Some of you are trying to be entrepreneurs. You're at the stage what I call the wantrepreneur. I've got news for you. If you don't see yourself as an entrepreneur now, it's not going to happen. Why? Because you're trying to do something external to validate an identity. Oh, I can't call myself an entrepreneur unless I have a business. I'm still working in a job I don't like. Therefore, I can't be an entrepreneur. No, are you kidding me? I've been unemployable for 31 years. Last time I had a paid job was 31 years ago when I was 17 years old. I'm 50 next year. And from my side, if I lost everything, which I've done several times, most likely will again at some point. It's the nature of the game. Do I see myself as a failure, as an entrepreneur that's no good, as I'm no longer an entrepreneur because I don't have a big business? No, of course not. If I lose everything tomorrow, it'd be a damn good excuse to go again. Why? Because I am an entrepreneur, so I will go out and create a new business. That's what entrepreneurs do. Now, that brings me to my second point. Most people, unfortunately, find out way too late that there is a huge difference between a life-chasing success and a life-chasing fulfillment. Anyone ever ran that other game? And the analogy I want to share with you before we get into some practical other aspects here, guys, is what I call the curse of the white rabbit. Now, we should probably have some, I'm going to have to ask Saj to play some drama music whenever I say that. It's the curse of the white rabbit. Dun, dun, dun. Right. But anyway, you can make that up in your head for now. So what is the curse of the white rabbit? I want to give you an analogy here, and you'll see why I picked on the smokers and why I volunteered them against their consent to inspire the rest of you with this particular example. And that is this. If you're familiar with a dog track, and a dog track, for those of you who've never been, is where they race the greyhounds around the track and they bet on the first dog to cross the finish line. And we used to call it, it's kind of the poor man's horse racing, as it used to be known in England, which is why we used to say it's gone to the dogs, because people get addicted to the gambling at the low level and they never come back. However, my question for you has nothing to do with the morality or the ethics of dog racing. It has everything to do with the following question. Feel free to type it in. I'm seeing all your answers here. Do the dogs at the dog track ever catch the rabbit? It's not a particularly high IQ testing question here, but I want to see if you're awake. So interact and play with me, guys. Yes, I've got all the no's here. No, they don't. No, never, not at all. Can't. They can never catch the rabbit. Now, here's my next question, slightly more intriguing. Why? Is it because they don't run fast enough? What if they run extra fast? Will they catch the rabbit? Is it because they don't have the right diet? What if they have a better diet? Will they catch the rabbit? Is it because they need a better trainer? That must be it. With the right trainer, they'll get the rabbit. No, it's none of that. The reason the dogs don't catch the rabbit has nothing to do with them not being good enough as a dog. The reason they don't catch the rabbit, my friends, is because the game is designed specifically, strategically, intentionally, that they will never catch the rabbit. Now, why do we say this? Because most of you out there are trying to chase your goals, your rabbits, and you are trying to catch the rabbit in order to prove that you're good enough, a good enough entrepreneur, a good enough parent, a good enough mother. If I can send my kids to college, then fill in the blank. And what you're doing is you are running on the track of achievement, trying to catch the rabbit of fulfillment, and never the twain shall meet. And the key point here, guys, is it's not because you're not a good enough greyhound, entrepreneur, parent, business person. No, it's none of that. It's because you can never catch the rabbit of fulfillment by running on the track of achievement, because the game is designed specifically so you cannot. And let me demonstrate. This ties back to the smoking example. Most people go after their goals with the view that once they reach the goal, once they get that little white fluffy tail, which if you've noticed is only always 2 or 3 inches in front, it's just, I'm just nearly there. When I just get that next hill, I just get my foot, just pay off my debts. When I just get my qualifications, when I just get my business, that rabbit is just that far in front, is it not? When you catch the rabbit, you're certain you're going to be happy. Now, we look back and at the rabbits we've already caught. I'm not saying you can't catch the rabbit. I'm saying you can't catch the rabbit of fulfillment. Instead, you go chasing the other little goals that you set. And then when you nail that little white fluffy tail to the wall and you tick off your quarterly goals, you think, yes, I got my first million. Now I'm going to be happy. Or whatever it was for you, your first 20 euros, your first business, your first customer, your first qualification, whatever it may be. The goal that you set, you stopped, you got the goal. How happy were you? Now, initially, you were very happy. I remember when I got my first million, bought my first Ferrari, for example, at 25 years old. I thought, great, then I'll be happy. So I bought my first Ferrari. What happened? I was happy for about a week. In all fairness, about 2 weeks. But then something was missing. Why? It's like I made my first million. It's like, what do I do now? Oh, I thought I'd be happy. I thought I've arrived. I thought I'd been good enough. I thought this is it. Get to the top of Success Mountain. But now I want to jump off. Why? Oh, of course. That's the answer. How could I be so silly as to miss it? Yeah, I need another million in case I lose the first. That's what it is. And off I go again. Oh, I don't want to, one Ferrari, it must be another Ferrari. That's the secret. That'll keep me happy. Now, notice what's going on here, guys. The reason that you're happy when you get the goal has nothing to do with you getting the goal. You think it is. The brain links it to the goal, which is why you think you need to set another one. The brain links it to the cigarette, which is why you think you enjoy smoking. What is actually going on is that the elation you get when you get the goal is the fact that you're no longer running. You're no longer in the state of desire. Yeah, I need to go prove myself. And we get the rabbit, we get the goal, we get the car, the girl, the body, whatever it may be. And all of a sudden that's like, I'm no longer running. That's why I'm happy. And we falsely link it to the goal. And of course, what happens? The craving starts to set back in. Is this making sense? And that's because the vast majority of people are playing the game of feel great when. That's trying to catch the rabbit of fulfillment by running on the track of achievement. You will never catch that rabbit by design. And it's not because you're a good enough parent. It's not because you're a good enough entrepreneur. It's not, none of that. You were born good enough and nobody has the right to tell you you're not. And if they do, the impact can only be lasting if you believe them. We're going to go on to beliefs before we finish today in a very powerful way. My point being is that if you understand that most people stress about two primary things, the first one is money. And they validate themselves. When I get X, then I'll be good enough. Why? Because the fallacy is most people confuse their self-worth and their net worth. And if you have those two tied together, you're a fool. Just telling it the way it is, guys. If you think that you're validated by what's in the bank, you're a fool. You don't have the right concepts of ownership. Let me demonstrate. I was in South Africa a few years back, and I'd recently proposed to my then fiance, now my ex-fiance, but one of my best friends. And I bought this amazing ring. I'd had it made. I'd hired one of the top jewelers at Tiffany in New York to create this incredible ring. It was like $120,000, $30,000 ring. And there was 80 odd stones in this ring. And it got more stones than a gravel pit. And, you got the stone, the main stone was like a, just sub 3 carat flawless yellow diamond. And it was surrounded by halos of white diamonds and pink sapphires and all that kind of jazz, right? Yeah, it's one of those fancy Barbie kind of girl, like the fancy Barbie kind of ring. Okay. So we're swimming in a river in the Garden Route in South Africa when I was there doing some stuff. We took some time out, saw the beautiful countryside. And the river had this mineral in it that made it look like Coca-Cola. You could still drink it. It was just, it's just a mineral that turned the color of water, but you couldn't even see your fingers as soon as you put your hand in it. It was like amazing. I've got to stop and swim here. I mean, we won't be able to see the crocodiles, but it'll be fun. Anyway, we come out, we're drying ourselves off. She noticed that one of the stones is missing. And she goes, oh my God, this is one of the stones, I think it was the pink sapphire, was like, it's gone. And there's no way we're going to go find it in that river. It's gone. It's like, don't even think that. And she gets all upset. And I'm like, honey, it's okay. Don't worry about the stone. She says, what do you mean? It's like, there's a hole in my ring or whatever. And I'm like, honey, it wasn't yours anyway. And she's like, what do you mean? You gave it me. You didn't say I had to give it you back. You said, I said, whoa, calm down. Right? No. That stone's been around for the last 20 million years. It's going to be around for another 20 million years. What makes you think you own it? You see, we have this concept of false ownership. The challenge is I've never seen a hearse with a luggage rack or a trailer. We can't take it with us. We get to look after things while we're here. And if you're validating yourself by playing the wrong game, which is how much I can accumulate before I have to give it all back, you may want to reassess where you're getting your joy and value from. I had a business mentor, a good friend, and a business partner of mine, someone Brian Walsh knows very well. We spent some time together, Brian, myself, and this gentleman in South Africa. Sold his last business for $3.6 billion in cash. I've known him 15 years, been around the world with him, lived together for a while. And I've never known him earn less than about $1 million a day. Yeah, 356 million for an annual income was pretty low for this guy. And got to the end of the game, most likely realized at the end of the game that it wasn't the rules that really counted. Passed away in his mid-60s last year. Health issues, miserable, upset, angry guy. You know, what does the game become at that point? Yes, I finally won. I've played the accumulation game. I've got to the end to validate myself, only to realize that I was keeping the wrong score. And I invite this to you guys just to let you question some of the model of the world that most people have. I know it's tough when you can't afford the rent. I get that. I'm not putting that down. But let's look at money for a second. Because if I can add some insight to you around money, the two things people stress about the most, time and money. Have you noticed that? And the only two things that exist in the universe only in one place, the mind of a human. Interesting when you look at it that way. See, what is money? Give me some answers in the chat, guys. What is money? Yeah, I'm gonna read out some of the answers that come in. What is money? Energy. Money is a commodity. It's energy. It's a means. It's a form of survival. It's nothing. It's a form of exchange. It's tool. It's freedom. It gives you options. It's resource. It's power. All of that stuff. Yeah, I mean, have a think about it, guys. There may be, we've got over 1,000 people on this class right now. There may be as many different answers as to what money is as there are people listening to my voice, and I only asked one question. Now, if you think about it, let me take you on a little journey, see if I can explain money a little bit to you. Let's just say that I had the power right now, as with the magic wand, just graduated Hogwarts. I get to do this. Play with me. It's a game of imagination. I had the power to snap my fingers, wave my wand, say a spell, whatever it took. And I was able to bring all of the money in the world into this room right now, probably make it a bit bigger. And I'd be able to put a huge pile here in my villa. And that's all the money in the world. Yeah, play with me. I don't want you left brainers saying, well, that would have to be a room the size of X, Y. Let's go with it, right? And nobody's got any. You've got none. I've got none. Yeah, our pockets are empty. Those rich people, they haven't got any anymore, right? Poor people never had any to begin with. Everybody's equal. All the money's in here. And I say, listen, guys, here's the deal. Tomorrow morning at 05:30, I'm going to call you all back in here. Yeah, in this big, imagine it's a tennis court outside. I'm going to call you all back. And I'm going to fire a pistol. And I'm going to fire a pistol, and I'm going to send you out into the world. And to the extent that you can find a way to add value to people, either through product or service or somehow, you can come and take as much of this money as you want. I mean, we're starting from scratch, a day of equality. Wow. And that's the only rules. Go out, spend 12 months, add as much value to as many people as you can, and in proportion to the amount of value add, you can come and get as much of this money stuff as you want. Sound fair? Now, here's the deal. Some of you, and you know who you are, some of you will complain that it's 05:30. Some of you will sleep in. Some of you will be late for the appointment. Some of you will be out drinking and forget to get up. Some of you are going to say, what's the point? What can I contribute? Some of you can say, I'm too young. I've got nothing there. Some of you say, I'm too old. I've got nothing there. And some of you can say, oh my God, this is the day I've been waiting for. So let's fast forward 12 months and I gather you all back. Here is the secret that I want you to understand. Another big takeaway for today, my friends, that if you have not changed your current thinking about what you think money is, then that money 12 months from today will be back in the exact same pockets, in the exact same amounts of those that left with none 12 months before. Ooh, what did we just learn about what money really is? What did we just learn? What we learned is that money, my friends, is nothing more than a medium of exchange used to measure one thing, and one thing only, and that is perceived value. Perceived value. Interesting word. But having been somebody who's never been paid from somebody else as an employer or employee for the last 3+ decades, I kind of know what it's about when it comes to money. So in order for you to comprehend what I just said, think what shows up. When was the last time you got money? If you weren't being bribed by your own money, by your government for staying at home, we'll leave that aside. But in a traditional economy that's operating normally, what has to happen for you to get money? You have to give something of value for it first. Either 40 hours a week in a job, or a product or a service, or something. You give something and then you get money first, because that money is measuring the perception of the value of what you're adding. Now, some of you may say, well, I work hard, all my life, and I've ended up with nothing. Well, I've got news for you, right? The value that you're adding in the scheme of the economy is really what we're looking at here. Doesn't matter how hard you work. You can work hard all day long in a factory producing pencils. But the owner who took out the loan, that risks his mortgage, that employs the people, that gets paid last, that manages 1,000 moving parts, is the one that gets the majority of the benefit there, signing up the contracts to sell the pencils to stationers and all that kind of stuff. So it's got nothing to do with how hard you put in the work. It's got everything to do with how much value you're adding. Please make that as a distinction. Now, you can argue that you add more value than you're being paid for. Well, I've got news for you. That's how the game is set up if you're not an entrepreneur. That's why at 17 years old, I realized that I didn't want a job. Why? Because by the very definition of taking a job, I was always going to be paid less than what I'm worth. How do you figure that out? Simple. If the job is worth $1,000 a week, then I'm not going to get paid $1,000 a week, because then there's no margin in it for the business owner that's giving me the job. So by the very definition of working for somebody else and not controlling my own income, I'm always going to be settling for less than what I'm worth. Now, if you're passionate about what you do and you're happy with what you get and there's a deal, then great. It's an awesome partnership with a person who's taking more of the risk to be able to give you the job. I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just making you look at it in a different way. If you're bitching about you don't get paid enough, then that's got nothing to do with the person you're working for. It's got everything to do with the amount of value you're adding. And if you go add that value in a different way to somewhere else, you may get paid more. You may not. But finding out ways of adding more value rather than chasing money is the point I'm leading to here, guys. Is this useful? Now, I'll give you an example. If you finally wake up to the fact that if you're chasing more money right now, which is what most people do, it guarantees you'll never have enough of it. Why? Pretty simple. You're chasing an effect, not a cause. Money is nothing more than a medium of exchange used to measure perceived value. Now, if I turn around and say, hey, listen, what if we go to the gym and I walk you into a fully equipped gym and you look at the weights like, oh, they look a little heavy to me. I tell you what, let me cut a deal with you, Jim. Why don't you give me the strength first and then I'll go lift the weights? Now, if you were to say that to your personal trainer, he'd think you're on crack. If you were sitting in front of a dead fire in the middle of winter, shivering your ass off, and you say, hey, listen, fire, let me cut a deal here. Come on, give me a break. You can see I'm almost getting hypothermia here, right? Why don't you give me some heat and I'll go fetch you some wood? Guess what? You're probably going to freeze to death. It doesn't work that way. So why do so many people go chasing money and then wonder why they don't have enough of it instead of chasing adding value? That's what you want to be focusing on. Lift the weights, you get the strength. Chop the wood, you get the heat. Add the value, you get the money. And when you wake up to that, you realize that what we've done in our mind is we have conceptualized it because we've made it a thing. Whether that's pieces of paper with dead people printed on it, whether that's shiny metals or hard rocks or ones and zeros on a statement, it doesn't matter. It doesn't actually exist outside the mind of a human being. We conceptualize it, and therefore we then chase the conception and then wonder why we chase our tail for most of our life. Now we're going to get to money in a second. Let's just look at time. What's the biggest problem with time most people have? Don't have enough of it. Oh, I got news for you on that one, boys and girls. Having studied human behavior for quite a long time these days, time is the only area in life where we've been treated equally. You can have different parents, different backgrounds, different stories, different education, different starting positions, different body shape, different everything. Everything's a variable except time. You and I have been given the same amount of time every single day. Now, when we say we don't have enough time, we automatically, again, recommoditize something that is uncommoditizable. If you've not figured it out yet, you can't get 5 hours out of 4. You can't walk into Walmart and get 2 hours off the shelf. It doesn't work that way. So when people talk about time management, they're deluding themselves. You can't manage time any more than you can manage the current of a river while you're swimming in it. Now, you can manage your focus. That's a better way to look at it. But most people trying to manage time are simply trying to create more space in their calendar by being more efficient at the stuff that will then create more space for them to do more stuff with, so they get more stressed. Yeah, well done. Because they think that by getting more stuff done, they'll get closer to catching that rabbit. Is this making sense, guys? Yeah. So when we realize that you can't manage time, you've got an eternal now. Now I'm happy, now I'm happy, now I'm happy. Instead of playing the game that most people play, which is I'll meet the right person tomorrow, then I'll be happy. I'll have the body shape I want, then I'll be happy. I'll have the money in the bank, then I'll be happy. That doesn't work. You'll have another now where you have somebody, and if you're still chasing the rabbit, you're going to be grateful for the fact you're no longer chasing, so you get happy for a moment, and then you realize that wasn't the thing in the first place. You go chase the next rabbit. Oh, I got to 10% body fat. Now I need to be 9. Oh, I got my first million. Now I need 2. You get the point. So wanted to flag that up, but I want to give you some practical stuff. If you've got a manual that you printed out, Saj, am I right in thinking that these guys have got a workbook they're playing with here that I was asked to give some questions to? Am I on track? Haven't seen it myself. Anybody want to give me some feedback? Or it's okay. Saj just ran to the bathroom, or he's fiddling with the music.
No, we're here. You got about another 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes? Okay. I'm probably taking 10, just so you know. Love you.
That's fine.
But I was told that these guys were given some questions in advance in a workbook. Is that correct, or am I off track?
If you submitted stuff in the workbook, it should be in the workbook.
Okay, where can we access the workbook? I have no idea, Tammy, sorry, but I'm sure the guys will tell you. But if not, you're going to need a pen and paper for this next exercise. And I promise, if you stay with me for the next 10 minutes, guys, this is where it will all come together. And I'll be leaving you with a gift that is going to make a dramatic shift. So yeah, don't worry about workbooks if you have or haven't got one. Just make sure you get a pen and write down these 4 questions, because I'm going to give you a little time to answer them, give you some context. But this is going to allow you to realize why so many people have what we call financial limiting beliefs about themselves, about the world, about what they can earn, about what they're worth. And have you noticed that plus or minus 10%, most people earn the same amount of money each time? Have you noticed that plus or minus 10%, most people that weigh the same no matter what diet they go on or what short-term exercise program they start? Have you noticed plus or minus 10% that most people attract the same kind of person in relationships consistently? Why? Has something to do with that identity I talked about earlier, which is made up of beliefs. And most of the beliefs we have are unconscious. Let me ask you a question. Would you wear clothes that you had when you were 10 years old today? Presuming you're not 10 at the moment. Would you do that? No, of course you wouldn't. You'd look daft. You'd walk around looking like a lemon. But why is it most people walk around with belief systems that they still have from when they were kids or early, or at least teenagers? Never questioned it. So here's the 4 questions I'm going to give you as a formula to leave you with today, that you'll be able to look and try to find what those limiting beliefs are for you, because most people's beliefs are unconscious around finances especially. And the first question I'm going to ask here is on this, what I call limiting belief audit, is this. We need to identify it. First question is, what limiting beliefs do I have about fill in the blank? Now, for most of you, that'll be about money. Well, I don't have any limiting beliefs about money. I just think I need to have some more. By the way, that's a limiting belief. But what limiting beliefs what beliefs do you have about money? Do you believe that, there's not enough to go around? Do you believe that you've got to work hard for it? Do you believe that, there's it's the root of all evil? Do you believe that, it doesn't grow on trees? What limiting beliefs do you have? And I'm using money as an example, but you could have it about your relationship to yourself, your body, your partner, your relationship to people, your relationship to what's going on right now. What limiting beliefs do you have about money? Let's identify them. Again, guys, don't make this an intellectual exercise, because you'll miss the emotional level of learning that's available if you keep digging. So if you notice that a lot of people, when they're faced with things that they don't like because it threatens what they perceive to be their image, they distract themselves. Oh, it's time to go to the bathroom. I've got something really important to do because my pencils need sharpening and I've got to clean out my cupboard, right? Guys, we're cleaning out the inner cupboard here. Stay with me. So when you have identified these limiting beliefs, and I love the fact what you're putting in here. Here's a question that very, very few people ask that is an amazing question if you use it. Remember, questions are the steering wheel of the mind. Questions direct focus. So why not ask better questions in order to get better answers? And if you've identified a limiting belief about money, let's just say I have to work hard for it because, yeah, that's the limiting belief you have. That's what's normal for you. Well, the second question is this. Why do I believe that? Why specifically do I believe that? And you're going to find that you picked up that belief at some point, maybe for a reference, maybe through an imposition, maybe through vicariously, maybe by osmosis. And I kind of use the analogy of where we pick up most of our beliefs that we don't question. It's like if you've ever walked through a meadow and you're wearing trousers and there's those little sticky things that you walk past on the buds and the seeds of some of the grasses and the plants, and you get out of the meadow and you've got all these little sticky things stuck to you. Well, when we're walking through life as young adults, kids, we are walking through other people's belief systems, predominantly the people around us that we spend the most time with, and we are picking up like sticky buds, their different beliefs, their habits, their conclusions. It's just the way we're wired. So why do you believe that? I believe that you have to work really hard. Why? Because my dad worked really hard. He used to say, you have to work hard to get money. And he worked 40 hours a week, right? 50 hours a week in the factory. So that became your belief. Why? Because you brushed by him and picked up a sticky bud. So why do you believe that? Go after it, hunt for it. See, when faced with a level of self-reflection, I want you to imagine you've got a shovel on your back in a backpack and you can take off that shovel and you start digging. It's uncomfortable. The ground is hard, but you keep digging. I promise you there is gold under there. Problem with most people that don't have self-mastery is they don't reach for a shovel. They reach for a distraction. They reach for an excuse. They look to blame. They reach for a drink. They reach for an escape. This is your opportunity to dig for gold. Nobody else is judging you on your answers, my friends. So what limiting beliefs do I have about X? Question number one. If you haven't written that down, then you're going to miss the boat. Question number two, why do I believe that? Question 3 out of the 4. Is that still true for me? Is that still true for me? Do I still believe you have to work hard? Well, no. My dad lived in a time where working in a factory was the only opportunity for people back then. There were no smartphones, no internet, the barrier to entry to start your own business was so high. You couldn't get good instruction from people because you had to be only around people around you or go to a library. There's no online entrepreneur resources. There was no clubs to join for $47 a month. Are you kidding? Sign the hell up. You get my point? So there was none of that back then. So that was my dad's belief system. That's why he believed that. That's why I picked it up and adopted it. And I've spent the rest of my life unconsciously justifying living through that lens. And wonder why, any money that comes easy to me, I get rid of it because it doesn't fit my belief system. Or I don't think it's true. Too good to be true. I'm not going to go down there. Got to work hard for it. So why do I believe that? I've identified why. Is that still true for me? Well, no, it isn't. And then the last question I want to leave you with, which is magical if you spend more time with this, guys. And that is this. What other limiting beliefs, or what are the things, limiting beliefs, would I have to buy into in order to think this was still true? What are the supporting beliefs? Well, I'd have to also believe that all the other opportunities out there, aren't for me. I'd have to believe that I'm not smart enough to do other things that I see people less smarter than me are doing. I'd have to believe that, there's I'm not good enough to go and apply myself in ways that everybody else is applying them right now. And you start stacking up the other false beliefs that first one sits on, you suddenly realize this epiphany of, whoa, hang on a minute. None of that's true. And when you realize that none of those supporting beliefs are true, like playing Jenga and you pull out one block, boom, the whole thing crashes down. But what most people don't do is they don't take the time to do a belief audit. They're too busy chasing rabbits. They're too busy trying to get money. They're too busy being stressed about not having enough time. And when you start to unravel that, guys, you start to realize that the joy in who you are and how you show up and playing this amazing game of life where you're not going to take anything with you. There is no concept of ownership. It's a construct. You can start enjoying the moment. You start playing the game of feel great now. You start letting go of the limitations of the past. You start unhooking your self-worth from your net worth, and you start asking better questions. And all of a sudden, now you start attracting the opportunities, the people, all of the things in your life that you're actually aligned with, not the poverty level of consciousness or the stressed out, running around chasing your tail. And you start to make magic happen. That's what I want to give you as a gift. That's what I want to give you as a possibility. Is it going to change in one little session with me here today? Most likely not. But what I'm giving you is the rules of the road. Like if you've got a driving license, but you know how to drive a car, but you were never told the rules of the road. Every single time you went out to the supermarket, you'd be risking your life. It would be a scary experience. You'd be confused. What's that white line in the middle of the road mean? Why are those cars? Are they going to come to what? They're going to hit me. I'm going to try to dodge out of the way. What are those lights in the circles? At the junctions? What are those numbers on the signs at the side? Why do I keep being stopped by police and giving tickets? So you wouldn't know. You guys know how to drive through life, but you've never been given the rules of the road. And all I would have to do is sit down for somebody for 5 minutes or less and explain what the white line in the middle of the road is. And if you stay one side of it, you've got far less chance of anybody coming across to kill you. What those different colored lights were and what the numbers were in the circles at the side of the road. And your entire experience of driving would change. Now, question, did anybody else on the road change? Was there less number of crazies? Was there less number of police? No. Outer world follows inner world, my friends. So stop running around in the outer world trying to find your answers. When you sit down and start understanding what the rules of the road are, there is the beliefs that have been holding you back. You can quickly transform your entire experience of driving through this amazing journey of life. I think we're pretty much out of time. I really hope that's been useful. Saj, I'm happy to hand back. Guys, if you enjoyed that, please, stay the course, ask better questions. I love you enough to tell you that you're already good enough. I don't care what anybody else said, whether that was your school teacher, your elder brother, your parent that you wanted them to love you in a way that you didn't think you did because they were dealing with their own stuff you just didn't realize. None of that crap. Get off it. You're freaking amazing. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Brian believes in you. Saj believes in you. The rest of the team believe in you. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited you here and given you all of this stuff that you're getting right now. And if you can understand that at a level that's less than intellectual, but more emotional, I can promise your life is going to shift. Love you guys. That's all I got for you today.
Peter, before you run away, guys, let us know out of 10, how would you rate that session? I know Peter always says I'm leading the jury with that, but leading the witness. But we've got tons of people who really enjoyed that, and I love what you said earlier, Peter, about the academy, and there were no clubs around, and the amount of investments we used to make at tens of thousands of dollars to have access to these kind of programs. It's crazy that this is going for $47 today, launching on the conference. Yep. Again, you're living in a time in history where you are able to choose your teachers and mentors. And that's what I love about you guys, because there's a big difference between advice and opinion. And let me tell you what I believe to be the difference, guys, because this can really help. Advice is something that is given by somebody to you that is using their experience of the path that they've walked that you want to follow. And it can give you the benefit of that experience, firsthand experience, and it's devoid of any bias or hidden agendas or anything like that. Opinion is everything else. Case closed. So when it comes to who do you want to learn from, you don't want to trust a skinny chef. No offense to skinny chefs, but I'm making a point here. Don't get me on the left brain track. You don't want to hire a personal trainer who looks like he's obese and is about to have a heart attack. I'm sorry. It's just, you want somebody who's walked the path you want to walk. And what I love about Brian, and his team, the Entrepreneur Academy, they're real entrepreneurs.
They haven't made their money trying to sell people, how to be successful. That's bullshit. Yes, if somebody wants advice, business advice from me, I'm happy to give it. Why? Because I've built 20 plus international companies. I know what it's like to have lost millions. And so hopefully I can be able to give the benefit to you out of my experience so you don't have to. I know what it's like to have made millions. I know what it's like to have six-figure income days, right? From that perspective, understand who you listen to is critical. Again, guys, it's not what you learn, it's who you learn it from. So something like this, again, you know me, I'm fully endorse that. And for that kind of affordability, it's just a gift for people right now. So I didn't come here to promote anything else, guys. I just came here to try and add some value and just want to make sure that I'm leaving you in as best shape I can for the short time we've had together.
Incredible. Peter, your involvement in the academy, coming in as to one of the mentors and giving master classes to some of the students down the line, it's going to be invaluable, especially because you've only spent about 40 minutes effectively with the guys today. For those who sign up, you're unlocking so much more from the likes of Peter and other incredible mentors. All you have to do is head over to realsummits.com/. They say it's pronounced tree, and it's TREA, the TREA, as the guys like to call it, and get in there because, like we said, we only opened up 200 spaces for the academy, and those spaces are going away very quickly. I'm just going to leave that up on the screen. But Peter, that was an incredible session. I love the white rabbit, and I was about to find the sound effects to come in and put it on there, but I was like, I just missed
guys,
it.
And again, I don't plan these sessions. I tune in. I plan some questions for you guys. I didn't know where I was going to lead you, so I tune in. I said at the beginning, I know we're all made of the same stuff. I know how you feel. I know where the pain is that I feel sometimes and how I get through that. And if I can share that with you, then great. And I've got if guys, if you don't mind, I'd love you to invite them. Follow me on Instagram. I'm always giving free quotes and advice and lives and stuff on there. It's Peter Sage 007. If you want to follow me on Instagram, I try to give a ton of advice. If anything I've said to you resonates today, go follow me there and we can stay in touch. And I give a ton of stuff away and ideas. And I'm always doing Wisdom Wednesdays for people where you get this kind of information. And it would be an honor to have you follow me over there so I can continue to add some value after today.
Cool, Peter. That's fantastic. Go ahead and reach out to Peter on your socials. It's Peter offers massive value in anything that he does. But as we're about to move on, Peter, I've got one question for you. Well, I see a lot of people are signing up. If you were at the airport and your battery was dead on your phone, you were there by yourself, you couldn't get onto your laptop, but you could only choose one book to be with you, what would that book be? Oh,
now you're asking from my perspective on there. And I get asked a lot about, what kind of books I recommend. You've got to meet people where they're at. So I'm not going to give you one book. I'm going to invite you to question where you're at. And then I'd recommend a book based upon that. For me, for example, I would take something like Power versus Force. But for a lot of people, that's a little more high conscious, advanced language patterns. I didn't get on with that book the first time I picked it up. I didn't understand it. But Power versus Force has changed my life. If I was to invite other people as a general intro, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to recommend mine. I
was hoping you'd say that.
In fact, here, look at that. There we go, guys. The inside track. That is, and you see people on the back that are legends in the industry. Brian Tracy, John.
Most of them are in our academy.
Yeah, John Assaraf, Kevin Trudeau. I mean, there's it's changed the life of virtually everybody that has read that book. And I'm blessed to recommend it. It just won another award. In fact, I've got it here. Where are we? Just came through the Book Excellence Awards for 2021. And very proud of the story that shares with me. It's all the best techniques I was teaching my best students for years that were paying me $50,000 a year to learn. And I lay it all out in a gripping journey that if you just go to Amazon, look at any of the reviews on there, as you know, I give it away pretty much for shipping. Off my site or getpetesbook.com. You can just get it for shipping. And I'm blessed that, I get every day people saying how much of a difference it's made. I mean, I went through some tough stuff in that book, and I always knew that on the back end of that, how the river of life bends and winds, because there's no straight lines in nature. I knew that it would help a lot of people at some point with the experience that I had. And then being able to write it the way that I did for my advanced students and then make it available to the world has just been a blessing that I wouldn't swap for a second. I really wouldn't.
But Pio, coming back to with all the stuff that you've done, and the inside track is on my Audible, because I love hearing your voice when you narrate it. But with the experience that you've had and the things that you've gone through as an entrepreneur, why would you take time out and help us and mentor students for like 2 hours in a masterclass, or give content to people who sign up at the academy? Why do you do that? With all the, to book you is over $10,000, almost close to $100,000. But why do you do this? Why do you take time on your schedule to help people for free?
We are currently in a time in human history that is unprecedented. And in all fairness, when you get through the smoke and mirrors of the big scary monster, it's one of the most exciting times that I believe we've lived. We are what I call the Great Awakening. We are at a time where we know that everything we've done up to this point, sort of 20th, late 20th, early 21st century, has given us an unsustainable level of operations. And we know something's got to change. It is I see this as the chrysalis of the caterpillar to the butterfly. And there's going to be some hardship as the caterpillar goes through hardship. But what's going to help us get through this is not more people trying to get more stuff. It's more people becoming better examples of who they can become as a result of not trying to chase rabbits, not trying to prove to the world they're good enough by getting so much money. All of that stuff is a game you can play should you wish. But if it's your primary driver to self-validate your own self-worth, then you're going to contribute to the problem rather than the solution. What the world needs right now is leaders, people who can stand up and say, listen, there's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of challenge right now, but we were born to take on challenges, not run from them. We were born to, we've been trained for this. I mean, entrepreneurs are having a better time right now because they inherently have a higher ability, or have trained themselves to have a higher ability to handle uncertainty. People that were technicians kind of playing the entrepreneurial game are kind of freaking out, because once their technical path has been sort of blocked, they're finding it harder to dig deeper to be able to move forward. That's why becoming an entrepreneur or joining something like the Academy is so useful, because you're surrounded by people who look at life through the lens of how we can, not why we can't. And that's two different lives. We know in biology, if you take a mammal, of which we want, and you see something in the outside world that you perceive to be a threat, whether that's some invisible microbe, or whether that's, the government that's playing shenanigans, or whether it's, the economy going into backflips, whatever your projection of that is, we know that if we perceive something as a threat, a mammal will lose 30% of its strength and its ability to respond. Essentially, it's like playing possum. But if that same mammal perceives the external situation as a challenge, it will gain strength, function, clarity of thought. And that alone will give it the edge to be able to move forward. And so many people are fearful right now because they're seeing what's out there as a threat instead of a challenge. And if we can get more people to master themselves, more people to step up and see this as, hey, listen, this is one of the most exciting times in history to be alive. I'm not going to be subject to tyranny or coercion or self-limiting beliefs or anything like that. No, I'm going to stand my ground for what I believe to be my truth. I'm not going to fall out with anybody else just because they have a different opinion. They're starring in their own movie. Send them love. If it's different to yours, celebrate. We're all unique. We're all on our own journey. But if I can help people become a better version of themselves and cross that line of strength instead of weakness by becoming somebody who's the best example, and therefore the invitation to others to follow, not on what you believe on your ideologies, but as an example of what it means to be human, then I think we can change the world. And that's why I commit to doing this.
Incredible, incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, please give some love up to Peter in the chat. Let him know what you think. We're going to move on to our next speaker. So Peter, thank you so much for being on this conference, bringing some light. And was just an incredible eye-opening session. And we're about to move on to our next speaker, who is none other than Sharon Lichter.
Enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Saj, love you, man. Brian, Leon, all the gang. Be amazing. I'll speak to you guys soon.
All right. Lots of love in the chat. Leon, what a fantastic session. and Peter always brings it. But so we're going to change gears now, and we've brought the poll up. Let us know in the poll how many of you guys have ever listened to Sharon Lechter before. So we've got 40% that says yes, and about 60% that says no. So you guys are in for a treat. For those of you who don't know, we've got this fantastic bio about Sharon, and but for me, introducing her, I always think that you can sum up Sharon in one word, and that's trust. She's an out-and-out entrepreneur. If you look in the dictionary, you should find her name under entrepreneur, because that's what she is, out-and-out entrepreneur. Even though she's consulted to major brands like Disney and Time Warner, and served 2 US presidents, as an advisor on the topic of financial literacy, or being asked to re-energize the Napoleon Hill Foundation, or it is to set up one of the most read books, one of the most incredible books of all time, Rich Dad Poor Dad, co-authoring that with Robert Kiyosaki. She is, like I said, the epitome of entrepreneurship, and she is with us right now. Sharon, can you hear? Can you see us?
I am here. Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be with you.
Incredible, incredible. Brian, you've come into the room?
Hey, Sharon,
yeah, I just wanted to chat to Sharon before she gets going with her presentation when she starts. But if you're going to just hand over to her, and then we'll chat.
Well,
all right,
hello,
cool.
Brian. How are you? Wonderful to see you. Leon, nice to see you. Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here.
Delighted to have you.
All right. Well, that's me. I've introduced Sharon. Guys, put some love into the chat, because we're going to move on to our next speaker, Sharon Lechter.
Thank you, Saj.
Sharon, I just want to say, as always, I appreciate so much that you do this for us. You and I have created a special bond and connection in our kindred spirits for helping and serving people, but particularly in the area that you focus in. And I think there's not nearly enough people that talk to entrepreneurs about the importance of financial literacy, but understanding the context strategically of mastering finance. And it's something, from my own perspective, I look at how we operate a business now. I look at the profit-centric mentality, how myself and Stephen, my CEO, and our head of finance, work strategically every single day from a basis of making a business profitable, and how for so many years I didn't. It's like so many other people. It was important, but wasn't important enough. And we were just caught up in the chaos and running around like crazy people. And even though I taught the importance of it, it never sort of, took the front rein, because so many people think that, the only reason we have to do accounting and stuff is to pay the tax man and to make sure we just comply with what's required. But the truth is, it's become one of the most profound strategic tools, because as you well know, a non-financially successful business is a dead business. And if people are chasing the money, we overselling and under-delivering and struggling to make things balance. And it's all not with the intention of wanting to do that, but it just becomes this incredible imbalance where people are suddenly, quoting on a job purely to see how much money they can get to pay the bills, without even considering the consequences, and so often are underquoting on jobs and struggling to deliver and struggling to make ends meet because they have no strategic sense of how important financial management is. And I just, I love what you teach, obviously the principles that you created in the Rich Dad brand around understanding business. But I just think because you are an entrepreneur that's run and started so many businesses and consulted with so many people, I love that we do this. And I wanted to come in and just say that, but also, to emphasize to everyone that's listening, the lack of financial knowledge, which happens to be one of the skills that most small businesses lack, is understanding how to use financial management as a tool to grow and manage your business, is just one of the things that we have to break the back of. And so many people fear it, and so many people have a negative association that they don't even go and learn it. And we have to change that. We have to get people to realize actually numbers are fun and amazing if you play them right. And they're so critical, because you're not successful unless you actually are a profit-centric business, unless you actually are not chasing the money just to pay the bills, but you're actually running a business. A friend of mine is a top consultant in mid-sized business. He said, it's funny, Brian, because when we use the term making money in business, we literally mean making profit. But for most people, making money is making turnover. And that's where we get it so wrong. You know, who cares how much turnover you're making if you're not actually making money? So yeah, I just wanted your sort of general input on that before you started your presentation, because obviously you've witnessed this with businesses all over the world, and even mid-sized businesses who do such a shocking job of managing themselves financially and the repercussion of that.
Well, Brian, you are fantastic. Thank you so much. I shouldn't talk. I want you to just keep talking about me. I think it's pretty cool. I'm just so delighted. And you're so right. You know, we have this passion for our business and we want to go out there and start selling. And there's a difference between selling and serving. And if you sell, there's a transaction, you have to keep chasing people for the next sale, the next sale. And that's where you bring in the money. And yes, hopefully at the end of the day, you make a profit. But if you really focus on successful businesses solve a problem or serve a need. And if you focus on that service piece and you serve your customers, then you end up having a lifetime relationship with those customers, become your community, just like you have with this organization. And I'm so honored to be part of this. And then when you're serving them, you're focusing and generating a lifetime of sales because you are focused on providing that service or filling that need. And that's where when you do that, you take time to build the structure of your business. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that today, but it all starts up here. You know, there are a lot of people out there talking about money and entrepreneurship, but most of them miss the boat because it starts here, your mindset. And Peter, referenced that in his talk. And I'm going to kick off with that and kind of continue that dialogue, because we do have to focus on what's happening inside our subconscious that's keeping us from being able to achieve the success we deserve.
Yeah, and we set that precedent very strongly at the beginning when we spoke about the context of what we have to master and how that personal journey is so critical. And, you know, from my experience, your experience, the more we grow ourselves, the more our business can grow. But if we stagnate, the business stagnates. And so, and you know, especially with money, because there's so much negative conditioning with the flow of money and the work around money as a whole. And yeah, I think it's so important. And I love what you say, because I think that we are there to make an impact. But, you know, like John Keogh said, which I mentioned at the beginning, you know, your failure helps no one and your success helps lots of people. So stop being selfish and succeed. It's such a profound statement, because there's a context of us focusing on becoming the better person, letting go of those breaks and those issues that actually manifest in negative outcomes in our lives, and walking that journey, and then learning something like financial management skills, learning actually how to use and play the game properly, and how to budget and how to make things work. Because when you do succeed, it's such a different game. You know, from my experience of so many years of not doing it so well, it's such a different game, because your conversations in the business are no longer around how do we pay the bills and how do we chase money. They become around how do we create better experiences and better service, and how do we get a better overall objective in order to expand the business. And that's what business is supposed to be about. So yes, we all go through our phase of cash flow challenges and what have you in the early stages, but the truth is, it's a very different game we should be playing. And you know, I've been privileged to experience that, and I'm super grateful that you get to share what you're going to share with everyone now as well. Well, so I'm going to hand over to you, Sharon, and thank you so much again. You know, we love you. I love what you share with people and love what you offer people, and really are honored to have you with us as well.
Well, thank you so much, Brian, and congratulations to you and your entire team for creating this unbelievable community. So for everybody watching, please jump into the chat and say thank you to Brian and his team. You know, Saj is fantastic, and thank you so much. The greatest honor and compliment I can have was you said, I'm trust. And that's, please know that you can trust me. I'm here to serve you. I'm here to be there to support you in taking that next step and that next level in your own financial success. And so, you know, take a moment and think about all the things you've already learned from all the speakers. You made a decision to be here. And so feel good. Congratulate yourself for being here, and know that if this thought goes through your brain, easy for her to say or easy for him to say, okay, that's your subconscious opening up. Now we need to go in there and say, I can do it too. And that's what I want for you. I want you to be able to find that one or two things today, either from my talk, Peter, somebody else's, where you will take action. You took action to be here. Now I want you to take action to take that next step forward to success in your life, because that's why I do what I do. And that's why I continue mentoring and showing up on these events, because I want to support Brian and his team, which means I want to support you. And I see many familiar faces and many that I have not met before. So hello, I will give you a little bit of more background about myself. But today, you know, I'm really a teacher at heart and a mentor. And so instead of just talking to you and doing things to get you to listen to me, so I'm going to use a PowerPoint because I want you to visually see the things that will impact you, because we learn best when we see it, hear it, feel it. So I want you to take notes so that you can truly envelop information that can help you take the next step. Because at the end of the day, we're all where we are today because of the choices we made before today. And if you want something different, something better, more unique in your life, simply start making different choices. And a lot of those choices can be based on the information that I'm going to share with you today, because I'm here to support you in creating more success in your life. And that's why I do what I do. And I had a client last week say, I don't have to work anymore, but there's still work to do. And it's so true. You know, I want to be there to support you. I want to be your mentor and helping you build the life that it's just waiting for you, because you're all experts. I want you to say it in the chat. I'm an expert. I'm an expert. You are all experts. No one has had your path. Nobody's had your successes. Nobody's had your failures. And therefore, you are where you are because of who you are and what you've experienced. And you may have had setbacks in your life, but you made it through. You're still here, and you're still here for a reason. You can help other people going through that same thing. And that's what I want you to think about. Now, I want you to change one word. Instead of saying, I am an expert, now I want you to go back and say, I am the expert. Capital THE. I am the expert, because you are. You have a gift. There's only one of you. God made you perfect just the way you are. Don't try to be a copy of someone else. Stand in your own power and know that you can help other people, because you are the expert. Thank you. I applaud you. You're taking action and you're putting it in the chat. This is what you are the expert. I want you to sit a little taller. I want you to be a little prouder. Right? I've been around the block a few more times, more than likely, than you are. And so I want to share some of my experiences to help you. I just want to be along your, beside you. Peter was talking about the difference between opinion and advice. We talk about the difference between opinion and counsel in the book, 3 Feet from Gold. All right. An opinion is your brother-in-law or somebody you see in the elevator. All right. You don't know if they're truly seasoned enough to give you an opinion that you should act on. But counsel is coming from someone who's been there, done that wants to assist you, wants to speed your path to success. So seek counsel, not opinion. And make sure that when you're taking in opinion or counsel, that you identify it as such, because counsel is there to help you develop and be the best that you can be. And so I'm so proud I have so many experts on today, and I'm excited because I want to turn you from the expert into the authority. And that's what creating, and again, successful businesses solve a problem or serve a need. So we want you to be the authority and get out there and solve problems and serve needs and see your wealth grow as a result. You serve more people, you get rewarded. And then when you get rewarded, you have more funds to help serve more. And that's what I do in my life and what I want each of you to be able to do in yours. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can get this shared, because we talk about money mastery, but I want to kind of go back and start with what Peter was talking about, that, the things that we have in our brains when we were growing up. Did your parents say things like, money doesn't grow on trees, pinch your pennies, save for a rainy day? And at my age, it was, who you think we are, the Rockefellers. Of course, I'm much older than most of you, but we can't afford it. Now think about that statement. We can't afford it. It's negative. You want to close your mind. You want to get under the covers. It's depressing. All right. All of these comments are negative. So you grow up money negative, money negative, money negative, money negative. No wonder we end up developing a mindset of scarcity. Yeah, please share. John, money doesn't grow on trees. What did your parents say about money? And pinch your pennies, all of that, right? It's so important to understand where that came from, because once you realize it, you can release it and realize we truly do live in a world of abundance. But most of the time we get in our own way. We keep ourselves from creating the life that we deserve. So I want you to look at the list and see how many of these things have you experienced. And maybe you're already financially free, but as I go through this, I want you to think of someone that you know that may be in this boat right now, that you've tried to help, but they just won't listen because their mind is so full of negativity and fear about money. Because when you're fearful about money, even when you become successful, you're afraid you're going to lose it. I was there. I want to support people understanding, get rid of that and live in a world of abundance. And you've heard this many times, but money is not evil. It's the love of money. Money reveals your character. If you are generous, you're going to be more generous. If you're a creep, you're going to be creepier if you get money. All right. All of it. If you're stingy, you're going to be stingier. It just reveals your character. But when you are a good, kind person and you do well, you're even kinder and you can do more for more people. And that's what I want for you. But if you've had sleepless nights, you've been irritable about money, right? And so many times it causes a problem in marriage or your kids. You can't eat. You're so afraid somebody's going to come repossess your car. Or sometimes you're living a life that you want to make sure that you're looking good, but trying to cover up the fact that you're in financial stress. It's so important for you to recognize these things and be honest with yourself. Because at the end of the day, you're either in control of your money or your money is in control of you. Now, you're the one that can answer that because it's one or the other. And if you're already in control of your money and you're financially free, I implore you to keep listening, because I'm sure I have some things that can help somebody that you care about that is struggling with money as well. So today we're going to talk about your motivation. All right. What is it that drives you into action? It may not be financial at all. Ways to expand your financial choices in life. And let's talk about assets. My favorite word on earth. I want you to say it out loud right now. Assets. I want you to write it down. Assets. I want you to say sexy assets, because that's what life is all about. Financial freedom comes from income producing assets. And then we're going to be able to turn that financial stress into financial confidence. And when you become financially confident, you become a beacon of light to others. And they want to come to you. You're going to see your success even skyrocket more, because that confidence becomes charismatic and people want to come and support you even more. Yes, I've written a few books, 26. My most recent one is behind me, Exit Rich. I'm very proud of the fact that this week it hit the Wall Street Journal and USA Today bestseller list. I'm going to talk a little bit about that, but I'm really an entrepreneur. I grew up lower middle class, first generation to go to college. I lived in a little tiny house between my mom's beauty shop and my dad's used car lot. At 10 years old, my dad was smart enough to hire me to go scrub out bathrooms in our rental properties between tenants. And so I've been a real estate investor in essence since I was 10, but I swore I would never be an entrepreneur. I wanted to be a sophisticated professional. First generation to go to college. I became a CPA, one of the very first women in public accounting. So here I am, young, single, CPA in Atlanta. I thought I was hot stuff. At about age of 25, I'm like working incredibly long hours, and I'm working for someone else. My parents started looking a whole lot smarter. So if you're an entrepreneur, just wait, your kids are going to realize it. But I had the opportunity, one of my clients called me. So every phone call can change your life. And he was buying a company out of bankruptcy. And he said, come own a piece of the rock. And I went to my apartment that night and I pulled out the old yellow legal pad, because this was, a long time ago. This was in 1979. And I was like pros and cons. I didn't have PCs or cell phones. And it didn't help me a bit. I could argue both sides. Have you ever done that? And my hand took off across the top of the page and said, why not? I want you to say it out loud. Why not? Say it out loud, really loud. Why not? Why not do something different? Why not take the road less traveled? Why not be in control of your own destiny? And this is ever so much more important now. Over the last year and a half, people have experienced what it's like not to be in control of your own life. Why not be in control? Why not be the CEO of your own life? So I made the decision to leave. And it was really a bad business decision. Still to this day, the worst business decision I've ever made. And I've made a few. But had I not made that decision, I wouldn't have met a young attorney named Michael Lecter. And we're celebrating 41 years of marriage. So Napoleon Hill says, out of every adversity comes a seed of an equal or greater benefit. And I got instant feedback. Sometimes it takes years to understand what the benefit is when we have mistakes. But I'm so grateful I made that decision because I met my husband. And so every door that opens for you is an opportunity. Every door that closes for you is an opportunity. And so we got married and had kids and started on my entrepreneurial path and have just loved every single minute of it, mostly when I help other people on their entrepreneurial journey and helping people take control of their financial lives. So we got married, and it was a time when my kids didn't like to read, and I met the inventor of the first talking children's book. You may be familiar with these. In 1987, they didn't exist. We brought them out, and we said, at that time, I know dinosaur days, our kids didn't have electronics, no screens, believe it or not. And I said, how are they going to trust us, this little company called Sight and Sound? And so we partnered with companies like Disney, Warner Brothers, Sesame Street, Marvel Comics. And that allowed us to explode this technology around the world. So I learned so much about publishing, about manufacturing, international business, as well as the power of association. And so we're going to talk a lot about that today, because one of my most valued associations is with Brian and Saj and the team. It's such an incredible opportunity to be here with you, and I'm honored to participate. So this company, our first year, we had $1 million in sales. Oh my gosh, we were hot stuff. We were so excited. Then we went to 9, 23, and in our fourth year, 52 million, we sold the company. But I learned so much about the power of working with others, that power of collaboration versus competition. So that was in 1991. We sold the company, moved to Arizona, and our oldest son went off to college in 1992. And he left in September, came home in December in credit card debt. I was so mad. I was mad at him, but I was more mad at myself because I taught him about money. But he got to college and there were these tables, free pizza, free money, free t-shirt, free money. He had a really good time his first semester in college. Oh my gosh, we wouldn't bail him out. Haven't always made the right decisions, but that one was. It took him 7 years to get out of debt and repair his credit, but he's as passionate as I am about financial literacy. But that was December of 1992. And that's when I dedicated the rest of my career, really the rest of my life, to financial education, financial literacy, and entrepreneurship education. Because in all my years of business, I've learned an awful lot of how businesses are successful, what they did right, what they didn't do right, and had the opportunity to build several global brands. So I really want to support people in making those decisions, giving them counsel on how to take that next step. And so a few years later, I had started working with the school system to get financial literacy, hence the white hair if you've ever tried to change school systems. And my husband called me again. Remember, every phone call can change your life. And he said, Sharon, I met this guy today that has what you've been looking for. Now, ladies, if your husband called you and said, I met a man today that has what you've been looking for, I still remember where I was. I'm going, okay, honey, tell me more. A little kinky. And this guy walked into his office in flip-flops and Bermuda shorts and a Hawaiian shirt with this idea for a board game. And this is what it looked like. So I challenge you. I ask you, could you draw that? I bet you could. I could even draw it, and I'm terrible. And so I met Robert Kiyosaki at the very first beta test for the board game Cash Flow. I was the only one that got out of the rat race. And I love the concept because it was so consistent with what I teach. And that is buying, building, and creating income producing assets. Say it again, assets. I want you to get really comfortable saying the word assets, because today is all about you. When I share my story, it's only so that you can see things that you can do in your life that's consistent. And so I volunteered to help him commercialize the game because of my experience in the talking book industry. And so I helped him come out with the board game Cash Flow. Many of you may be familiar with it. But in that process, he told me he wanted to charge $200 for the board game. And we're talking 1996. So that's pretty pricey even today for a board game. I said, well, maybe you should write a brochure that explains the philosophy behind building assets that will encourage people to buy the game. And so that's when he asked me to be his partner. So Robert Kiyosaki and I became partners in 1997. And we released Rich Dad, Poor Dad, which was intended to be the brochure to sell the game. So that's a little inside knowledge, a little bit of behind the scenes, as we never expected Rich Dad to take off and be an incredible product on its own right. And this started a 10-year partnership with our company. We thought our brand was Cash Flow. The world said, no, your brand is Rich Dad. And we thought, well, we write one book. And then all of a sudden it was like, no, you're going to write 3. We decided to do a trilogy: Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Cash Flow Quadrant, Rich Dad's Guide to Investing. But yet our students, our customers wanted more. So over our 10-year working relationship, we wrote 15 books together. We ended up in over 108, 110 countries, well over 50 languages. In China, they called us the Purple Storm. Again, understanding how to build that global brand. At the height of our success, we had over 5,000 people working for me, but only 15 to 17 on my payroll, because I understand the power of licensing, the power of association, managing CEO to CEO instead of all those individuals directly. And so these are the types of things that I bring to the table to help entrepreneurs see what they cannot see for themselves, to take your business to the next level, or your personal life. Because you may be very happy as an employee, but it's not what you do for your paycheck that determines your financial success. It's what you do with your paycheck. And so in 2007, we were at the height of our success, but we were no longer aligned with what we wanted to do in the company. And I made the decision to leave Rich Dad. People thought I was nuts. And I actually thought I was nuts too at time, but I don't regret it, because we were no longer aligned. And I had to stand in the truth and stand in what I wanted to do. He wanted to do franchising with the company. I didn't believe in the model. So I made the decision to leave. And so I share this with you because I want to challenge you. Sometimes you have to close a door for other doors of opportunity to open. And a few short months after I left, I got a phone call. I remember one Friday night, I was actually kind of having my own little pity party. Do you ever have a pity party? Saying, what have I done? I didn't regret it, but I was like, what's next? I thought Rich Dad was my legacy. Now, I started the Talking Children's book at 33. I started Rich Dad at 43, and I left Rich Dad at 53. So what am I going to do with the rest of my life? Writing 15 books is like giving birth 15 times. So it was like, oh my gosh, my legacy, I thought, was Rich Dad. And somebody upstairs said, no, there's more for you to do. And that's what I want to tell you as well. No matter what's happened in your life, no matter what stopped you in your tracks, there's more for you to do. What you've experienced, you've survived, and you can help others. And that's when I got the call on a Friday night, having this little pity party. I still see the caller ID say White House. Now, in Arizona, our top florist is called the White House. So I thought, isn't it nice? Somebody's sending me flowers. I know I need a little booster. Well, no, it was that other White House. And back in this, we're talking 2007, it really did show up on the caller ID. I doubt that it still does, but President Bush asked me to be on the very first President's Advisory Council for Financial Literacy. And I served both Bush and Obama, so equal opportunity here, because the issue, it does not have party affiliation. But I share this with you because I wouldn't have had that call had I still been at Rich Dad. So I challenge you, is there a door in your life you need to close so other doors of opportunity can open for you? And this elevated my personal reputation to the point where I realized that no, Rich Dad was just a part of my legacy, that I had more to do. And this gave me a fantastic platform. So I want to support you finding those kind of platforms in your own life. And then a few short months later, in 2008, we know what was happening to the economy. And I got a call from the Napoleon Hill Foundation. Now, Napoleon Hill, whatever your mind can conceive and believe, your mind can achieve. Many people did not know who Napoleon Hill was, or did not know the book Think and Grow Rich. And young people in particularly. And of course, my definition of young is getting a little older, anybody under 50 that didn't know him. But they would know his work. The term mastermind, Napoleon Hill created. The term pay yourself first came from Napoleon Hill. He actually wrote about the law of attraction in 1919, long before the book and the movie, The Secret. The law of attraction, what you think about comes about. And there's nothing to fear but fear itself. And so we wanted to reinvigorate his teachings for the modern readers. And I had such an incredible honor. And I would not have had that phone call, remember every phone call, had I still been a rich dad. So I challenge you again. Is there something in a door in your life you need to close for other doors to open? Right. And so since then, I've had 4 books with the foundation. Absolutely love my relationship with them. 3 Feet from Gold, Outwitting the Devil, which I'll share a little bit more later. Think and Grow Determined Success and Something Greater. You just never know when those opportunities are going to be there. You need to put yourself in the position of highest and greatest potential. But I want to bring it back to you because I want to remind you to think about what are those things, what are those reels that are running in your brain, right? What's your motivation and your why? All right. And then I'm going to challenge you again with why not? All right. But let's think about how we can set small goals that will feed your motivation. And I always say, let's celebrate the wins, the little wins. My team used to laugh at me. I go, yes, we have these big goals, but I want to have intermediate goals. And then I want to have little wins. Every single day, what can we celebrate? Because that feeds you and it feeds your subconscious mind. You cannot celebrate in fear, right? You have faith and fear. You can't do it at the same time. Fill your mind with celebration and faith, and you will see the world change before you. And I'm sure you've seen this before, SMART goals, being specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, time-bound. And I'm really good at goal setting, except for the time-bound piece. I typically don't give myself a time barrier, and I'm bad at that. And I'm trying to work harder on changing that. And the attainable, oftentimes people use is accountable. So do you write your goals down? All right. Because that, again, that's how we learn. Remember I said your visual, your auditory, kinetic, that's writing it down. That's how you learn, taking notes, listening, watching. That's why I use PowerPoint. You know, as a keynote speaker trained in NLP, I can be more effective. I can get higher sales by not using PowerPoint. That's been proven. But that's not my goal. My goal is not to have higher sales. My goal is to make more of an impact. I want to make an impact on what you hear, what you see, what you feel, and driving you to action. All right. And it takes, when you write down your goals, it becomes reality. Okay. A wish becomes a dream, becomes a goal, becomes reality. All right. And then when you have a checklist, sometimes when I do my to-do list, I intentionally put on a few things that are like really easy that I can check because it gives me that internal accomplishment feel. All right. So that's my little insight. Do that because it makes you feel better, gets you going a little bit better. And then when you start doing that, it becomes a habit. And all of a sudden you're seeing yourself accomplish more and more and more. You know, I think about it. I've got my goals in my head. Nope, those are just wishes. Those aren't goals. Let's write them down. Post them everywhere. I have things in my bathroom window. I have them in my car. I have them in my purse, just as reminders. And, you know, a lot of people don't like the word budget. I don't actually. So I use the word spending plan. Let's determine your short-term, your long-term financial goals. It may be a desire to buy something. It might be a desire to build something, or it might be a desire to get to a certain level of income. And the first is to figure out where you are. Identify how you're spending money right now. And during tax time, it's a good time because you're having to pull all that together. And then, let's see where you can improve. What I do in my programs, I help people get how they've spent their money, and then I compare it to the national average based on where you live. And it may immediately identify an area that you can focus on right away to get the greatest and quickest results. And then make a commitment, a decision. Okay. Indecision is a decision. Make a decision to take action, to have those little wins each and every day, and check your spending regularly. So what happens when I talk about paying down bad debt? I say, list all your credit cards. A lot of people say attack the highest interest rate first. No, I go, let's go to the credit card with the lowest balance. Let's attack that first. Let's get that paid off, because then you're going to feel powerful. And then start looking at the high interest rates. Let's feel good about ourselves. We want to lose 50 pounds. In a few days, I'm going to give up. But if I have that 50-pound goal and I go, okay, I want to lose 5 pounds in the next 10 days, much more attainable, little win. And all of a sudden I wake up and that 5 pounds, next 5 pounds, I'm a lot closer to 50 pounds. Allowing yourself to have that pathway and those benchmarks makes a big difference. Because at the end of the day, it's all up to you. Your financial life can change. You can expand your means by buying and creating assets, or you can live below your means by reducing your expenses, or you can do both. And that's what I want to support you in doing, because financial confidence is so much better than financial stress. And instead of making a living, it allows you to make a life when you have that ability to have financial confidence, because you are in control of your money and it's not in control of you. So for those of you that have read Rich Dad, you know that I introduced these boxes in the book, and it talks about what happens to us as a kid. And this is part of why we end up with this scarcity mindset. We get our first job and the money comes in and it goes out, and then we fall in love. And so there's 2 incomes, and you have a bigger house or extra furniture and big screen TV. And so you have liabilities. But what's empty? Say it. Asset. Okay, I'm going to make asset. I want you to be really comfortable with the word asset. And you've got all this debt, and all of a sudden it's harder to get ahead because you're the only one making money. You're your only asset. If you don't get out of bed, you don't make money. And this has come home very soundly in the last year and a half. So this is what we want to focus on. This is your business, whether you are employed or not. Your personal asset column is your business, because assets put money in your pocket. And that's what I want you to focus on, where you are today and where you need to be. So be honest with yourself as to what kind of assets you have right now. Now, our second book with Rich Dad is called The Cash Flow Quadrant, and it talks a lot about mindset, the 4 ways we make money: employee, self-employed, business owner, investor. Now, on the left side, this is what school teaches us. We are taught to be employees. We are taught to work for someone else. We are taught to be a specialist, a doctor, a lawyer, a salesperson, as an S. And the left side is all about you. You are the asset. The problem is there's only so many hours in the day and only so many days in the week. And I bet a few of you are going, yeah, you feel it. Heaviness, right? That's what this is. You need more income. It means you have to work harder. And that's what I want you to be free of that. I want you to understand, invest that time right now. Be really invested in what you're doing by buying, building, creating an asset that becomes an economic engine on the right side of the quadrant, as a business owner, as an investor. And that's my superpower, is helping you move to the right side of the quadrant, how to buy, build, or create those assets. Say it again, assets. Assets are sexy. And the older you become, the sexier they become, because that's what gives you financial freedom. So be really honest. Now, as I sit before you right now, I still make money out of all 4 quadrants. There's nothing wrong with that. As an employee, I'm an employee of my own companies. I have a speaking business and mentoring business, so I get paid for that. And then I own multiple businesses with my husband, and we have a lot of investments that make us money. And so, but my husband and I make far more money on the right side of the quadrant than we do on the left side. And that's what I want for you. I want you to think about how you're shifting to the right side of the quadrant, because assets put money in your income, into your pocket. Assets feed you, liabilities eat you. And that all comes back to you. How are you investing your time? Are you spending it for money? Are you wasting your time? Or are you investing your time in buying, building, creating assets? What kind of assets? Businesses, paper assets, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, real estate, where you have a rental property where your tenant pays you and all the expenses are paid and you still have positive cash flow. And then intellectual property, also one of my superpowers. Intellectual property helps you create businesses. It's what you know up here. You sharing what you know so that people can access it 24/7 and pay you money for it, whether it be a book or an online program or an invention, right? Your competitive advantage in your business is intellectual property. So I want to show you how to do that. Now, people, you may not have a business, you may be an employee, and that's okay. All right. It's not what you do for your paycheck, it's what you do with your paycheck. And so I show you how you can take that and reinvest it, have a business on part-time business on the side, invest in something else, invest in paper assets, because you can start a business from scratch. You can buy an existing business. You can buy a franchise, which is usually more expensive, but that has proven systems. Or you can join a network marketing company. All of these ways that you can start a business. The issue is, are you holding yourself back? Think about what you can do to facilitate. Investing in real estate is starting a business, right? Successful businesses solve a problem or serve a need. But I want you to think about the comparison of that with a 3-legged stool, right? You can have the greatest product or service, and you can train yourself to be the best salesperson. But what happens when you only have 2 legs on a 3-legged stool, right? Nothing good. You have to build the platform and the business and the systems around that so that your successful business can be sustainable and scalable. All right. And that's what I want to support you in doing, because you need to put in the time and the effort. When you build a house, you have to go down first. You have to have a strong foundation. And then you have to have plumbing and electrical systems to be able to create a home. It's the same thing in a business. You need the foundation. You know, people say, well, that's not the sexy part, the legal side. Oh my gosh, yes, it is, because that's what gives you the strength of that business that allows it to be exponentially growing, because you've got this strong foundation. And it's such an important thing to do, and have the right counsel of people that can support you in doing that. You know, my husband and I put together a program called The Essential Components of a Successful Business, but this is what I teach. The framework of your business is your mission. What is the problem you solve? What's the need you serve? Okay. Your team. Do you have the right people on your team? Do you have people that are strong where you are weak? Do you have a mentor giving you counsel, right? Or, you know, who's on your team? Your vendors, and then your own personal leadership. Many times as entrepreneurs, we're great innovators. We get things started, but we're not very good at the day-to-day. So being the leader, making sure you empower the right people to do that is so important, because that's what keeps your business together, and that allows it to scale. Now, the legal foundation, the legal structure, your contracts, your agreements. In this world today, you've probably paid somebody to do your website. Maybe you paid somebody to do headshots for you. And we live in a world of outsourcing. You may not own them. You need to make sure that your agreements say that it's a work for hire, that when you pay them for those headshots, they're yours to use as you want. When you pay for that website, it becomes your intellectual property. Such an important issue in today's world. Available resources. You know, people think you don't have to have cash to make cash. right? When we built Rich Dad, Robert and I each put in $1,500 for the first print run of books. We never had to put another cash because we built within the success of the company. And we had other people coming to us, other people's time, energy, resources, and their money. Warner Books to help us print and ship books, publishing houses around the world. When we wanted to do infomercials, I said, I don't really like infomercials. So if I'm going to do it, I want it to be the top quality. Time Life came. They spent their time, their energy, their systems in helping us build that messaging for Rich Dad around the world. And so understanding available resources come from many different areas. Relationships, that's that power of association. Understanding the people that have helped you get here, keep them on the bus, let them continue supporting you, but understanding you may need new relationships as you continue to grow and get larger. Communications and marketing, you can have the greatest product in the world, but if you don't have the systems, which is the next one, in place to let people know about you, to let them know how they can buy for you, how you produce your products, how you market it, how people pay you, that's the business systems, and then how you provide customer service. All those things are so very important. And I suggest you think about what areas in your business you need to work on. And of course, the very top thing is deliverable, your product or service. So most of us are thinking about the product or deliverable, and we're not thinking about all these other elements to build the structure of our business. Now, my most recent book, Exit Rich, I'm very excited about it because it really comes and talks about building that strong business. It's not just selling your business, but this book is geared to support you build that strength in your business, understand the importance of your people, your product, the processes, the business systems, and the intellectual property. What gives you competitive advantage? What makes you uniquely different than other companies? And then your patrons, your database. What I see today so often, and many of you, this may have actually be an issue for you as well. You've worked really hard. You have a huge presence in social media, whether it be Instagram or Clubhouse or Facebook, LinkedIn, TikTok, Instagram. And that's fantastic. But those are lead generation tools. You don't own those names. They can get turned off at the click of a finger, as we've seen. You want to invite them home. You want to entice them to come to your database so that you have them in your database. Many companies are sold simply for the databases. And so make sure that you've nurtured them and you understand how to nurture that customer journey. So you build that relationship, as I said at the beginning, so you're in service, not just selling. You have a relationship with those customers, and that gives you lifetime of income sales. And then profits. And most people just focus on the product and the profits. And if you don't build everything else in between, you're not going to see the results you want. And Steve Forbes calls the book a gold mine for entrepreneurs, a friend of mine. Lots of different testimonials. And I'm so honored that this is the week. You're hearing it here first, that we've had the Wall Street Journal bestseller list in USA Today. And so it's really always understanding we don't know what we don't know. Many of you may have heard of Laura Langemeyer. When she first left corporate America, she knew what she wanted to do, but she didn't have it ready. And so if you're looking at trying to make a transition, but you're not quite sure what business, find somebody you believe in and become an affiliate while you're building up your own business so that you have that cash flow. So when she left corporate America, she helped us build the Rich Dad's game sales and trainings. And in doing that, she generated cash flow while she started building her own business. So what seems insurmountable is not. We talk about those little wins. And then today, it's never been easier to find somebody you believe in. Brian has tons of resources for you, ways that you can support. Find somebody that has an affiliate program that you believe in. We offer one, at my company, where people who want to support the messaging can do that and make money doing it. But if you're ready to actually start building your own company based on your expertise, your knowledge, and your authority, okay, you're an expert, you're the expert. I want you to be the authority. All right. And that's by becoming the recognized thought leader. Using your influence to create awareness, start us aligning with other experts in your field, and take what you know and start creating a tangible asset that can help other people learn from you, whether it be books, online programs, or an invention. And then make sure you build that business system to share your expertise. And there's so many people there to support you. And this new academy that Brian's folks are putting together for you is a great way to find those kind of resources. And then make sure you're nurturing the customer journey. A lot of free content. I do a lot of free talks all during the week to support my community because I want them to know that I'm there to support them. Their win is my win, right? And that's where I want to see them elevate themselves in financial literacy. And then look at other people's money, time, and resources to leverage your success. And that comes to you. Remember, every phone call can change your life. That comes to you when you've done these other things, when you have positioned yourself in the position of greatest and highest potential, your phone starts ringing. That's when you know you become an authority, when your phone is ringing. And so every phone call can change your life. This is one of my dear friends and clients, Sherry Matthews. She is a survivor of breast cancer, and she was just horrified at how they treated her, the garments that they gave her in the hospital. And so she did something about it. Her background is engineering. She created an incredible clothing line that helps women and men going through breast cancer have pockets for the kinds of drains and everything. And she's got a third patent on the way. And as understanding to seek the information you need to build the financial future you deserve. We don't know what we don't know. And so we supported her in creating that opportunity so that she could create this incredible, she's now impacted over 40,000 people around the world with her technology. Another one of my clients out of the UK, she was a very, very powerful coach, but she wanted, we said, we need to create assets. So we created several brands, and her accountant said, whatever you're doing, keep doing it because your income increased 500%. You already have everything you need to create a business. Just taking the steps and learning from the people that you need to create the life that you deserve. Because income from assets, you are the asset if it's just you working for money on the left side of the quadrant. I want your money to work for you, which means your assets have been created and they're working for you. Now, think about all the kind of income that you get. Active income. I make income on all of these on the active because I choose to. At the point in my life, I don't have to do these things because I have all this stuff on the right side: real estate, books, royalties, online courses, affiliate marketing, online membership, certifications, licensing. All right. All of these generate passive income from assets. So the left side is, again, you getting out of bed and you having to work. The right side is what I want you to start focusing on, how to build that passive income stream to support you and your family. And do you feel like are you overwhelmed? Don't be. One step at a time. I want to support you one step at a time. Now, this is my ranch in Young, Arizona, Cherry Creek Lodge. And my husband and I, when we got married, he told me he wanted a survival property. So I want to share with you that we walk the talk. And it was about 16 years ago, we found this property. We were looking for 10 acres somewhere. This is a whole lot bigger than that. It's 300 acres and 40,000 acre grazing rights of the Tonto National Forest. And we both fell in love with it, though, because it's a piece of American and Arizona history. The bloodiest, the most famous feud in America is called Hatfields and McCoys. The second most famous is Tewksbury's and Graham's, are also called the Pleasant Valley War. It was actually the deadliest feud, and we actually own the Tewksbury Ranch, so it's the site of a lot of history. And we just fell in love with it. But I said, okay, if we're going to invest this kind of money into this property, we need to make it an asset. Say it again, asset. So when you see this picture of cows, you see cows, I see assets. Those cows give me babies every single year. And we built a beautiful lodge where we have business retreats, and we have people there, and it's open to the public for people to come and just get away for a weekend. It's totally in the middle of the Tonto National Forest, totally off the grid, solar power, our own well water, best aquifer in the state of Arizona. But I share this with you because you may have something already that could be converted into an asset. And so we talk about business and intellectual property. Let's talk a little bit about real estate. There's lots of different ways to invest in real estate, more now than ever. And so do you have real estate? When we talk about, a lot of financial planners talk about the need for diversification, but usually they're talking about paper assets, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and that's important. But when I talk about diversification, I talk about across all asset categories: stocks, bonds, mutual funds, real estate, business, right? And so today I'm not here to motivate you, because that's outside external pressure. I'm here to inspire you to take action, to do one thing to improve your financial life. And when you do one thing, it's so much easier to do the second one and the third one. So really analyze where you are today, because I want to support you in taking that first step. Now, real estate it has advantages no matter where you are in the world. There are tax laws that support you in your country. But let's say you're putting 20% down, the bank's giving you 80%. You own 100% of it, pretty good deal. You have 100% of the appreciation, 100% of the depreciation tax benefits, depending on where you live. Those can be adjusted. But that's the ultimate leverage. It allows you to scale and grow. But then when you have to take an honest look at your liabilities, there's good debt and there's bad debt. And far too many people get themselves into bad debt. Good debt accelerates your financial freedom. And yes, that truly is a picture of a toilet on my screen, because I want to drive home a point. Bad debt keeps you back. It keeps you in a world of money controlling you. So take a real honest look at your bad debt. For those of you that are familiar with Monopoly, I want you to own Boardwalk. I want you to be in such control of your money that you sleep peacefully at night and people are attracted to you. Because financial freedom is when the income from your assets exceeds your monthly expenses. It's not millions of dollars, ladies and gentlemen. When I first met Robert Kiyosaki, when I got that phone call from my husband, he lived in a 2-bedroom condo and they owned 2 small apartment complexes, making $100,000 a year of passive income, and their living expenses were $35,000. They were financially free. And I want you to hear that. It does not have to be millions of dollars. Understanding your monthly expenses and then buying, building, creating assets that generate income. And when that income exceeds your monthly expenses, you're financially free. So I want you to really put some thought to that. Think about what your monthly expenses are and start using that as a target. But let's talk about mindset, because as I started, a lot of things happen to us inside our subconscious, and sometimes it takes us a while to dig it out. So financial values are different for different people. And that's how I'm different from other people that teach about money and entrepreneurship. Is everything I teach has a money action as well as a mindset action, because we have to elevate our mindset at the same time we take action. Or you find people like lottery winners or sports stars that get these giant bonuses and payouts, and then they're broke again in 5 years. Why? Because they didn't change their mindset about money. And so financial values, let's talk about a few. Purchasing power, okay? I want to be able to buy what I want when I want it. And that's great. That I have this one, but sometimes it triggers us to go into debt. That I don't want you to have happen. Security. Some people, I just want to be secure. I don't want millions and billions. I just want to be secure. Others is I want to make enough money so I can help other people. I want to make a difference. Another one is status. I want people to know I have money. And along that line, validation of success. You want people to see the validation of your true success, right? And freedom. This one's a big one for me. Since I was 25 and left public accounting, I am not a very good employee. I don't like to be controlled by others. And so I want that freedom. But I understand in order for me to truly have that freedom, I have to buy, build, and create those assets to support me. And then other people just want they just want a simple and happy life. So all of those values, there's nothing wrong with any of them. You can have several of these, but it helps you identify your why. It helps you identify what's important to you so that you can make steps in alignment with your financial values. You're different from the person next to you on the screen. So to tune in to who you are and what you want so that you can make the decisions that are best suited for you. But let's talk about what holds us back, what gets us in our way. Lack of focus on what we want, lack of clarity, not doing goals, and lack of passion and motivation simply because we haven't figured out what we want. And wrong associations. I've talked to you today a lot about power of association. Are you surrounding yourself with people who support you or pull you back? And bad habits, I have a few. How about you? But a big one is fear. Just afraid to do something different. We're kind of inside our comfort zone. Lack of self-confidence is a big one. And the second book I did with the Napoleon Hill Foundation helped me understand that psyche that holds us back. It's called Outwitting the Devil. And actually, Napoleon Hill wrote it in 1938, after just the year after he published Think and Grow Rich. And the title scared his wife, so it got hidden away for 73 years. I was so honored to bring it out because in it, he talks about how fear holds us back and how we can break through that fear. And definiteness of purpose is the first step, understanding what you want and setting a course to get it. What is your why? What is it you want to do? What problem do you want to solve? What need do you serve? What gets you out of bed in the morning? All right. When you have a bad day, you remind yourself of what your definiteness of purpose does, and it gives you that energy to jump out of bed and keep going. Mastery over self, maybe a downer, but it is all about being accountable to yourself and learning from adversity. We all have things happen to us, but are we going to learn from it? Right? So many people make a mistake and they feel like it defines them as a failure. A failure or a mistake is an occurrence, not a definition. Will somebody write that in the chat? A failure or mistake is an occurrence, not a definition. Say, okay, this happened. What am I supposed to learn from it? And keep going forward. Such a huge issue for so many people because they want to be perfect. They can't let go of the fact that something did not go perfectly. Controlling your environment. What do you have coming into your brain? What are you listening to? What are you watching? Who are you hanging out with? Are they people who want you to succeed or people who pull you back? Sometimes it's your own family. And, I say, well, we need a little cone of protection. Because understand that if it's your family, it's not really about you. It's about them. They see you making progress, you taking steps to improve your life, and they're not. And so instead of getting on board and doing something for themselves, they try to pull you back into their comfort zone. And so when you change and look at it that way, you can say, okay, put this cone of protection on, because once you start creating success in your life, they're going to be your biggest cheerleaders. Then they're going to ask you for a loan. But be true to yourself. Control that environment. Surround yourself with people that want you to succeed. And you've already made that choice by being here today. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud for you. Incredible information here. But don't just listen and write it down. Commit to take action. And then controlling time. Are you spending time or are you investing time? For the last year and a half, a lot of people just sat there and binged Netflix. This was a time for us to invest our time into how do we recalibrate? How do we build our business? How do we move forward to create what we deserve? controlling your time is such a big one. And then once you start doing all this, it becomes harmony. You have good habits replacing bad habits, and being always aware, because time is our only precious resource. We can make money, lose money, and make it back. But time, and believe me, it's more and more prevalent for me. I'm 67. So it's like, okay, I'm on that last quarter. I want to make sure I make an impact. And every day is precious. In the book, 3 Feet from Gold, I talk about your personal success equations. I'd like for you to write this down for yourself as I go through this. You know, P plus T, your passion, your talent. That's that left side of the quadrant. You know, what is it you want? My passion actually came from anger. I was mad we weren't teaching kids about money in school. That passion burns as brilliant today as it did in 1992. My talent, accounting, years of accounting experience, years of publishing. And most of us stop there. We think we have to do everything on our own. And I want to challenge you, because success comes association. You've heard me say that word a lot today. Power of association, having the right people around you, having the right people supporting you, right? And then action. Congratulate yourself for taking action, for being with us today. But again, commit to action. That's what drives you forward. Are you proactive or reactive? Let's be proactive for our own success. And then the last piece is faith, having faith in yourself, having faith in what you're doing, having faith that it's needed and necessary, having faith that it will succeed. I have faith in you. When I start working with people, it's usually the power of association and faith that need the most work. And you know what? They go hand in hand. When you have the right people around you and you have a bad day, they lift you up. So look at this as it relates to your life. What do you need to change? Do you need a new association? Do you need a little higher self-confidence? You know, people say, I'm afraid to ask for help. And I go, just retool that thought process. Instead of thinking of asking for help from someone, think of it as showing a sign of respect. They have succeeded in something that can help you. Their counsel can help you. And so it's a respect to them, as a compliment to them, that you're asking them for help. But it's such a time right now. I'm on a mission to help people get rid of the financial stress and become more financially confident. I want to help you support that financial mindset that will free you of all the negativity that was programmed into your brain, and understand how to use good debt and get rid of bad debt, right? But in doing that, we're going to identify that programming and get rid of it and replace it with good thoughts about money, understanding the impact that you can make by solving problems and serving needs to create the financial future that you deserve. And in doing so, it becomes easy. You've heard the statement, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. That's because they don't know what they don't know. The rich learn about it at home, so they keep doing it. If we truly want a level playing field, we'll make sure every child gets taught about money in school. Another one of my clients, I just love it. She went through one of my programs. In 3 months, she paid down almost $71,000 of bad debt. Would you like to do that? It's making a choice and taking action. We're here to support you in doing that. So the first step is figure out where you are. My dad said a map doesn't do you good if you don't know where you are and where you want to go. And so part of that is addressing your mindset and then getting real about where you are financially. What actions do you need to take? You know, and the second one is just get started. Creating an action plan, not a budget, spending plan, action plan. Those little steps are going to help you get to where you deserve to be. You know, and figure out what those stumbling blocks are, because they're going to become apparent when I take you through this program. We're going to help you identify those areas. And then you're going to see little steps of progress that all of a sudden become exponential stairways of progress. And then you're going to be at the top of the building and the skyscraper, because you found a way to control your money to support you in growing and giving back. Get a mentor. One of my clients here, and I tell you, I'm so proud of everybody I work for or at work with, because I step into their world to help them see opportunities that they haven't seen for themselves. So who is your mentor? Don't do it on your own. That power of association is so important. And you have a great opportunity with Brian's new academy to get those kind of resources, because they're bringing mentors together. And who do you need to add to your team? Such an incredible opportunity, and the timing is now. Take action, be decisive. This young gal is very high up in Amazon, helps people understand how to build their Amazon business. And so she was doing well financially, but she wasn't managing her money. And she now says, now I can serve my family and my employees and my community. The giving back piece and feeling confident about the money. Could you feel more confident? And these guys, I'm so proud of them, Dr. Dave and Dr. Troy. They're chiropractors, and they retired many years ago, very successful. But then they decided to talk about the importance of goal setting, and they started a brand called ULA. And they wrote a book, and all of a sudden they have 1 million followers around the globe. A network marketing came and did a bunch of ULA essential oils, and another one did ULA teas. And about a year ago, they pulled back all their branding, and they've just launched a new company, brand new. Actually, this week they launched it, talking about goal setting, how to create the life you want. And I'm just so proud of them. But I've worked with them for 7 or 8 years, and they said, when you're looking to find out who you're going to listen to, right? Look for mentors who don't teach from a position of theory, but from a lifetime of been there, done that. And that's so true. That's the counsel, not the opinion, seeking counsel. And then this is Brandon Dawson, and I spoke with him over 10 years ago. He had a company called Audigy that he grew very, very quickly. He sold it for $151 million. 77 times EBITDA, incredible. EBITDA is earnings before income tax, depreciation, and amortization. But it's such an incredible story because it's a hearing aid company. And I went, and I spoke for his group many times. But when he sold it, he took a year off and played, and then realized he needed to give back, and he wanted to help other entrepreneurs. And so he joined forces with Grant Cardone, and they started Cardone Ventures. And he was speaking 3 years ago at the big giant stadium in Miami. And all of a sudden my phone starts blowing up because he's talking about the mentors that help elevate him. And there I am. I get people, you're on this Jumbotron. It's like, wow. And I kind of like the company. Warren Buffett, Michael Gerber, John Maxwell, Jim Collins, my goodness. And you never know the people's hearts that you're impacting. So I talk about my Play Big movement as being number one in your field, being the authority, living your legacy. Your legacy is created every single day with every heart you touch. I had no idea he was going to do this. But what an incredible honor to be highlighted in such a way. And maximum impact, that's what I want for you. All right. But then you have to overcome what's holding you back. Let's figure out what those are and overcome them. And realize, again, mistakes are an occurrence, not a definition. And once you start realizing that they actually don't pull you back, they push you forward because you learn from them and you can accelerate your success, right? Every defeat, every disappointment, every adversity carries seeds of equal benefits. And I shared this with you at the very beginning when my worst business decision became my best life decision, right? Horrible business decision is how I met my husband. So understanding that seed of an equal or greater benefit. When I left Rich Dad 11 years later, I got a letter of apology from Robert Kiyosaki. Sometimes it takes a while to get what that benefit is. And then spend less than you earn. Spend less than you earn. Taking a couple of actions now that accelerate your opportunity for growth. All right. Identifying, and that's a money tree on purpose. I want you to see that tree because I want you to create those trees. I want you to create those assets that generate money for you. So getting real about your habits around money is so important. And then start establishing the plan that the steps you're going to take to create those assets that are going to drive you forward. And then let's get rid of the bad debt. Focus on it. It's no time like the present to get rid of it. And every dollar you pay down in bad debt accelerates your progress even more quickly. You know, and not all debt, as I said, there's good debt and bad debt. Would you lend money to yourself, I guess, is the question you want to ask. So let's empower ourselves, free ourselves of bad debt. And then let's increase our income. How's that sound? Okay, let's get into results-driven action. Investing in assets, buying, building, creating assets, shifting into abundance. And as I take you through my process, again, it's up here, as well as your wallet and your brain. Both have to have action. And that's so important for you to have long-term change to create that financial confidence. So I want you to think about the personal success equation, the associations that you need. You're right here. You've created association with me today, have associations with Brian and this entire team. So you're making some fantastic decisions. What else do you need to decide on? All right. I love the associations I have. It's honored in the world's greatest motivators. And I'm all over Clubhouse now because we have the opportunity to impact so many people. But these strategic partnerships, licensing, joint ventures, outsourcing, this is the way to expand your leverage in today's world. So finding those right alliances where both organizations can profit and increase. As I mentioned, Brandon joined Grant Cardone and Cardone Ventures, and now they've come to me and we're talking about doing some things together in the future. This is the power of the phone, right? Of them reaching out and saying, we want to talk to you about the value you can add, the counsel that you can add to our organization. I want the same thing for you. But now I challenge you. Are you ready to take action? Are you ready to do something different than what you've been doing before today? Say yes. I want to see it in the chat. Are you willing to take action? Are you an action taker? Or are you letting life just pass you by? Because indecision is the thief of opportunity. It keeps you from seeing those opportunities. Take the blinders off. Instead of saying, I can't afford it, which again is that negative close, change your words. How can I afford it? Do you feel the difference? How can I afford it? It triggers your entrepreneurial spirit. You immediately want to figure out a way. That's what you want. And if you have children, don't tell them they can't afford something or you can't afford it. Tell them, Johnny, Mary, how can you afford it? And believe me, they get so creative. It's amazing what they will come up with to earn what they want, and let them do that. That's them setting a goal, being creative on how to achieve it, achieving it, and then celebrate with them. And you're going to see their self-confidence grow right in front of your face. Don't let your indecision today be the thief of your opportunity. And so when I talk about this, I have a course that I'm typically, if you go to my website, it's almost $1,500, but today it's going to be very, very inexpensive because I want to support you. I brought the price way down because of the pandemic. I want to assess your financial situation. I want to help you create that action plan. I want to be your mentor to help you along the way. And I want you to identify and overcome your obstacles by spending less than you earn. I want you to eliminate your bad debt. And I want to help you create new assets, new opportunities for yourself and your family. Now, This is not just a short little course. This is an online mentoring course that you can do from the comfort of your home or office. It's got 21 videos, downloadable workbooks. All right. The workbooks have things about action steps for your mind, action steps for your money. I have a private Facebook group, so you have access to me. You can ask me anything. Every week I do additional. So it's a combination of access whenever you want from the comfort of your own home, 24/7, lifetime access, and access to me in a way, and access to other people in the course. You can ask within the course, or you can come into the Facebook. And I do quarterly live Q&As with people to help them, support them in moving forward. And I challenge you to think about, what action are you taking? Right? I've had clients amazing, her credit score is the highest it's ever been. The other one, Kim, who reduced $72,000 of bad debt. What a freeing experience. Oh my gosh. And after she got rid of the $72,000 in bad debt, she turned around and got rid of 50 pounds because of her level of stress was decreased. I'm so proud of her. I'm joyful walking in the direction of my freedom. All right. Learning how to listen about money is crucial. Right. My vision was blurred, but now I have focus and hope for the future. This is what I want for you. Tried and true principles. I've been in this business for a long time. I've helped millions of people take control of their financial lives. I know what works. And it has to do with starting here and then taking the actions. So in this course, you're going to get all these elements: where you are, assessment, action plan, finding the right mentor, overcoming your obstacles, spending less than you earn, getting rid of that bad debt, and shifting to that. And so the course itself, again, it's in the comfort of your home. It's a 21-part series of videos and workbooks, the private Facebook, and you get to ask me anything. So you have access to me. My mentoring clients right now are $50,000 a year. I have group mentoring at $5,000 to $10,000. This course on my website is $1,497 because I am so appreciative of Brian and his team. We're making it available to you for only $97, which is really kind of the price of a dinner. It's also really the price of onboarding new clients, because I made it the determination to reduce the price when the pandemic hit, because so many people were struggling. I want you to find that information at your fingertips that can support you in making that decision, taking that action that is going to allow you to create the next chapter of your life. Because if you don't do something, nothing's going to change. Now, many of you may feel like you're financially secure. So we've made this opportunity. If you sign up for the course and you want to give it away to someone, a $1,497 course, you can reach out to us and let us know, and we'll change the reservation to their email. All right. So you can sign up for it and give it as a gift to someone. One person per course, or a couple can do it together. But if you want to buy it and then gift it to someone, we will transfer the ownership or the email address to someone else. And we've had a lot of people do that, hundreds, where it's like the gift of financial education is the gift of a lifetime. There may be somebody in your life that you've talked to, you're blue in the face trying to get them to do something different. And they're just not going to listen because they have too much junk, stinking thinking, I call it. This may help them because it's not coming directly from you. It's something that they can actually see and listen to me talking to them about why they think the way they do and how we can adjust it and make their life better. But it's something that I really want you to think about. What action are you taking? And what have you spent $97 on? I mean, I can tell you there's a lot of information that I guarantee you. I've had thousands of people through this course that have generated incredible financial confidence as a result of taking it. And for those of you that sign up today, we're going to do a special Q&A with me, a live webinar as a follow-up to this, to make sure you get a fast track started into this program. But I just want you to eye to eye, and I'm going to have them put the link in the chat, because I just want to talk to you face to face. So lean in, eye to eye. Okay. I adore you. You are fabulous. I want you to stand tall. I want you to find your destiny. You're already creating your legacy. You know, my definition of success is not money in the bank. It's how you feel about yourself when you look in the mirror. It has nothing to do with the reflection. It's all here. So everything I do starts here. Who are you? Do you want to provide a future for your family? I think yes. You're starting a business. Okay, when you start a business, do you want something that you're going to have to work at till the day you die? Or do you want to create something that's going to build in value, generate revenue, and give you your time back? I think the second one. But too often, we're not building the foundation of that business that allows it to be what we want it to be. And so I'm asking you now, ask yourself, are you taking action for yourself and your family? Are you taking action for that individual that you really love and adore, that you know could benefit from this information? I have the honor of being associated with Brian and Saj. I am thrilled to have the association with you now. And if you have some questions, please go ahead and put them in. I want to be here to support you. And this program helps me take you through that process to generate where we need the most input. So ask yourself, what is it in your brain that is holding you back? What is it that's keeping you from that? Somebody asked about my ATMs. I have a daily program that's a daily message of positivity. But this Money Mastery program is going to help you create that financial path. It's going to dig deep into your financial. It's my challenge to you, all right, is ask the folks at RealSuccess. We've had tremendous feedback from people that have taken this course. And it's something that, I sit before you because I believe in you. I have people buying the course every single day from my website at $14.97. But this relationship and this association that I have, Brian wants you to have this access to this information. And with what's happened with the pandemic, I absolutely want to be there to support you as well. Somebody asked how long the course is. The course is 21 videos. It's totally, you have lifetime access. You can sit and plow through the whole thing in a week, or you can do one a week. It's totally self-paced, but I have weekly broadcasts in the private Facebook group. So I give you additional information. I have additional information within the course that you can ask questions. And once you have the opportunity to be there, you have lifetime access. So is it a one-time fee or is there upsells? The $97 is the course for the Money Mastery course. I do have other programs, but this is what we're talking about is the Money Mastery course that you will be enrolled in. So, and if somebody is asking if they don't seem to have access, just email us info@Sharon and we'll see what happened with your registration so we can do that. But it's something that, I believe in you. The question is, do you believe in yourself? And yes, we can do song and dance and get you all excited and motivated, but I think nothing's going to change if you don't. And what action do you need to do? What is the one thing that you can do today to improve your life. And that is take action. Decide to seek out, to find out the information that can help you take the next step. Again, we don't know what we don't know. And every single one of us has equal opportunity. And the way the world has become so global, you're not even limited. And we want to support you in finding that opportunity. Because what happens when we are fearful, it's like we have blinders. We look down, right? And I want you to get rid of the blinders and look up in faith. Because when you look up in faith, those opportunities are right there. 8.5 years ago, I lost my youngest son. And my world went into numb, the world of numb. I lived in neutral. And it was that way for a couple of years. I couldn't even get out of bed in the morning. And I actually started thinking about retiring. And about 5 years ago, I made the decision to play big again. As I shared with you, I played with the Disney, the Warners, the Time Lifes. But all of a sudden, I just started playing really small. And when I made the decision, maybe I should retire, I got a lot of pushback from family and friends. And in fact, I think I heard my son going, "Get over it, Mom. There's more for you to do." And I realized a lot of people have issues that stop them in their tracks, particularly the last year and a half: death, divorce, illness, financial setback. But you're still here for a reason. And I made that decision to play big again and start doing things like this to be number one in the field, to help you become number one in the field, to live your legacy and create maximum impact. And it's actually helped me fill a little bit of the hole in my heart to continue being of service to support people. And I think it's important for you to understand, no matter what you've been through, you're still here. And there's more in God's plan for you. And it's something that, take the bull by the horn and know that what you've been through, you can help others going through that as well. And you can turn it into something that's very positive for yourself and your family. And I think it's never too late. It's never too late. I get that a lot. I'm too old. No, you're not. As I said, I'm 67. I'm starting 3 new companies right now. Right? It's never too late to start new. And very few people have one career. As I said, I was a CPA in public accounting. At 33, I started the Talking Book. At 43, I started Rich Dad. At 53, I started working in the foundation. 67, I'm starting 3 new companies. So what are you doing? And remember what your own financial values are. Because I share my story with you today because I want you to relate to me. I don't want you to have that easy for her to say. Because success is not a straight line. I think Peter said there are no straight lines in nature. I thought that was good. It is not a straight line. You go have a success, you have a setback. Success, setback. The issue is always getting back up. Always getting back up. And know that you have the opportunity to create a bigger, more expansive success in your life. But not if you don't take action. And for those of you that are mentioning that you can't afford it, I challenge you, find a way. It's $97. Find a way to afford it. Have a garage sale, right? Have a way, go babysit for somebody for a few days, right? That's an opportunity. It's a challenge to you to find the money, to experience and find the education, the counsel, because this course is all about counsel that will help you find that next best path for your life. And, challenge me. You have the opportunity to challenge me within the course or through my Facebook group. If you have a particular struggle or a challenge, we're here to support you. And, self-sabotage is the number one cause of people not reaching this success. So are you in the midst of self-sabotage? I did it. I've done it. There are still things about my life that I know I'm self-sabotaging that I have to deal with every single day. None of us are perfect. But when you have the right, go back to that personal success equation, your passion and your talent, that power of association, taking the right action, and having confidence in yourself. And that self-sabotage comes from a lack of self-confidence. So I want to elevate your confidence. I want to be part of your association to elevate you to the point where you stand tall every single day. You know, in this last year and a half, we've heard a lot of people saying, I see the light at the end of the tunnel. And I go, stop it. That means you're waiting for someone else to bring you light. Stand tall in your own power. You become the beacon of light. And as you become the beacon of light, you attract others to you because of the power that you exude and the confidence that you have, because you surrounding yourself with people who support you and love you and adore you and give you counsel. And again, I'm going to repeat one thing I said, because people say, I'm afraid to ask for help. Successful people are really pretty accessible. And you want to honor them. You don't want to just try and drain from them, but you want to show that respect. So don't think of it as asking for help, but ask by showing a sign of respect. You have had success in this area. May I learn from you? Because they have wisdom, they have counsel that can support you. And that's what we've taken within this course, the counsel to support you in making the right choices. And what happens is sometimes we're frozen in time because we're in such debt that we don't know how, we're paralyzed, that fear. And I want to reach my hand out to you and say, grab hold. I want to pull you out of debt. I want to help you find that confidence to make the decisions that will make you a little taller, will make you a little freer, will help you sleep at night, that will help you take the actions today that will make tomorrow even brighter. And find some resources that you might not have known existed. You know, the people that I work with, in fact, a couple of months ago, I am in business with Tariq El Moussa, who is the star of the HGTV show Flip and Flop. And I've known him for years. And he started a new fund called TEM Investments. And I went to help his kickoff, my husband and I. And so he's talking about, and his partner comes up to me, and his name's Chris Hansen. He says, Sharon, you don't know me, but 16 years ago, you came to the University of Arizona and taught an entrepreneurship class. I only did that once. And he says, and because of that class, I stand before you a multimillionaire in real estate. Boy, did that fill my cup. You don't know the impact you have on people. Your legacy is created every single day with every heart you touch. And as a result of that conversation with Chris, I had him on my podcast. It's actually airing this week. And I have invested in their fund because it goes full circle. When you support people and you educate them, you want to invest in them as well. And that's, you know, there could not be a better circle of life than that. The mentee becomes the mentor. And that's what I want for you. I want you to become the mentor. I want you to have such success that other people flock to you and want to learn from you. And, you know, it's my absolute honor to be here with you. And I invite you to join me in the Money Mastery course. And I know they'll put the thing again, the link. And I want to invite Saj and Brian or whoever wants to come back on and say hi. There it is. And the modules has 21 videos, action step workbooks. Plus I'm going to do a special Q&A for people who sign up today. And the course does talk about the stock market a little bit, but happy to have you guys join. Hello, Saj.
Hey, Sharon. Guys, if I could help one person here, and I could say to them, if I could put a device on Sharon's head and download her information and put it, and you put something on and uploads into your head right now, if I could choose one person, who would it be? Just say me if you would want that. Download. Okay, so we already got people saying me, 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 me. Now, I can't do that. I can't put a contraption like the movies on Sharon's head and download all her information and put it on you and upload into your head. But this is the closest thing you can do that. So with the hundreds of people that are saying me, if you guys are looking to upload information of Sharon's into your mind, this is the first step. And it doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter your experience. It doesn't matter any of that stuff. It matters the decision that you make today. I was reading an interesting quote, Sharon, just early on by Anthony Hopkins. He says, none of us are getting out of here alive. So please stop treating yourself like an afterthought. And I thought that was incredible. And I think that if you guys had the money, let's say you had the money right now, and somebody came up to you and said, I would love to do Sharon's course. I'm struggling. These are the reasons. Would you help them? You would help them. But yet we help other people and we treat ourselves like an afterthought. We treat ourselves like, we always, put ourselves down to bring other people up. And there's nothing wrong with that because we're helping, but everything needs to be equal. There needs to be a balance. And the one thing that was so profound to me, Sharon, was when you asked to say, not that I can't afford that, is that how can I afford that? And when you ask the brain the right type of questions, it'll bring you the best answers. And I just think that, when I look back at my journey and, I had to work in a restaurant for 4 weeks to pay for the first course, it was because I read that line was, how can I afford it? And if you don't do everything in your power, maybe you're not really answering the question of how you can afford it. And there's so many people in here that can make a plan, Sharon. Like, we know that $97 is not going to your retirement fund. This is not something that it's going to move the needle for you financially. But this is just gold that you're offering up to people like it's a bowl of rice, if you think about it.
Yeah, it's my, in essence, it's covering the cost of my team to get everything set up and get people engaged and do the ongoing management of it. So, but it's something that is a decision I made when the pandemic hit, because it's information that I think people need. And I want to support people that are struggling, and I want to support people with a pathway for them to take care of themselves and to take care of their families and to give them some hope in a time when, sometimes it's kind of hard. All this negativity in the world, whether it be the news or people struggling, I just wanted to provide a pathway to help people take that first step and second step and third step to create a better future.
And what would your advice be for entrepreneurs in this conference who have got ideas, who have got products and services, but if you look back in the history of entrepreneurship, one of the things that always trips up entrepreneurs is their mismanagement of the money that they've had. There's so many stories we could go back of entrepreneurs with the greatest products that have mismanaged the money, and those companies don't exist, or they exist under somebody else's umbrella. Why is this so important? Why is mastering money just so important for the entrepreneurs in the conference right now?
Well, you get your business started, you start having some success, and then all of a sudden the bills come in and people, things get, you take your eye off the future because you're dealing with daily cash issues. So that's why it's so important to set up the business systems and to have somebody focus on the cash at all times. That's, what happens is a lot of business owners get started in business and they have sales and expenses, but they don't think about the timing of the sales and the timing of the expenses. So they haven't set themselves up properly. So I talk to people about understanding when you want to start a business, what's the lifetime cycle of an order? You may have to pay for product development to get inventory into your warehouse, and then you sell it. Well, then that takes them 60 to 90 days to pay you. So you may be 9 months from sale to actually receipt. And so money has gone out and you haven't gotten the money back. And once you become very successful, that gets exponentially more of an issue. So it's so important to understand the time value of money, the cash flow timing, so that you can build a company that has the ability to just explode in a positive way because it has the systems in place to handle that kind of cash requirement.
Okay. Guys, you want to head over to realsummits.com/SL today, only for $97. My opinion, this is worth $997, even more. But it will be worth a different amount to different people because taking this course, the value could result in the $1,000 that you need to keep afloat, the $10,000, the $100,000 that you need for your child's college fund or whatever the case may be. This is the first step in achieving those financial goals.
I have a great product and service, and I'm marketing on Facebook and other channels, but nothing's working. Is anyone doing this? Is anyone posting on Facebook but no one's coming to you? Are you going to groups and saying, hey, I do this, and no one's responding to you? I know you're sitting there. There's lots of you sitting there going, that's me, that's me, that's me, that's me. What about this? Who has a great product and service? And I like the idea of marketing, but it's overwhelming. I don't know where to market. Because where do you market? Everyone, let's just do Facebook. But did you forget about YouTube? Did you forget about TikTok? What about Google? What about email? What about your website? Or maybe this is most of you. Because if you're not a marketer, then surely you're not very good at marketing. Does that make sense? If you're not a marketer, if that's not your business, then surely you're not that good. I'm not a financial person, so I don't know anything that Sharon's talking about. I've got no clue what Sharon's talking about. What about you? Please tell me in the comments how many people are not very good at marketing. Be honest. Just say me. Me. And that's okay. It's okay, because if it's not your job, it's not your job. I'm not good at finance. I'm shocking at finance. Okay, there you go. I used to be before I joined the P13, Nikki. Okay, so I think you hear me. Now, what if you can learn this? What if you can learn to get your product that people want out into the right hands? What if you could do that? Would that excite you? What if you can make your advertising money work to promote your product? What if you could get your Facebook marketing to work? Or to know what the right direction is, what to say, where to go. And how about, who would love to just be a slightly better and competent marketer? You don't have to be a specialist. You just have to have the basics so you can market for free. You don't have to go pay some ad agency hundreds of dollars to market you. Because that's what happens with my clients. They are all now better marketers. And for very specific reasons, of one of which I'm going to show you. And one of those things is a question that I always ask, and I ask them, and we've had probably, 6 hours of this, I think 4 hours, if not 5 hours on this topic, training. You can ask the people in the room. I think I spent 5 hours talking about this topic I'm about to just show you. And this topic is, if I am your ideal prospect, why should I buy from you rather than your competitors? And you may think you know the answer, but 99% of you are going to get the answer wrong. And we spent 5 hours on this topic in the training. that I think hopefully by now most of my clients are professional in terms of this subject. And it comes down to something called your value proposition. And I'm going to share this with you on this session, just to give you some, this session is not an education session, but I would like you to see some of the training going on. And every course I do, I upgrade the information. So even my current clients, they will be able to come on the new course starting on the 5th of August, and there'll be new content because I've got to stay ahead and I've got to teach them new stuff. So what is a value proposition? We need to understand this term. And if I asked you now, truly, not speaking to my clients in the room, all the other people who are not clients, do you know exactly what value proposition means? Be truthful, because I can promise you, you don't. So just say no. Okay. Just say no, I don't. No, no, no. But come on, there should be at least 1,000 no's here. 953 no's. It's not the value you give. No, you're halfway there, but you're not there. It's a very, very tough area, but when you get it right, oy, 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 it goes crazy, your business. So, and once we understand why people say yes and how to get them to say yes, lots becomes a lot clearer. And this is some of the answers that you see out there. So people will say to you, I'm sure you've seen some of these before. Let me show you. Have you ever seen a Facebook group saying this? Please tell me yes. There are thousands of them just in my country. Empowering women entrepreneurs. There's so many of them, I don't even know where to look. So when I see all of these and I think, if I was a woman, which one would I go to? Well, let me just go join all of them, because they're empowering women entrepreneurs. But here's the question that no one's asking. What does empowering women entrepreneurs mean? So that is not a value proposition. I don't sell products and services, I sell results. That is not a value proposition. We help midlife women find their passion and purpose. I'm sure you've heard that 40,000 times. We are the leading technology provider. How many times have you seen that? And do you believe them? Do you think they're going to be the leading? Or maybe you get an agency that says, we will help you get found online. These are not value propositions. And they're not powerful messages. They're actually very weak. So when you see a Facebook page saying we empower women entrepreneurs, okay, maybe I'll go join, you're not saying, oh, I must rush there. But if they said something different, you might want to rush to their group. Coney says, I unfollowed them. Hello, Coney. Coney's one of my Facebook friends. Okay, so here's the question you need to ask yourself. And this question is not easily answered, I must tell you. You can ask my clients. If I am your ideal prospect, why should I buy from you rather than your competitors? If you get this answer right, wow, you're on another planet. You are working differently to your competitors and you will dominate your industry or area or suburb or category. And let me show you how powerful this is. A mediocre value proposition. So if you answer that question, mediocre, it'll make a brilliant team or you, a brilliant person, look mediocre. But if you've got a brilliant value proposition and you are not quite top of your game, but you're still good, you're not the best, but you're good, it'll make you look brilliant. Just because your communication is different than your competitors. And I'm going to show you an example. I'm going to put it out for you so you get that when you leave this session, you're going to understand what this means in your business. And this is 5 hours of training on my program. So if I'm your ideal prospect, why should I buy from you? Let's take an example. The first thing is so we've got to talk first person. You've got to get into the shoes of your customer and say, as your customer, if I am the ideal prospect of Zachary, why should I buy from Zachary and not Zachary's competitors? That's number one. Number two, A value proposition focuses on a specific prospect segment. So you see there, if I'm an ideal prospect, what do we mean by that? Let's say I'm a personal trainer. And I can train people, but I've decided I'm only going to work with women, and I'm only going to work with 3 specific women segments. The one is going to be women who've just had a baby. The other, I'm going to have another program for women who are athletes, and I'm going to have another program for middle-aged women who want to stay healthy. So I've got a specific program for each specific prospect segment. Then each one of those has their own value proposition because it has to speak to that audience. I can't tell them all, I help you lose weight, because not all 3 want to lose weight. One wants to stay healthy, one wants to get back to her original weight before pregnancy, and the other one wants to get fit. It's 3 different value propositions that I have for my business, 3 different segments, and the exact reason why they should use me, not my competitor. And if I can put in an only factor in there, then I'm really flying. In other words, you can only get it from me. So you might go, wow, that's a lot. Yeah, this is a lot. But when you get it right and you get the perfect value proposition, your business will fly. So the value proposition is the fundamental force powering your prospects up the sales funnel. Let me explain up the sales funnel. This is how most people see the funnel. Customers are just coming into your funnel, coming into your website, calling you, emailing you. Is that the case? No. No one's sitting there with too many leads. What's actually happening is you've got to push them up your funnel. You have to bring them into your funnel, because those arrows going down is COVID, the economy, competitors, all those negative things that are fighting against your business. So you have to push them up a funnel. And guess what you have to do? Let's say you run a Google ad or a Facebook ad, or you send out an email. On that email, on that ad, they click, they come to your landing page. From the landing page, they've got to fill it out, and then you go on a call with them. That's 3 steps. But in most sales, there's more than 3 steps. So what happens is when you're pushing them up the funnel, so when I click on the Google ad, you get a yes. I've said, yes, I'll click on your ad. Then I go to your landing page. That's a yes. Now I fill out the contact form. That's a yes. Now you email me and I say, yes, you can call me. That's a yes. You call me, you do the sale. And we've got what we call a macro yes. But the other ones are micro yeses. So the whole sales funnel, getting someone to become your customer, has lots of little micro yeses in there until you get a macro yes. Now, what is the force to overcome gravity? Because gravity is pulling them out of that funnel. COVID is pulling them out of your funnel. The economy is pulling them out of your funnel. Your bad service is pulling them out of the funnel. The one thing that pushes them up that funnel all the time is your value proposition. Because when you put an ad on Google, you use your value proposition methodology. When someone comes to your landing page, there's a value proposition methodology on your landing page. When you speak to someone on the phone, you use your value proposition methodology. There's a way of talking to people, of writing to people, of putting text on a website. You don't just put a website together and say, go there and you become my customer. Let me ask you in the room, those who've got a website, how many of you have a website that brings you significant business? Yes or no? Significant business. Yes or no? Watch the answers. If you can't see them, I'll tell you. No, 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 no. Catherine, no. Adrian, no. Rena, no. Natalie, no. Kathy, no. Keep going. Come, there should be 900 no's. No. Evangelina, Yvonne, Lucy, Nicole. No, no. They're all no's. I haven't seen one yes yet. No. Why is that? Why do we have websites? Carolina, no. Chola, no. Suda, no. It's terrible. And now you're asking yourself, why do I have a website? Omar, what's Leon saying here? We're going to show you, we've got 1 yes from Joanne. Well done, Joanne. But generally speaking, 95% of websites don't work. And you know why? Because they don't say what they should say on the website. That's one reason. Or they're not good websites. And because they're websites, not landing pages. Okay, so the goal for you is to intensify the force of your value proposition so more people say yes to you. And that's what we help you with on the Academy, and specifically in my session of sales and marketing. So let's give you an example. If I am a new mom, so let's say all of you are new moms. Okay, let's just all think we are new moms. We were pregnant. We've all had a baby. Every single one of us in the room. There's 953 people, all had a baby. Why should I have Leon as my personal trainer rather than Charlie? Okay, so Charlie's my competitor. He's got a website. I've got a landing page. So what happens? This lady gives birth. She may have gained some weight. She's feeling fat. She's struggling to lose weight. She's starving, very self-conscious. She wants to find a personal trainer who can give her nutritional advice. And guess what happens? Bing, she goes to the internet. Someone says, she goes to a website. She goes to Facebook. She goes wherever. And someone says, go to Charlie's website. She lands on Charlie's website and it says, hi, I'm Charlie. I'm a personal trainer and I can give you nutritional advice. Does that sound like someone who can help her? Yes, no problem. But then someone else says, no, you must go to this guy called Leon. And she comes to my landing page, not my website. Landing page is a one-page website. We don't have time to go into it now, but it's a one-page website of which we give you 3. Remember, I told you we give you 3. So you're basically getting 3 websites from us. So you land on my landing page and you read this. I'm Leon. I'm a personal trainer specializing in helping dedicated mothers lose up to 5 kilos in 30 days so they can look their best after pregnancy without giving up the foods they love. Please tell me, which personal trainer are you going to choose? Vesna, absolutely. Please, it's Leon. Okay, Charlie might be better looking, but I'm telling you, it's Leon every single time. Why is it Leon? It's the way I've communicated. I've put it out. I've answered that woman's pain point. I've put it in words that make sense to her. And I've let her know that I know how she feels because I've done my research. I know my prospect. I know their pain points. I know their desires. I know the outcome, transformation, and change that they want. But Charlie's handsome. I know Sudha, but I'm still going to beat him. Okay. But now you say, but Leon, I don't only, remember I said to you, I don't only work with women who've had a baby. I also work with, I decide I'm going to work with young guys who want to put on some weight. So this skinny guy wants to build weight, build muscle, and he's got low self-esteem, no confidence. And he goes and he finds Charlie's website that says exactly the same on Charlie's website, because all of you have one website that says the same thing for every single customer. Correct? Every single customer that comes to your website sees the same message. I have another landing page that says the following. I'm a personal trainer specializing in helping sportsmen bulk up to 20 kilos in 2 months so that they can be more self-confident and have better self-esteem without feeling humiliated. Which personal trainer are you going to if you're that skinny guy? I know where you're going. You don't even have to answer me. So this is what value propositions are about. It's about who do you buy from? If you've got competitors, which I'm sure most of you have competitors, why are they buying from your competitors and not you? The value proposition is one of the key reasons. But guess what? It only takes one no and they're gone. So if you don't take that value proposition, and the value proposition is a message, but it's also your whole mindset, the way you talk, the way you express yourself, the way you communicate with your customers. If you get that right, you're going to get a lot less no's. Because it only takes one no up that funnel, only one no, and they're gone. And if you're lucky enough to get them to send you an email, you pick up the phone, you phone them, but you don't really know what to say, and you're scared to ask for money, you lose it because you don't have a clear value proposition philosophy in your mind of why you are better than your competitor And if that person is your ideal customer, why they should buy from you. And if you can articulate that and communicate that, you will win more clients. So why should you join the Real Entrepreneur Academy? First, tell me, did that make sense? Can you see the power of what I've just shown you in terms of communicating with a customer? I showed you 100% conversion rate with Leon, the personal trainer. Now you can also do that, right? We can, that's what we do. We work on our clients' landing pages, all our clients in the Real Entrepreneur Academy. We work on their landing pages. We have review sessions. I think we've got probably 9 hours of review sessions of landing pages, what works and what doesn't. 9 hours sitting in there. Okay, so what is our value proposition? We help highly committed entrepreneurs. I do not want to work with someone who's not going to commit. They say they're committed, but when they get there, then when they arrive 3 times, they don't come back again. So I want to work with committed people who say 6 months, I'm gonna do things in 6 months, and then you're gonna help me the next. But the first 6 months is I want that to fly, and we help them short circuit their personal and financial success. I don't want to say freedom yet. Freedom is way down, a little bit down the road, but just personal success with all the other pillars and financial success. In other words, making some money. So that you can achieve the goals we help you establish without you having to travel down this road alone with no support, no tools, and no world-class coaches. How does that sound? Please tell me, does that sound like something you could get your head around, join, take a risk for free for 30 days and see if this is the place that can actually help you? And we currently are coaching 1,588 clients are on our platform from 42 different countries with 162 5-star reviews and our brand new weekly live online coaching sessions starting the 5th of August. So I would like to invite you to join us. And as you know, this is what you get. And I'm just going to show you an example. Here's one of our clients, one of my clients, Lucia Lenata. She used to call herself the energy with INERRR. We've changed it. We've created her own logo. We didn't create it, she did. Beautiful logo. She now works under her name as an inner healing therapist. Here's part of her landing page. This thing goes way down. It's got videos, got photos, got reviews, got contact forms, got blogs on it. Everything below this. This is just the opening page. So let me show you what we did with one of our clients. Here's the landing page. It's a one-page website. The young man came to see me. He was making $300 a month. We gave him one landing page, and this is what happened. In June, this was May, not this year, not during COVID, the year before COVID. In June, he made $750. He doubled his turnover. That he started at a low base, but he wasn't getting any leads. Now he got leads from his landing page. Then he went to 1180. Still not good enough. Then he went to 1560. Still not good enough. Then I jumped in. I did some innovation, and guess what happened? That was his last 3 months' revenue, $6,500 US for a young man who was making $300 when he met me. Nice, nice. Ty, fabulous, fantastic. The man now, if I showed you, I wish I could show you actually. He sent me a message 2 weeks ago. He's in Zimbabwe. He has built himself a shop. He has got 2 machines making mealie meal. You might not know what that is if you're international. He's got a shop. He's got a pool table in the shop. And he sent me the most beautiful message. I could even play it to you. Shall I play it to you? If you don't believe me. With his accent. Let's see if you can hear it. Let me know if you can hear this, please.
Yeah, the shop is open, it's running well, business is good. And also I bought 2 brand new, those machines we used to grind the maize to make a meal meal. I bought 2 of them, and I think next month, I think end of July, I'm going to buy another 2. Yeah, I want to thank God because business is doing well here. I don't think I can come back in South Africa for the business. I think I'll come maybe one day. I'll visit you because I want to thank you a lot because you are the one who make me to be what I am today. So I won't forget you in my life, Leon. Thank you a lot. May God bless you. Okay, I'll send you later, maybe in 3 hours' time when.
So basically, he said, "Thank God, you're the one who changed my life and where I am today, and I just want to bless you." Beautiful. And this is a man I helped 2 years ago who sent me this message out of the blue. Like I say, I don't know what the university is doing. In the last 2 weeks, people are just writing and messaging me and stuff. So I want to do the same for you and help you. This is the man. He went and bought himself a Ford Ranger, and then he pulled out his phone and he said, "Hey," and he bought his brother what we use these Nissan vans for here in South Africa is taxis. So he bought his brother a taxi. So there it is. That's what's on offer. I hope that you got some value just on the marketing. It wasn't really an education session. I really wanted to explain a little bit deeper on what we're giving. We've got some bonuses. There are the bonuses. You get given basically 3 websites, and a landing page works much better than a website. Websites don't work. I think you've all proved it to me right now. 99% of you said your website doesn't work. So what are you doing with the website, and why are you paying a hosting fee? Close those websites down. When you've come and joined us and started a landing page, you will never need your website again. Okay, so if there are any questions, I just want to hear if there's anyone who's, if you've got any questions, please drop them in the comment box there, and then I'll see if I can help you. We've got a few minutes before we move on. And as I say, if you want to go and have a look, search my name, and then have a look at some of the testimonials. Let me see what's going on here. How do you sell to customers at outdoor markets? Sure, I can't give you that whole answer in this little session, unfortunately, Joanne. I'm a marketing and advertising career professional. I'm wanting to become an entrepreneur. I don't have a product or service. That's okay, Carol. I've got entrepreneurs working with me that have come straight from school, and we're actually starting businesses for them. Okay, thank you, Yvonne. Thank you very much. Can I have a website as well? Yes, Garifina, 100%. But if your website's not working, we're going to show you how to use a landing page to generate business. Okay. Mel, absolutely. For a travel agency, you can use landing pages. I work a lot in hospitality. Hello, Murali Drara. How are you, sir? How are you doing to be guiding? Will it be a perspective of our business and where our marketing mails? We have up to improve effective progress. How will you work in India? No, I've got lots of Indian clients. So no problem at all. You're very welcome to join us. We have clients in 42 different countries. And I have quite a few. That one client on LinkedIn is in India, Anjali. Okay, Sifiso, thank you. What's your email? Nokwanda, we don't really share the email addresses. What is the weekly time commitment in the academy? Michael, the live sessions is once a week for an hour, Thursdays, GMT, 6 p.m. We will have some other live sessions, but everything is recorded. So if you can't make the live, you can watch the recordings for 12 months. Everything's recorded. Okay, Shakira, is there anyone else who's joined? Let me know if you are joining so I can welcome you. No, Marina, my course is part of the 47. It's a bonus for free. Okay, it's a bonus for free. QD, yes. What this does is it helps you also, if you've got a thought in your mind of something you're doing. I'm working with 10 students now who've come straight out of school who's starting brand new businesses because I've directed them. Network marketing, Vincent, we have network marketers. We have Herbalife people as well. So 100%. No problem, QD. Okay, Garifina, I don't have one. I don't have what? A website. I can't remember. If you don't, that's good. If you don't have a website, fantastic. Then this is perfect for you. $47 and you've got yourself 3 websites. Travel is brilliant. You can use it for brilliant. Okay, Telegram channel. Isaac, we have a Telegram channel for all our clients. Yes, we do. Milo, no, if you cancel, unfortunately, you can't keep the landing pages. That wouldn't make sense for us. That means you're getting the landing pages for free. So no, as long as you're with us, you keep your landing pages. And for $47 a month, Milo, that's probably what some people are paying for hosting. Never mind all the training and coaching, right? We don't do business plan as such. I don't believe in business plan. We do business models, as Brian spoke about. We don't help you draw up a business plan. Most of the time, the only time I believe you do a business plan is when you're looking for funding. And most people don't need funding to start their business. Hilton, the painter who I just showed you, came to me and said, I need funding to buy a car. I said, you don't need funding, Hilton. And guess how he started his business? He took Uber to go do painting at people's houses. So when you saw an Uber driver with a paintbrush sticking out the side, that was Hilton. Okay. Travel agency, 100% Hitesh, no problem. How do you drive? Pedro, we teach you in the marketing P13 MBA how to get traffic to your landing page. Okay. Thank you, Tanya. Fantastic. Sandra, let me see. When we join the academy, will I have access to Leon's? Yes, Sandra, 100%. Pedro, as I mentioned, do you work with anyone in Jamaica? Annette, yes, we've got someone from Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago. It doesn't matter where you are, Annette. It's all the same principles in terms of marketing. Zaria, absolutely you can. If you're researching businesses, what this is going to teach you is how to set up your marketing from scratch when you've got a new business. Okay, I signed up this morning. Lucy, fantastic. Can you set up? Yes, Cholalani, 100% network marketing, 100%. We've got people. Okay, I'm a startup, Leon, need a website landing page as well. That's fine, 100% Garifina. We can help you with that. You get 3 websites. Okay, examples from, Marilla, I don't know what examples from great. How are you going to be guiding? Would it be a perspective? Every Thursday it's live, Murali Hara. Every Thursday we coach live in a group settings, not one-on-one coaching. That's a different, if you want one-on-one coaching, we can do that. Okay, Sutra joined. Welcome, Sutra. Is this service that could also help me partner with someone who's already a business? 100%, Carol. And you can show them all the landing pages.
Guys,
Victor,
if I can butt in here, if you can just put me up there as well. I just think, I mean, Leon, firstly, I think you're crazy. You know, when you put this program together, guys, is worth so much more than what you pay for the academy. Remember, academy is month by month, but this program that Leon takes you through is just crazy. It's literally this one bonus is worth a lot more than what you pay to be a member. So, you know, there should be absolutely no hesitation for you to want to get in, be one of those 200 that get in first at $47 a month. It's impossible for you not to translate this into value. And Leon takes this very personally. That's why he offers that guarantee after 3 months, if you're not actually getting a return on your investment, that he'll actually personally talk to you and work you through that. Because at the end of the day, we don't want anyone in this academy that isn't going to follow through and isn't going to actually get value. And the only way you cannot get value is to not follow through, is to not use what you're given. And I mean, Leon, this is his specialty area. He hosts all the sessions with the special mentors and what have you around business as a whole. But I mean, just this one course alone is worth so much more than $47. I mean, $2,000 would be a more than fair price to pay for this course if you were going to go forward with it. So guys, you might have lots of questions. I know it's an academy. It's got a whole lot of stuff in it and you're thinking like this and that and this and that. But at the end of the day, don't try and do everything. Don't worry about everything. Just look at any one component that can have a massive impact on you and go and focus on that, because you will get your value out of that as a whole. So Leon is a specialist in many areas of marketing. He has a whole team of specialists in marketing. You'll hear some of our mentors talk about it over the next couple of days as well. But this P13 MBA is one of the greatest sort of marketing courses I've seen, because it's not just theory, it's incredibly practical. And the fact that they give you 3 hosted landing pages, and guys, if you leave us, the content of those landing pages you can take and set up on some other system. Many of the systems cost more than $47 a month to have landing pages. So we're not there to hold your content or anything, but obviously you can't expect us to host it if you're not a member. So that's entirely up to you. Somebody was saying $47 for 12 months. It's $47 month by month. You can leave anytime. You're not tied into a contract. It'll go beyond the 12 months. Many of our members will stay on for years. So don't stress about that as a whole. But if you want to be in, just get in and do this course with Leon. If you cannot translate that $47 a month into $400 a month of revenue over those couple of months, then there's something wrong. So believe you me, as an investment goes, because that's what it is, it's impossible for you not to get a return unless you do nothing, unless you don't show up. And then we don't want you there anyway. We want people that are committed to taking their businesses to the next level. So Leon, I just want to, personally say the fact that you throw this in means a huge amount to me. The impact that it makes, I've seen the impact that it makes for so many of your students is unbelievable. So you guys cannot go wrong with this at all.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. And I think what Brian said is quite important. This is just one element. So even if you paid $47 a month just for this, I promise you, you will make your money back. Forget the rest of all the stuff on the screen. Forget all the other pillars. So, and as Brian said, if you feel you need the financial management side or the productivity, then it's 47 for that, and the rest is bonuses. So you get every single thing for free. This is a bonus. You're only paying 47. People are saying, is this included? It's a 26-week course, but it's still, you get access for as long as you stay with us. Okay, so just see it as, what are you paying the $47? If you're only paying the $47 for the landing pages, even that's worth it. You can't build a website for $47. So what I don't understand is when people have a 30-day risk-free, there is no risk for you. You try it for 30 days. If you don't like it, we pay you back the $47 and you've had 30 days of free coaching. Simple as that. There's no risk to you.
All right. Well, Leon, amazing presentation again, amazing insights. What you got from Leon is just a little bit of what he can offer in terms of his understanding on how to position yourself and how to maximize your results through sales and through marketing as a whole. So it's been absolutely really special. And like I said, I really honor you for throwing this in. I just think it's of such incredible high value that it's a no-brainer. Like a lot of people are saying, it's an absolute no-brainer, right? Why would you not go for this? So guys, take advantage of it. I know these memberships are going like crazy. So I have no doubt that we might have a challenge by the time we get to tomorrow where those 200 are gone at that special rate. So you don't want to lose out. Make sure you get in there. We're only allowing 200 people in at the $47 a month. So you want to make sure that you take action. Okay. You've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. You just want to make sure you follow through. That's how you're going to get the value as a whole. But I'm going to leave and love you guys now as well, because I know we've got an incredible interview coming up. I know Leon is going to introduce that shortly with the amazing Damon John. So Leon, thanks again, buddy. Amazing job.
Awesome. Thanks, Brian. Lovely. Okay, so we are moving straight in. Thank you guys for attending the session. We're moving straight into Saj. He is interviewing Damon John. He's one of the sharks, and I'll hand straight over, and I think we're kicking off with a video for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a very special point in our summit this weekend. We are going to be joined by a living legend, the People's Shark. He is the CEO and founder of Fubu, and he is on Shark Tank USA. We're not going to go too much into an intro because we're going to ask him to share his story with us during this exclusive Q&A. We're going to have a chat, and we're going to get to know the man behind the shark. Who is he? What makes him tick? And where did he start, and how can he inspire you to uncover the greatness that lies within you? So I'll see, Damon, are you with us at the moment?
I am. How you doing?
Good, good. And yourself?
I'm well. I am well. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for taking time out of your busy schedule. So,
all right,
Damon,
so what's going on?
A lot of people on here, we have a lot of people in the chat saying, welcome, Damon. A lot of people have been looking forward to this. And I know they're probably going to be thinking, okay, where's the hard-hitting business advice they're going to come in? But I've heard a little bit of a rumor that you're a bit of a master when it comes to dad jokes.
That's what you want to call it, a master?
A master.
Yeah.
A little of an expert, the king of dad jokes.
Yeah. I'm okay. I'm okay. You know, I got kids, and I know that it annoys all my fellow sharks when I tell them a dad joke that makes them roll their eyes, you know, pisses them off, you know.
I'd love you to share one for our audience.
Ooh, to share one for the audience. What do you call a pirate with 2 arms, 2 legs, and 2 eyes?
No idea.
A beginner. No.
I didn't get it.
You didn't get it? No. That's the best part of it. You didn't get it? Get it? You know, most of them have a hook or a missing an eye. Get it?
No, I'm
Okay.
just joking. I'm just.
It doesn't matter. I really enjoyed that one. That's like the 100th time I said it.
I was like,
that made my day.
I was like, I'm sure everybody is going to be like laughing their head off whenever David makes a joke. I'm like, let me keep a straight face. Let me.
No. A lot of people don't get, especially my wife. She doesn't get any of my jokes.
Oh, man. And so we're so excited to have you with us, Damon. We're going to shift gears a little bit. And, you know, for those of you who know a little bit about Damon, you'll know that he came from quite humble and challenging beginnings. For those of you who don't, Damon, can you share your story about where you started? And I know you took a very big risk in the beginning, but it paid off. Can you just share with the audience where you started from?
Yeah, so I'm gonna make, you know, it's a long story, and I'm gonna make it extremely short because I'm sure a lot of the things you'll pick up later on within our interaction. But at the end of the day, I came from a community where we didn't have money and access to capital, not any legacy wealth. So I got left back in school. I was dyslexic. My father left when I was 10 years old. So I'm just setting the stage to show that I didn't have a lot of resources and I didn't go to college. But what happened was I loved hip hop music. And at that time, hip hop wasn't a global phenomenon. It was purely something really in New York, a little bit in the United States. And we would buy clothes from, you know, all these great designers, and they would take our money and say, we don't like you. Whether they didn't like us because we loved hip hop or whether they didn't like us because we were primarily African-American, not all of us, or whether we bought a pair of pants that was size 36 and we were really, that designer made us, had said that I make a size 32. You shouldn't be buying a size 36. But if you really understood and had empathy for us, we were buying a 36 either because we needed to be baggier because we were breakdancing, or maybe that was what I called one of the biggest investments in my life at the time. And I knew that I would grow into them within 3 or 4 years because I did not have enough money to buy two of, you know, Ralph Lauren's denim pants. And, but I valued your brand. Anyway, you know, I decided to come up with a name, company called FUBU, for us, by us. And it was about a culture for a culture. Anybody who loves hip hop can buy it, should buy it. If you're walking across the street and I see you wearing FUBU, I know the kind of music you like. I know the artists you like. I know everything, right? I didn't have any money. So it was a Good Friday, you know, 1989. I took $40 and I went and I bought a bunch of fabric, and I just sewed these hats that look like ski caps, but instead of a ball on the top, I took a little piece of fabric and put a string on the top to hold it close. And I stood on the corner and I would sell $800 worth of hats in 1 hour. And that was the thing that would change my life at that moment. And I would say I would never work for anybody again for the rest of my life after that day. Reality set in, and I worked at Red Lobster for 5 years after that, but that's a whole nother story. But I would grow that business step by step. I would make a lot of mistakes, but by 1997, 98, I would launch the brand on a global level. And by 1999, we would be doing about $350, $400 million globally annually.
Fantastic. Tell us about the risk about your mom's house.
The what?
The risk that you took.
Yeah, so as I said, I opened the business in 89. I closed it 3 times from 89 to 1992 because I ran out of capital. But I had built up a lot of momentum. I had, as we would say, today's version of influencers wearing the product. I'd go out to a trade show in Las Vegas, the Magic Trade Show, and I didn't get a booth. I stayed 5 miles away at a hotel and put my clothes up in the corner, had the buyers come over to the hotel. And I would write $300,000 worth of orders. I head home. I don't have any financial intelligence. I get turned down by 27 banks. So now I have $300,000 worth of orders waiting to be fulfilled, but I don't have any money. And my mother comes home and says, listen, you know, I wouldn't do this if you didn't have the orders, but you have, as we always call on Shark Tank, proof of concept. She said, let's take as much money as we can out of this house. We're going to, and then you'll make the clothes and you'll deliver it and you'll put the money back in the house as soon as you get the money back. So my mother goes out and gets $100,000 loan on our house. And I have no idea how, because the house was worth $75,000. But she got $100,000 loan on the house. We turned the house into a factory. We started making all the clothes. But again, the lack of financial intelligence, the lack of knowing that there's things like, the summit where I could bounce ideas or see other mentors or people who failed before me would settle in, and I would almost lose the house because I spent all the money, not on lavish things, but I was paying for raw goods 90 days ahead of time. I was paying for a staff and, equipment and materials. And at that time, there wasn't the pay me now days of social media. My stores wouldn't pay me for 30, 60, 90 days. But we did put the house up, and we ended up, thank God, getting a deal with manufacturing and distribution deal with Samsung Textile Division right before I was about to lose the house and be homeless. And if that didn't happen, you would have never, ever heard of a Dave and John.
Damon, that's incredible. At that moment when your mom approached you and said you've got the money, did something inside you say, maybe we shouldn't do this, it's too much of a risk?
No, because when you're heading down a road and you have few mentors that can tell you that sometimes overfunding actually could be your worst enemy because you make bigger mistakes with bigger amount of money. You don't know what you don't know. All you're doing is going down the road. Listen, when I started out, was I even a good sewer? I don't know, but you can't be a good designer, marketer, tax person, distribution person, warehouse person, branding person, everything in your salesperson in your company. So you just don't know what you don't know. And that's why it's on a Saturday morning right here. I'm taking time away from my amazing family because I'm with your family right now, because I think that we didn't have access to this type of information and these type of people who are, one of my mentors are speaking on your stage or have spoke, Les Brown, of course.
Yeah.
So you don't know what you don't know, and that's why I value being in rooms like this where people will not make those mistakes because they already invested in themselves to be here with us talking today.
Fantastic. Damon, I know that you probably had multiple breakthroughs in your life, but can you think of that one breakthrough that has resulted in the most significant impact in life or business?
I think what we just touched on. I started to realize that I don't know what I don't know, and I went out and I would seek an education. I would seek mentorship, and I would pick up as many books as I could. And I also would make mistakes very small. I would act, I would learn, and then repeat. You don't go to Vegas or any kind of casino, and if you don't know blackjack, you don't play the $10,000 or $1,000 a hand game when you first walk in there. You play what you can afford, and I don't know how much money you have, but you probably can afford, hopefully, if you're taking a trip to Vegas, you can afford $1,001 hand games, right? So that's what happened, and that was a revelation in my life. I said, I'm in the hood. There are a lot of great people in the hood who can teach you various things from accounting to this to that. But if they're living in the hood next to me, most likely they don't have the financial resources to get out of the hood. That means that they probably they haven't grown the business that large. Could they have a decent business? Absolutely. I was trying to have global domination. Now I need to seek mentors to know how to scale, because it takes the same effort to run a little small mom and pop shop as it does to run Ford or Apple or GM or Fubu. It takes the same, we all have the same 24 hours in a day. So I had to find ways to maximize what I was doing and know that I got the most out of my brand and my time and my education. And I had to go out and find other sources of education.
Damon, you touched on people in the hood who had good businesses, but you wanted global domination. What drove you? What made you think to yourself that you wanted to go that big? And what separates the people that do okay, play small, versus those who go out and want to play big?
I think it's the people around you and realizing that every single thing that's built in this world or you see, and it started with one person with one idea that took one action. And a great saying that I love hearing and I love sharing with people, I didn't make it up, but it's anything worth doing is worth overdoing. So why exactly would I just create a corner store? Why I'm not going to make a supermarket chain, right? Why am I going to do a clothing brand that I'm just going to sell on the corner? Why can't I sell it globally? And why do I have to sell it all the time? If there's all these stores out there that are fashion experts, then why can't, when my head is on the pillow, why can't the register be ringing because it's selling in Asia somewhere? And when I'm in Asia, it's selling in America. So it is just to understand that you can do it. Listen, the number one brand in Shark Tank history that's gotten invested in is Bombas Socks. It's a sock company. It's my company, but it's a sock company. They're going to do $500 million this year. That's socks. So everybody here who's intimidated go, well, I can't create a big brand. Yes, you can. And if they go, oh, well, I have to create a new air brake on a space shuttle because everything else is done. These are socks. The second best brand in Shark Tank history is a sponge. Right. So there is absolutely no way that, that you can accomplish what you accomplished. Because if I can, being a little brown boy from Queens who's dyslexic with no money, who got left back in school with no father, then why can't anybody else?
That's a fantastic point, Damon. I think it's a lot of people need to hear this because they're stuck in that model of reality that they can't do this because they need to, there's so many prerequisites that need to happen before it qualifies them to even think about that. But you're a shining example of somebody who didn't have it, who came from pretty much nothing and has created a global brand. Now you've talked about, you've obviously got the best company invested in Shark Tank history. But during the show, was there ever a pitch that got away that you were like, I should have gotten that?
Yeah, I normally don't say that there's a pitch that got away, but there was a pitch that got away, and I talked about it. It's the second best selling brand, the Scrub Daddy. Why? Because normally I go, oh, pitch that got away. Well, it got away because Lori beat me out of this one. This one didn't just get away; it got taken from me, and I love the pitch. And then I see the results of it being the second most purchased product in Shark Tank history. And that's the one because I love the infomercial that he did live in front of us. He was just like, the normal infomercial. This is the best way everybody can learn from this. This is the best way to sell anything, yourself, anything. You resonate with the person first. Hey, has this ever happened to you? And you said to yourself, there's got to be a better way. Well, I'm Damon John, and I've got a better way for you. And by the way, if you buy my better way by tonight at midnight, I'm not going to give you one better way. I'm going to give you two better ways. And by the way, if it's not a better way, you could send it back in 30 days and I'll give you all your money back. And that's basically the best way you pitch anything. I don't care if it's trying to get your remote control away from your significant other. And he did that in real time without any edits. And I was like, wow, I want to be in on this. And then Lori, that greedy little lady, snatched the deal from me. And that's the only one that I wish I would have had that got away.
Now, there's people in here in the audience today who need some help, and I wonder if you could pick your brain on this. At that moment where Lori took the deal away from you, did you feel a little bit of sense of rejection? And what is your advice for the people in here that feel that things are getting snatched away? What's your advice in dealing with rejection?
Yeah, so first of all, rejection, as they call it, is like a grenade, right? It's like somebody hands you a grenade with the pin out. You got to let that thing go and let it go fast, or it's going to eat you. Also, though, you have to reflect on the rejection in one aspect. Analyze it. Why did you get rejected? If you constantly hear that you're getting rejected for the same reason, there's something that you're not doing to improve yourself, improve the pitch, improve the positioning, or whatever the case is. All right. Also, who is rejecting you? A lot of times we will listen to the people that are next to us in the areas that we live at. And when I noticed that everybody else was telling me why FUBU couldn't make it, but they were nowhere in their life, I realized I was talking to the wrong people, right? They just didn't have the vision. And if your idea is so great, then I'm going to tell you something. You're going to get a lot more rejections. Why? Because if everybody had the same vision, then your idea wouldn't be great and there would be no room for your idea. So you have to analyze those things internally. Did I present the right way? And if you didn't present the right way, all right, fix it. Find the right pricing for it, find the right way to position it, find the right customer, and then also listen to all the other things and take them into consideration. The rejection of this person who's ignorant is not as great as the rejection of the person that is not ignorant, right? And so you can't put them all on an equal playing field, but no matter what, you got to get that rejection out of your way and out of your life as soon as you can after you analyze it.
Damon, I remember when I was in my early 20s and I would, didn't have a job and I always wanted to be an entrepreneur. And I had literally no money. I probably had like $5 in my bank account. And I used to watch Shark Tank and I would pause it just after the pitch. And I would think to myself, would this be an idea that the Sharks are going to go for? And I learned more from that than I did at university studying business, because that was a true example of what it takes to make it in business and to get your idea out there. But what do you look for these days when you invest in a business?
I look for many things. Generally, I look for the person at the end of the day. But I put all this stuff, and I know that we're going to talk later on about Damon on Demand, what you look for, but there's different things you look for. First of all, does the person know their numbers? Do they know the fundamentals of business, right? Because if you don't know your numbers and you don't know the fundamentals of business, and then you don't know who your customer is, well, then you're using my money as tuition, right? So that's the important part. Then I need to like the person. And I'm only going to like the person if I feel that person is well enough educated. And that person does not have to be as smart as me in this area. That person may be way smarter than me in these areas, but at least they know the fundamentals of business, because I can give them as much money as I can and they can have the biggest heart in the world. But if they don't know how to hit their target audience, how to handle the fundamentals of the business and how to increase sales or reduce costs, well, then I might as well just give it to somebody who has a big heart, who's in charity, right? So, and then last but not least, I need to just really, as I said, I need to like the person. I need to know that if there are 10 problems, we're going to call each other all the time and have a great conversation and see how to solve the problem. If we didn't find out how to solve the problem, well, we'll learn for future businesses that we'll do together, because the first business may not be the business is going to be our global domination plan, but we're going to work together in the future.
And after years of experience in business, you still have that foresight to think that even if it doesn't work, we can still work on other projects. Whereas most people, as soon as they hit with that failure the first time, they give up.
And that's because a lot of times they go out and they try to start businesses too big instead of learning it and getting proof of concept and then scaling the business, right? So you don't go out and do what Damon John did and borrow the $100, $200, $500,000. You educate yourself first before you get any inventory in. That's the most important part. And most of the time when you educate yourself and you spend this amount of time or this amount of money or effort educating yourself, it reduces your mistakes that you are going to make. Instead, you'll be like, honey, we don't need $100,000 worth of inventory because that's the minimum amount that we need to get. No, we need 10,000. We need to pay double the amount for it. No problem. Don't get stuck in the margins at first, because we need to have proof of concept. So you figure all that out as you get your education and as you understand and grow as a person. I don't care any place you go, you have to educate yourself, whether it's a business or whether it's a sport or whether it's a service. Anything you do, you have to educate yourself first.
I think it's a prime example with the socks. It's that people are trying to say, I need to have the latest app. I need to have something that's completely mind-blowing that no one's ever seen before. But you could take the person who was in charge of that sock company and you can put them in charge of another company, and the chances are they'll probably make the same, they'll probably reach the same amount of success.
Absolutely, because the fundamentals are the important part, right? And so once you understand the fundamentals of business and then you marry that with the fact that you have a passion, you put them both together, you're going to figure it out.
Fantastic. All seasoned entrepreneurs said to have failed most of the time. Are you willing to share one of your biggest failures? And we're asking about your success, but can you share one of your biggest failures, how you overcame it, and what lessons can you share to the people in the audience?
Well, I would have to think about some of my biggest failures, because as I shared with you already, I closed Fubu 3 times from 89 to 92. I reopened it. I almost ran out of all that money and I was going to be homeless after that. I would have to think one of my biggest failures is when Fubu was big, I went and invested in another clothing brand because I had all the money to do that. And I didn't understand that brand's demo. They were selling to young females between the ages of like 16 to 25, and I was backing the brand. But because I had the money, I did the opposite of what I'm telling everybody. I paid for the big CEO. I paid Oh, we just need to do more billboards. Oh, we need to, make more clothes and buy more inventory. Well, they say that money sometimes highlights your weaknesses, because if I was putting up billboards of campaigns that were not making people go to the store, well, buying more billboards, I'm just buying more crappy campaigns. If my inventory was large because a lot of the SKUs that we made were not selling, well, now I got more crap that I can't sell, right? So I ended up blowing about $6 million on that company. And that's when I started to realize that it's really called the power of broke, that you need to use no matter what level of entrepreneurship that you're at.
Damon, you've obviously been exposed to so many different entrepreneurs in your life, and some influential people. What's the worst piece of advice you ever received?
Fake it till you make it. But I want to put that in context, because in one of my earlier books, I talked about fake it till you make it, but I wasn't saying fake it till you make it. And I just want to describe it. I was basically saying, show up to a meeting with a suit. If you can't afford a suit, get one jacket that you can switch in and out, or one tie, whatever the case is, and show up clean. I'm not saying fake it and come into the meeting and say, man, I'm really broken. I really need help right now. But the fake it till you make it part of saying how big your company is and how this and how that when you walk into rooms is probably one of the biggest mistakes people make, because everybody here who's listening is a professional in some aspect of life. I don't care if you're a trainer, if you're a mother, if you are a business person. And when you're speaking to other people and you know what you're talking about, you can tell when they don't know what they're talking about, right? In certain places. So if you are faking it till you making, you're like, yeah, well, I'm doing about $2 million in business and I'm doing this and this and that, and you're trying to say certain things, other people that are in those industries really go, this person is not being very truthful. However, if you go in the room saying, I'm a person aspiring to do this, I'm on the way to doing this, and you tell somebody a great story about your brand and who you are, and that's the way a perfect pitch is. Like, this train is going to leave the station with or without you. I would like you on here, but it's going to leave the station. I'm going to figure it out. Yeah. That's when you get people. So it's a little bit of, here's who I am, but it's a little bit of, entrepreneurs are also a little bit vulnerable when they walk in the room, because other good entrepreneurs and other good people are going to want to help you.
Yeah, I think that's an incredible point that you made, is that, this train's going to go whether you're on it or not. And I would assume that some of the people who kind of see Shark Tank as their last stop, after they have turned down, stop the business. Whereas those who really want to carry on, irrespective of the outcome, will push on, go further.
Well, let's talk about the biggest business ever in Shark Tank history. They did not get a deal. The guy name is Jamie Smirnoff, and he created a brand called Ring Doorbell, and he sold it to Amazon for $1.2 billion. He was on Shark Tank. We chopped him up and we beat him up bad. And he didn't go out and say, well, the sharks know everything, I'm going to stop. He recalibrated. He realized what was wrong with his pitch. He even says till today that he was asking for too much money and he wouldn't have invested in that himself. So then he went out and recalibrated his pitch. And now look at the man. The man sold his company for $1.2 billion.
So it comes down to perception of the event, because people can perceive that as, okay, it's not good, it's never going to work. These are experts who told me it's never going to work. Or I can perceive it as an opportunity to grow, to learn, to adapt and change.
And I think you hit a spot on the head. Even if the Sharks turn down something, it doesn't mean that we are the end all be all. Why? Because we may have said, we don't think it's going to work. Or we may have just said, it's just not for us. It doesn't mean it's not going to work. But we have to know also, where do we fit in? What value do we add?
Perfect. Now, Damon, irrespective of somebody's level of success, they're going to face up and downs. They're going to go through successes and sometimes setbacks. What drives you? What keeps you going when life isn't going as planned?
Setting goals and understanding your why. Why are you doing this? And I think that this last year, everybody in the world has been able to reflect a little bit more on why aren't they doing something, or why are they doing something. And those are the things that keep me focused, and executing those goals and trying to get as close as I can to those goals. Those are the things that I do, and I do it every single year. I go back and I check my inventory of how much time I have on hand with my family, my faith, my businesses, my health and everything else like that, and I refocus my goals. And do I hit all my goals? Absolutely not. Do I come close to them? Some of them. Do I realize that some of these goals that I had written down in the beginning of the year are not what I really want out of life? Yep, I'm human, but it happens. But at least I have some level of a North Star or navigation, on the way that I think.
You talked about what happened last year, and Les said on our summit towards the end of the year, he said, 2020 is going to deliver three types of people. It's going to deliver millionaires, billionaires, and witnesses. And that really blew people away. How do you feel that you personally, how did you handle this?
How did I handle it? In what sense?
Well, how did you see what was going on in the world, and how did you recalibrate, or, the word that was thrown a lot was pivot, but what was the thoughts going through your head when this global pandemic hit?
I agree with Wes. I told you he's one of my Les. I agree he's one of my mentors. I think there's one other person that the world is going to witness. It's going to be successful people, because I don't want him to just put millionaires and billionaires in that, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to realize that they want to march in the streets and be part of Black Lives Matter, or they want to overthrow the broken Wall Street system and let that everyday person who has two nickels to rub together be able to, cast their dollar into the system, or they want to be charitable people, or whatever the case is. So their success is going to come in various different ways. What did I do? I mean, I recalibrated that. Even though I am Mr. Goal Setting and I think I have work-life balance down right, you know what? No, I can still work on it, because now I'm finding that I'm having such a great time with my wife and my 4-year-old that I was traveling 250 days a year. And I do want a better quality of life. I thought, maybe I was saying to myself, I'm so blessed already. How should I complain? But why can't I complain a little bit more and spend a little bit more time with the ones that I love and work on my health a little bit more? So I think we all have room for improvement.
Fantastic. Damon, you've written several books, and your latest one, Power Shift. You teach people how to transform any situation, close any deal, and achieve any outcome. Can you talk about this process a little bit and tell us a little bit about the book?
Yeah, sure. I created it. I wrote the book about 6 months prior to COVID hitting, and the book came out the exact time that New York started getting COVID infections. So it's sad, but it's true that it's a good time for the book. And the book is about all of us who've had to learn to shift power. Why did I write the book? Because often when people come to me and ask me for advice, I share with them one of my books to read, because I've either written it because it was one of the most commonly asked questions, and I put them all in those books, or I share a Les Brown or a Tim Ferriss or some other book. But then often a lot of people say to me, I read all the books, but I don't have enough power in my life, or somebody took the power away from me, or somebody's supposed to give me the power. And I said to myself, who the hell is ever going to give you power? Who's going to come to your house and take you off the couch and say, I've decided to come and make you more powerful? So I wrote the book, and the book is about 3 components, because I think Shark Tank spoils people a little bit. You see people come on and go, hey, sharks, and in 8 minutes, they either have a deal or not. And it's very transactional in Shark Tank, when nothing can be further from the truth. What happens in a negotiation, and this is the only thing that separates successful people from non-successful people, is what they negotiate, not what they accept, what they negotiate in life. There's the 3 parts to it. Number 1, you have to build influence. Number 2, you have to negotiate. And when you negotiate, what's in it for the person on the other side of the table? Because we all have our problems. You keep telling me your problems, I really don't care. And number 3 is, how do you nurture that relationship? As you and I talked about it, this business failed. How are we going to do another business afterwards? Or if you get a rejection, somebody says to you, I'm sorry I had to reject you, but they say to somebody else, I had to reject this person 5 years ago. That person always still want to add value. They didn't have a problem. They understood my positioning on it. I think that's a great person for you to do a deal with, right? So it's in these 3 parts. And I'll just give you one example. I remember somebody saying to me, well, how can I build influence with you if I met you in an elevator and I never knew you before? Well, this great person did pitch me one time in an elevator, and she gave me her pitch and I loved it. And she told me, hey, we're going to add value to you. And if there's no value added to you or your team, don't worry about it. We will not charge you, and it's on us. And I'm going to buy you $5,000 worth of my time to add this value. And I said, no problem. I get out of the elevator. I look her up right here. And you know what I find? I find she is accurate about all the business she's doing. But you know what? I don't know why she keeps taking a picture with this man who keeps having this Confederate flag on his T-shirt. Let me go through this a little bit more. Oh my God, that's her husband. And he keeps having Confederate flag posters or whatever, designs on the T-shirt. I have no idea what he thinks about the Confederate flag, but I ain't got no time to look into it any further. So that influence that she could have built with me, she destroyed with me in a matter of seconds. And it was simple as that.
Damon, I know this question, I'm going to throw this one in here because we're talking about the book. Say you were stuck at the airport and your phone was dead and you could choose only one book to pass the time. What book would you read?
Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill.
Why?
Well, it's a book that I read when I was 16 years old, and it taught me about goal setting. I've read the book 20 times over the last 30 years or 32 years after reading it, or whatever the case was. Sorry, my number's off. Maybe even, geez, I'm a little bit older than that. But it is one of the books that people attribute to creating more millionaires and billionaires and successful people in the world, besides obviously any of the religious books. And I would highly recommend Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. It was written probably 100 years ago and it still stands till today.
Fantastic. Sharon Lecter is speaking a little bit later today, and she's heading up the Napoleon Hill Foundation and the books that is so she's going to speak about that further on as well. Damon, if you lost everything, if you went to zero, what would you do? How would you start?
How would I start? Well, I would go out and find, obviously, not even go out and find, it would obviously be something that would be near and dear to my heart, something I'm extremely passionate about. And I would find a way to create a circle of people around me that have the same passion. And I would extract that information on what they want, as the next step to that passion. By the way, I would keep my day job at the same time because I know I would need to keep the lights on. Once I find that group of people that love that passion that I have, whatever it is, fishing, or maybe it would be the new dad joke, entertainment conglomerate that's going to end up scooping up and buying Apple by the time we're done with dad jokes. Once I do that, I would educate myself on the opportunities out there, and then I would slowly start to put it out there in very proof of concept ways to get feedback, whether it be people purchasing, whether people liking, whether people sharing. And of course, today with social media, I would use this army of people that are globally and see how I can empower them to go out and move my units or my product, whatever the case is. And of course, they would either have affiliate marketing products or they would be part of the team or something else like that. And I would just have an amazing time. And I would take step by step by step. By the way, I would not leave my day job until my night job, which is the dad joke company, would take over that. This sounds just exactly like what I did with Red Lobster when I was making shirts. I worked as a waiter for 5 years as I ran FUBU, and I slept on the floor of my home next to sewing machines. But that's exactly what I would do.
You started off, you do something that you love, and you spoke earlier on about your love for hip hop. And that's what drove you into the FUBU brand and connecting people. What is your advice to somebody that can't see a way of monetizing what they love? Like they want to do something, but they've just got a little bit of a roadblock that stops them from seeing the bigger picture of how to turn something you love into something profitable.
Who else is selling you what you love, right? I don't care if you can hear some of my passions, right? Fishing. So I go to charter boats to go fishing, right? Or I buy lures to go fishing. Somebody's making money off of something I love. What if you like to laugh? All right, forget the dad jokes, but people who make romantic comedies and their content, or they're comedians, right? Or they make shirts with funny sayings on them. Somebody is selling you something that you love. Probably, what's your favorite food? Somebody's selling you that, isn't it? Or maybe you are making it, but you don't know how to roll it out. But no matter what, somebody's selling you something that you already love. And why can't you be the person sharing that love with the rest of the world because you love it so much? It's simple as that.
Such a great answer. Damon, I want to talk to you about the fundamentals of running a successful business. And I know you touched on this, that some of the things that you teach, it's not even covered in MBA qualification. Why?
You know, I don't know why it's not covered in MBA qualifications, but I teach the fundamentals often. We teach them on Shark Tank stage. We're teaching them here. I even have the course, obviously, Damon on Demand, where I teach the fundamentals. I don't know why they don't understand how to actually, focus on your business model often. How do you find funding, period? I'm not sure they've seen MBA. How do you find funding? Do you find funding from angel investors? Do you find them from venture capitalists? Do you find them from, the public sites where people are crowdfunding? Do you fund from purchase orders previously, factoring? How do you find funding? And so many other fundamentals are not taught in these big business schools with the MBAs. And that's why I have a lot of them working for me, because they're not necessarily thinking like entrepreneurs so often. So that's why I created, obviously, Damon on Demand, because I also wanted to show people mistakes. The best part about learning is from your mistakes. You either learn from your mentors or you learn from your mistakes. Those are the only two ways that you're going to learn through life. And mentors could be in books. They could be what we're doing here. They could be somebody in person. They could be a teacher. Or you can learn from your mistakes. And I made $20-30 million worth of mistakes. I shared with you one already, the one for $6 million. I made a whole bunch more. But what happens is when you see people who are deemed successful, I could talk about FUBU right now. When I started FUBU in 89, but FUBU keeps going. It's employing people. You see it out there, right? And that's why you keep hearing about that. You don't hear about my mistakes because, again, just like that grenade or a hot potato, boom, I got to let it go and I got to move forward. I'm not going to keep talking about it because I got thousands of those. You just hear FUBU and Shark Tank and all that because those are the ones that keep paying dividends. And that's why a lot of people don't hear the mistakes, and they don't get to hear about the fundamentals because they don't hear about most of that. They only see the person after 15 years of putting in hard work that they have some level of success.
Damon, when times get tough, one of the first departments that people cut, or the budgets that they cut, is the marketing. And I think it's because people look at marketing as an expense rather than an investment. They're putting the billboards and not tracking the ROI. How much money am I putting in to, say, Facebook, and how much money am I getting out based on the model? Talk a little bit about how someone can avoid the risks using a good marketing strategy.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I think that's a great point. Back in the days, it was a little challenging. Okay, if you were doing direct mail, maybe you would know, or a 1-800 number someplace, you would know, okay, well, we put 10 ads out, but the ads were not always as affordable as you could do with marketing now. And when you put the ad out, guess what? You had to wait 30 days or 60 days for the damn magazine or whatever to be printed. And then you got to sit around and look at your phone. You're out of business in that amount of time. But today, you take $10, $20, $100, and you look at your marketing, you look, hey, you know what? I like to use my red dress. I'm selling a red dress. And you know what? I'm going to put 5 red dress ads in, and all 5 I'm going to have different copy. This red dress is the new black dress. This red dress will remind you of your high school sweetheart. This red dress for Valentine's Day. And this red dress, men will love you forever, right? Whatever the case is. You start looking and you see that you are converting, 8%, 10% on this one, 20%, 400% on this one. Well, what do? You take the one for 400% and you keep recycling that one and make it bigger and bigger and bigger. And you get immediate answers immediately. And that is the most important thing. Today, with this technology, this is the most amazing time of our lives. You can open a business within the time that, the evening is over, and you can be selling products, or you can find out what you have is not that good, and you took affordable steps and you shut it down because you're going to open a new business in another week, doing something a little bit more close to what you love and to what your consumers want.
Fantastic. A lot of people in the audience, and we get this question a lot as speakers come on, and they ask about, is branding so important to grow your business? Is personal branding really that important?
Is personal branding that important, or
Well,
branding
branding
period?
branding is is the power of branding really that powerful?
Yeah, of course it is. Listen, there's nothing new in this world. Nothing new at all, right? There's only a new form of delivery. You may make it lighter, faster, and stronger, right? You may find a new customer, but Airbnb is still a timeshare. Uber is still a limousine service. The Snuggie, I hate to break it to you, it's a blanket. It just got two holes in it. But I just said every one of those names and every person knew it. Branding is what separates you from everybody else. There's 4 stages of a product. There's there's one, let's look at it, water. What is a product? It comes anywhere, right? Rain, whatever the case is, and it's anywhere, right? Then you can put a label on it. That means you go to the store and there's some form of identification on it. But then once it's well enough and you know it well enough and you're reinforcing what it is, then it is a brand. We know whether Dasani, or we think of Perrier, think of France when you think of Perrier, and you think of, what do you think when you think of Fiji water? Of course, Fiji, right? It takes you away to an island. And then of course you may be lucky enough to get to an area where you can create a lifestyle, and lifestyle is totally different. That's like a Xerox, a Coca-Cola, or whatever the case is, where it is the entire category. But a brand is what you promise people you are. Most of the time when you advertise, you're either introducing your brand to somebody, or you are reinforcing to somebody that they're part of this community. If I talk to you, and if we're in America, and of course globally, but I talk to you about some sexy person with a clothing line on a horse, looking really, like beautiful and lavish. Okay, I'm thinking about Ralph Lauren. If I describe to you somebody on a boat, with the same type of apparel, well, who is that? It's the same exact shirt, the same exact product. Well, all of a sudden we're thinking about Nautica, right? So a brand is a brand, and it's a destination. Cool. And you personally are a brand. So I want everybody right now to understand, I always say you have to be able to put yourself in 2 to 5 words. Can you describe yourself in 2 to 5 words? Apple think different. Nike just do it. FUBU, for us, by us. Because if you don't know what your 2 to 5 words are that you stand for, you leave it up to us to interpret. And why do I say that? Because your 2 to 5 words need to be right here when people look you up. They need to see who you are in 2 to 5 words, and that needs to be consistent with your communication.
And how congruent must your personal and business brand be? Because you spoke about the lady earlier. She pitched you, she was well with the business, but then the personal side of her life let her down. It was something that turned, I wouldn't say change your mind, but what's advice to people where they wear 2 hats and they're vastly different?
Yeah, listen, with transparency, most of the time people are going to get back now these days, and that is the gift and the curse about who you are. I mean, if I say words like Zuckerberg or Bezos or Trump or whoever the case is, now I'm not here to speak politics. What your brand needs to be is honest to your brand. I'm not saying your brand needs to be perfect. That woman with that man, maybe that's their lifestyle, that was their business, and they probably have a lot of people who respect and love and value their beliefs. That's totally up to them. I mean, I used to love a rapper named Old Dirty Bastard, and guess what? He was an old dirty bastard. I loved every aspect of him being an old dirty bastard. So, of course, your brand now is attached to who you are. People are going to find out one way or another. It just depends on how are you in charge of how you're navigating it. Are you in charge of the words that are coming out of other people's mouths, or are you letting other people interpret it the way they want to?
Fantastic. Damon, we're getting close to the end of this interview. I'm a fanboy. I was so excited when I got the opportunity, because I literally watched almost every single episode of Shark Tank, and the advice that you guys give is so, I love each and every one of you guys, because you bring such a different element to the table. Guys in the chat, if you resonated with Damon, then I'm sure you have. Who would like the opportunity to work further with Damon? Who thinks that just by spending this 45 minutes with Damon so far has radically impacted the way that you see things? And how do you think, how would working with him in a further degree impact you? Because we've got tons of people saying me, I do. A lot of people say that they want to work with you, Damon, and I know that your team has put together something truly special for our community. And, you know, we say that all the time, but I know the speakers really, really go the extra mile for our community because we've got thousands of people from over 130 different countries. And I'm going to bring this up for you guys. And I would like you to just tell us a little bit about it. It's called Damon on Demand. I'm just going to get the link, the slide up. Perfect. It's called Damon on Demand. If you had, you know, got so many insights and education right here, you imagine carrying Damon John with you anywhere in the world. Damon, tell us about this program.
Yeah, so after I wrote all the books, and obviously I'm on Facebook, I'm on Shark Tank, I'm on you know, Clubhouse and all these things, and I take these public stages. A lot of people say, you know, listen, you inspired me and you put so much stuff together, but I need the breadcrumbs to be put a little closer together, or, you know, I process information this way and I don't want to take things you know, out of context. So it took us a long time to put together a digital course for people because we wanted to share it with people, because we see too many people out there who are making mistakes that they don't need to make, when especially I have made them already. I made the $20 million worth of mistakes. And we also see people who don't know how to find funding or where they need to find funding. They make big mistakes such as, well, people told me I need to get patents. I got 3 patents. And I said, how much do you spend on your 3 patents? Well, I'm totally up to $50,000 invested in this. Well, I got to tell you something. A trademark is an average of, and you can get several categories for a trademark, an average of $5,000. Now, I haven't seen too many patents that have been protected, but you can't put Nike or Fubu or Louis Vuitton on any product you have, because that initial trademark of $5,000 protected it. So right there alone, I'm showing you how to save $45,000 because somebody else told you that you needed a patent, right? So as I walk you through all these things on Damon on Demand, these are the critical things of building the foundation of a business, or even if you have a business, you know how you and I talked about scaling it? That was the difference of me standing on the corner selling hats to having a global brand in 80 different countries. I learned how to scale it because my mentors came into my life and they taught me how to build the foundation of the company. And any building you're building, I don't care if it's a structure, I don't care if it's a cake. If the foundation is weak, it's going to implode. It's going to fall. And then often you won't be able to get investments. I can't tell you how many people come into my life, not on Shark Tank because they get vetted by ABC, but there are a lot of people that come into my life that I want to invest in, and they don't even have the structure for me to be able to give them the money. I want to give them the money, but I look through it, and if they're standing next to another person who has everything set up to take in the money, well, then that already gave me the proof that if you can't even take in the money, how are you going to operate the business? I'm giving the money to this person over here. I don't care if it's 5,000, 10,000, or $1 million. So that's what I put together all in Damon on Demand. It's the fundamentals of running a successful business, even the stuff that an MBA doesn't teach you. It shows you how to create sales and marketing plans to identify where your risk may be, how to harness the power of branding, as we talked about, and grow your business off a brand, right? Who would ever thought a little brown boy would create a name called Fubu in his basement that will be globally recognized for 30 years. It shows you how to identify viable products, services, or ideas that will generate revenue. Like you said, you got an idea, but how are you going to make money off the idea? Well, we're going to show you how to generate revenue. It also shows you how to prepare your pitch to attract investors. I already told you the train's leaving the station. I want you on the train, Damon. But if you don't want to be on the train, I'm going regardless. Right? Or my, what I say, infomercial pitch, right? It shows you how and where to find financing. Very, very important. You can go to a venture capitalist, but if you don't understand that a venture capitalist has, let's say, 5 to 7 years, they're out of this fund. The fund is $100 million and they only want to buy medical tech companies and only 10 because they don't want to spend $1 million on 100 companies. They want to spend $10 million on 10 different companies. You can call that person all day long and wait for meetings all night long, and you're wasting your time when you could have been looking at somebody who was in the area that you needed to finance you. And there's so much more that we put in there.
Damon, if somebody is sitting here with a full-time job, or a secure job that actually wasn't so secure last year, and they're thinking, they have an idea, they want to start, they have an idea that they might think might work, and they want to start a business. Is this for them, or is this for people who are currently in business right now?
This is both, right? Because it depends on where you are in business. This is if you want to start a business, or this is if you want to scale a business. Now, a lot of people get my program because they do have a secure job, and you know what they do? They get my program because their significant other, their cousin, or their son wants to open a business, and they go, "Do me a favor, you take this course right here before you even start the business, because I don't want to put my money at risk, and I'm going to loan to you." A lot of people take this course and have taken this course, and then later on say, "I decided that I want to start a business now because I was so ashamed or afraid to ask questions because I felt stupid saying, where do I find financing?" A lot of people don't get their dreams, don't realize their dream because they're afraid to ask. Because as we grow as adults, we don't want people laughing at us. We don't want people to say that maybe we're stupid or things of that nature. That's why I love when I talk to high school kids. They ask you the questions that are the most, I got to go home and rethink my life half the time these kids ask me questions, because they ask such simple but powerful questions. And so when people often take my course, they either go, "Honey, let's do a business together," or "I'm not loaning you the money because you are not doing these things," or "Do me a favor, you really want me to lend you money? You put time and show me that you'll want to take this course, and then I'll do that." And then they'll see who's lazy or not. And then often, they just start a business themselves.
Damon, what if somebody's wanting to do this, but they are falling on the excuse that money, I don't have the money. I can't get the money. I don't have the resources. What's your advice to somebody they feel it, that they want to do this, but that holds them back?
Well, first of all, I'm going to still tell them to do the power of broke. And whether it's my course or anybody else's, if you feel you don't have the money for the course, then you need to go out and try to find ways to educate yourself, YouTube or pulling up things, until you feel comfortable with that. But you got to understand that life is about an investment. And if you don't have whatever this amount is, then how are you going to buy inventory? How are you going to employ people? How are you going to take those chances in life? So it doesn't matter. I believe that people need to educate themselves no matter what, but you have to be a student of life, and you have to be habitual when it comes to educating yourself. But if you're on here on a Saturday morning or Saturday evening, wherever you are right now, this time, then you already made an investment to educate yourself. You already took that step to educate yourself. That's exactly, the first step you should take. Now, do you have an idea? Do you have a partner? Maybe try to find one or two other partners. I didn't do FUBO by myself. I had 3 other partners that I still have. The reason being is, I told you I failed, right? 3 times, 89 to 92. When my other partners came around, every time that I wanted to quit, they didn't let me quit, and I didn't let them quit. And that's where I truly found our calling. So I don't necessarily have the answer for every single person if this is your time to run the business, but there's various different ways that you can do it. You can think about the first step you took here to be here and get this education. You can find other partners, do it with a team member. You know what? Entrepreneurship is a team sport. Or you can educate yourself on the things and the free things that are out there. And then when you're ready, come back. And it doesn't have to be my course. Maybe my course is not the one for you. I believe it is, because this is a fundamental of business, no matter what business you run. But somehow you got to take those first steps, because if not, then you're only going to get the results of what you've been having for your entire life, because either somebody deterred you from taking those steps or you didn't believe in yourself.
Guys, if this resonates with you, head over to realsummits.com/DJ. The link is in the chat. One last thing, Damon, you don't need the money. This is only $499. Why do this? I assume that this is part of your legacy.
Yeah. So yeah. In 1989, I risked everything in my life, and I've survived cancer, and I've written 5 books, and I do countless TV shows to just try to sell you something for $4.99. So I know that I know that unfortunately there's a lot of people in the world that show you their sizzle reel of how beautiful entrepreneurship is and what they're doing, and they are, they're telling you that the world is, all glossy. So when you wake up in the morning, you look at Instagram. I know when I look at it, I don't look at it for the first hour of the day because everybody's sexier than me, skinnier than me, and for some reason they're all in Greece. So I decided that you don't see people like me necessarily on TV with a level of success that are African American or person of color that didn't come from music, sports, or politics. But if I can show people that everyday people like me can make it, and give them the step-by-step ways to do it where you can avoid the mistakes I made. Like I told you, if I didn't get that deal with Samsung, you would have never known of a Damon John. How many people right now, how many other Damon Johns are watching that potentially will go down in history as somebody that may be great for their family and their community, but not globally recognized, who made significant change, that deserve the chance to make the significant change? So I decided to put this together because I'm tired of seeing everybody who says, the world is easy, entrepreneurship is easy. No, it's not. Just educate yourself. And I'm going to give you this information. And when I die, hopefully, I'm not going to leave my daughters inheritance. I'm going to leave them a legacy. And I want them to be able to say that my father or my grandfather was somebody who contributed. And like I love talking about Napoleon Hill, I want people to talk about me like that. I want people to say that he made the planet a better place. And maybe if I do this, then through all the little, times that I messed up or I screwed up, maybe God will crack those little gates open a little bit for me and let me in, because hopefully I've changed some people's lives.
Damon, you're a shining example of what can be, and you are a true inspiration. I really enjoy this. Thank you so much for taking time in your schedule.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate you all. And I appreciate everybody who showed up for investing in yourself. Now take that next step in your life, whatever it is.
Okay, so how was that? Give us some feedback. Did you enjoy the interview with Saj and Damon? Wow, what a man. Great success. And he truly has came from nothing to FUBU. I don't know if you've actually looked at the FUBU's whole journey. Incredible. So if you're interested in that, please go to realsummits.com/DJ. And then we are now. Are you ready? Are you ready for the first time ever on the summits, on the conference, first time ever? We've got Jay Abraham. Man. Please let me know who has listened to Jay Abraham before. Just fill out the poll. I can't see the results, so I hope that we can post the results there in the comments box. Okay, maybe someone can post that there. And then what we will do while I wait for that is now for the great Jay Abraham and Saj. We're going to move over to Saj interviewing Mr. Abraham.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a very special part of the conference. It's a moment we've all been looking for. Well, I've been looking for this because this is a truly remarkable individual that we have speaking on our conference for the first time ever, and we're looking forward to this. This man is no ordinary business strategy consultant. Jay has spent his entire career helping executives and business owners solve problems and fix their businesses. Labeled as the $21.7 billion man. That's right, I did not say million, I said billion. He is the highest paid marketing consultant in the world. His unique approach to business and marketing strategy has significantly increased the bottom lines of over 10,000 clients worldwide. And now we at the Real Entrepreneur Academy and the Real Success Network have the ultimate privilege to bring him and his wisdom to you. Jay Abraham, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us in the conference right now.
It is my honor and privilege, and I look forward to hopefully providing answers and insight that will transform the thinking of all the different size type entrepreneurs you've got watching from around the world, and hopefully give them easy applications they can put into place right away.
All right. So we'd like to start off with a little bit of background on you. You know, as a global marketer, when you say the name Jay Abraham, you know, you think the godfather of marketing. And I just wanted, for those in the audience, the digital audience, who are trying to find a little bit more about you, how did this all start? How did you become the $21.7 billion man?
It's a funny story and an interesting one, and it goes towards what I've dedicated most of my career doing. But I was a business transient when I started. I basically got married at 18. I had 2 children at 20. I had no formal education. I wasn't skilled formally to do anything. The only jobs I could get weren't jobs. They were deal-based relationships with entrepreneurs who would give me variable compensation, so much a deal, so much an account, so much a lead, so much a relationship I could create. And so I was able to do a lot of things at the same time because I wasn't denominated or constrained by time, because I wasn't 8 to 5. I was whatever I earned. You sort of eat what you kill. So I did lots of different things at the same time, Saj. And what was fascinating was I never did them in the same, for whatever reason, in the same industry. So I might be working in 3, 4 industries at the same time. And after about 10 different overlapping, different, totally unrelated industries, I realized that people in one industry don't have a clue how people in another industry think, market, strategize, business model, value creation, access their market, lead generate, their business model, anything. And I was able to take very common concepts from outside the industries I was working in that I had learned through osmosis, combine them and apply them to industries I now was working with, and they all shot up because an idea that's common as dirt in an industry where no one knows it, you're the equivalent of the one-eyed man in the land of the blind. And I had massive successes because most people in an industry follow the herd. They do pretty much pro or con, good or bad, the same thing everyone else does, pretty much the same way. Some are better, some are worse, some got more capital and resources. But if you're going to do the same thing as everybody else, you don't have much of a chance of getting massively ahead of them. But if you do things they don't even understand in ways they've never even thought about, and you target markets in ways nobody else in your industry is doing, and your value proposition is very distinctively different than anyone else, you, in essence, you don't have to be high tech. You're a disruptor, and successful disruptors gain an asymmetric profit advantage, and you can do that. And the people that I helped went, not everyone, but most went, and with it, my reputation went. That's the story in a nutshell.
Jay, when you started off, let's talk about some of the early rejection, some of the no's that came about. For entrepreneurs who are starting out, or those who have already got a business and are trying to get to the next level, but somehow talk themselves out of it because they're scared of what people might say, they're scared about rejection, people turning them down. How did you deal with that when you started in business?
I think I was lucky. I basically always had what I'll call a Herculean resistance, and I never took it personally. I never was devastated. One time I was a little bit impaired just because I wasn't used to it. But after the first setback, somehow I expected setbacks to be a natural part of growth. And I always basically I learned from very, very masterful entrepreneurs 3 things. If you prepare for contingency events, then most setbacks aren't devastating. That failure is not permanent. You just have to really, and if you don't, if you hedge your downside, then it's not even the end of the world. And if you have both the tenacity, the resilience, the ability to pivot, you normally can find breakthroughs in breakdowns. So, I mean, I started, one of the great successes I had early in my career was a product that people in the United States are very familiar with. It's called Icy Hot. It's a arthritis product. And my job was to set up contingency advertising arrangements with all kinds of media, television, radio, newspaper, magazines. We didn't have the internet then. And the goal was to get them to run advertising for us we didn't pay for, except if it worked. And the first few months I did it, nobody said yes. And I could have been devastated, but I decided, my logic said, media companies don't sell every piece of advertising they have. When they have unsold advertising, depending on the kind of media, if it's radio or television, they can't save it. If it's magazine or newspaper, if it's fractional, they have to fill it with more editorial. So it exists. It's a matter of getting them to trust you enough to entrust and allocate that unsold advertising to you. So the rejections, instead of turning me off or breaking my spirit, actually fueled it, because I thought, okay, if I'm not, this taught me a long time ago. We have a concept we teach now, and it's a long, elaborate one, but it's called access denied. If you're not getting the result you're after, Saj, then you're not getting access to their trust, access to their belief in your proposition, access to their willingness to try, access to all kinds of things. But if you're not, it's not their fault, it's yours. So you have to figure out, what do I have to do differently to penetrate the resistance, and how can I do it in a way that turns the dynamic totally around? And that was always the way I think my mind was conditioned to think. And I was lucky because I never did one thing. So I was inherently well hedged always. And most people aren't. They throw caution to the wind, they go full in, which is admirable, but there are many ways you can pre-test and a lot of aspects of a business, and people don't understand that. But when you understand, all that's possible, I'm very blessed. I've done, as you indicated, well, you didn't indicate that the industries, I've done over 1,000 industries, not businesses. And when you get that kind of a breadth and a depth of understanding of what is possible, you elevate dramatically your sense of what you're trying to achieve for others and for yourself. Because maybe the biggest problem that I've seen, and I wish this was an original thought, it's not, it's a colleague of mine who's the world expert on what's called theory of constraints. But he says the majority of people set their goals too low, and that goal setting can be a self-fulfilling prophecy. You set it low because you don't understand how much more is possible from time, effort, market access, advertising, prospects, buyers, inactive buyers, unsold leads, salespeople, relationships, resources. But I've been so blessed because I've been educated by my clients all around the world. And if I didn't appreciate or understand something, when you work in an industry that does things differently through observation, osmosis, and experimentation, you learn an enormous array of things that no one else knows. And usually, not even sometimes, but usually, whatever somebody does in an industry are not the highest, best, safest, fastest, most profitable, most predictable, most perpetual ways to build revenue and profit. It's just the way that industry has followed. And I learned one more thing, and then I'll zip my lip for you because I'm not allowing you to ask other questions. I learned that there's a fallacy unbeknownst to people in the concept of best practices. Best practice is very popular, best practices. But really what best practices teach someone are the best practices in an industry. And by and large, those practices tend to be incremental. They're going to get you a bit better. But if you take practices from outside the industry that could be higher yielding, less risk, less time, more powerful, less, costly, you can take those, apply them to your industry, and instead of incremental gains, you're going to get exponential gains. And the problem with best practices in an industry is the first people, Saj, that learn them, they get a short-term advantage. But when they're made available, everyone learns them. And so it becomes standard operating procedure, and it doesn't even give you advantage. Everything gets marginalized. You get behind the next best practice and then next. And it's a never ending and never win battle. I don't like to play games I can't win. And I don't like to play games I can't win for my clients. So I want to weight advantage ethically, totally in our favor. And I don't know if that answers your question and maybe a little bit of a protracted circuit, but hopefully it stimulates thinking.
No, it definitely does, Jay. You know, when we've got people in here on the conference, and there's so many shiny objects. You know, what do we look at? You know, we look at Facebook, Instagram. What's the next best thing? And you know, you talk a lot about strategy versus tactics. And if you could speak into that a little bit of just understanding, if somebody is looking for the next best thing, the answer doesn't really lie in that. You know, and you have seen so many different vehicles of connecting to people in your years of experience. What makes the difference between a good marketer who doesn't look for the new shiny thing and actually just knows how to connect to their customer?
Yeah, well, if I may tell a story, which might take 3 or 4 minutes, but I think it'll underscore the answer and the importance of the question. But first, I'll say this. Strategy will always long-term trump or beat tactics. Strategy is the big long-term game that you are playing. And a tactic should only be used if it advances and enhances that game with very little exception. But I'll tell you a story that's older, but it underscores the difference between being tactical and being strategic, okay? So many years ago, I had 2 friends who were both good marketers. One was a master strategist, and the other was a copywriter who was a master tactician. He was good at tactics. They both got interested in the emerging, you're in South Africa, but they got interested in the emerging market of simulated diamonds, cubic zirconia. These cubic zirconia looked very much like a real diamond, sparkled, dazzled, and they were very inexpensive to make, and they would sell for pennies compared to a real diamond. And both of them decided to go into that market, given their direct response background. They knew how to sell direct to the market. So they both decided to run ads full page in I'm in Los Angeles, the Los Angeles Times, front page of a section. The first one was the tactician. He came up with a name called the Beverly Hills Diamond Company. He ascribed to his diamond, the Beverly Hills Diamond. It was a loose 1 carat cubic zirconium, but it wasn't called a cubic zirconium. It was called the Beverly Hills Diamond, proprietary. And he wrote a killer ad selling a 1 carat stone for $39 or $39.95. I don't remember. The ad cost about $25,000 and it brought in about $43,000. And after all expenses, refunds, credit card costs, I think he made $7,000. And he was disappointed because his orientation as a tactician was to make a lot of money up front on the activity. So he pocketed the 7, he closed down and gave up and went into another project and another. Friend 2 was not as good a copywriter, but brilliant strategist, brilliant. He saw the same market, he thought opportunity. He created a hilarious name of a business called Van Pliss and Tissot, which was a combination of Van Cleef and Arpels and Tiffany's, which was hilarious. He created the Van Pliss diamond, same thing, 1 carat loose cubic zirconium. He sold it for the same $39.95 or $39. He ran a full page ad he wrote. He was a good copywriter, but nowhere close to as good as the tactical one. His ad cost $25,000 and brought in, as I recall, about $30,000 3 or 4,000. So he lost $5,000 or $6,000 on the ad. But instead of giving up, he did something very different. Now I got to go back for a minute. I'm almost done. Friend one, who was the tactician, took his loose stone. He didn't really have any strategic sense. So he threw it in a chintzy little corrugated bag or little pouch inside a chintzy box and inside a cheap envelope and sent it out bulk rate. That was it. Nothing in it. Just here's your loose stone. Thank you. Friend two, the strategist, took his loose stone, put it in a velvet jeweler's bag, put the bag in a simulated little wood box, put that in a very well padded envelope, and sent it out with 2 accompanying documents. One was a letter from him as the CEO, managing director of Van Pliss and Tissot, thanking the recipient for having the blind faith to trust them to buy the loose stone. And then it was a advice that before you took the stone out, be prepared for something that's going to bedazzle and beguile and captivate you more than you can imagine. It's going to be more dazzling, shiny, fiery, brilliant than you can even imagine. However, you might think you've been short shifted because it might look smaller. It is not that we took advantage of you. It is that in order to get that kind of brilliance, it has to be denser, heavier in the size. And then the letter went on to say, so many people, when they see how beautiful and magnificent the stones are, but the density factor, they would come back and buy 5, 10, 25 carat stones that they would then take to their local fine jeweler to be set into very, very expensive rings and pendants and necklaces. And the letter went on to say that we are a manufacturing jeweler and we've seen the prices that these jewelers are charging. And as a courtesy to you, we have included a catalog of the most popular larger stone preset pieces that we have created for others. And because we have gotten feedback from our clients, we know that our prices are at least half or lower than the jewelers will charge. And because you had enough faith in us to buy the loose stone, we want to reward you 2 ways. One, if you wish to send it back, we'll give you double credit for anything you wish to buy in the catalog. And then secondly, we will not consider anything you purchase in the catalog binding and permanent as far as a purchase on your part until you've taken it to a local, ethical, reputable fine jeweler and ask him or her what they would charge to replicate it in their own setting. And if it's not twice what we charge, send it back. Okay, that was the strategic thinking. The first man made $7,000 and quit the business, and he was tactical. The second lost $4,000 or $5,000, but he made $25 million in his first year because he was strategic. That's the difference between strategy and tactics. I hope that story was worth the time it took.
That was a brilliant story. I think also when you talked about looking at other industries and what they're doing, and you talked about the experience that the strategist created, almost reminded me of how Steve Jobs wanted people to feel when they opened up Apple products. You know, I didn't want them just to feel like it was just a piece of another computer. It should have, it's almost like they were opening a jewelry box.
There's one of the greatest business minds that ever lived, Peter Drucker, who's deceased, had a very interesting distinction. He said most business people are they're not true entrepreneurs, they're proprietors. And he used as an example somebody that opens a deli, and he used 2 kinds of examples. He said a proprietor just finds a location where there's a lot of fast food and they open there to siphon oxygen out of the commerce, and they have a decent, clean setting and decent signage and a nice case with meats and breads and cheeses in it, and, and clean facilities and pleasant people. But there's nothing memorable, nothing experiential about it. And it's just basically an opportunistic exploitation of the of the hungry flow that goes on in that neighborhood or that area. Whereas a true entrepreneur starts with the end in mind. He or she thinks about the experience. They think about all the different elements that are going to make this not just memorable, but so almost positively, addictively memorable. People are going to come back. They start with the way the sign looks on the outside. Maybe they pump, the aromas out. When you walk in, they have really cool names for their sandwiches. They go out of their way to get breads that are just unimaginably visually beautiful. They have people that are dressed in a certain way. They have certain tested methodology that produces greater ethical, average orders. They do things at the end to get people so excited they come back, tell other people. But that is the experiential focus. And frankly, most proprietors don't think about it. They just sort of they don't understand that you're playing. There's a duality game people play. One is the linear game, the incremental game. We're going to make some money. We're going to sell something. And by and large, we're not going to be distinctive enough to be a proprietary. So we, out of default, we're commodity. We're marginalized going in. So we're going to always have to work like mad to stay even relevant, because we're not. We're not, opportunistically, maybe we're in a good location, or maybe we lucked out and we have the only fried chicken or pizza, but it's not because anything about what we do is meaningfully distinctive, experientially distinct or proprietary. It's just because, we're opportunistic. That's a terrible way to build a business in today's world, I think. Because you can't build it. There's the adage about everything being basically about physics. You expand or you contract, you grow or you die, because you can't stay constant. And if you only are a tactical, marginalized, not being negative, just being clinical, if you're a tactical, marginalized entity in a world where the consumer is constantly craving either or, and sometimes both, better value denominated many ways: price, components, experience, and you don't really resonate on any of those. It's only a matter of time before you're going to either have to pivot monumentally, or you're going to be basically a little footnote on your street or in your industry, because you'll be gone.
Jay, with just a lot of interesting points that you brought up there, and what I enjoyed was when you were talking about multiple touch points. I was listening to some of your audiobooks and so on, but when I listened to that, the thing that popped up was, I need to ask you this question. We've got people on here who are looking to get leads. It's like, I want to use this. I want to get leads in. My business is not where it is. I get a sale here, I get a sale there, but I need to get an influx of leads. But I think we've got to change it around a little bit. I would like your opinion on this, is that most people are looking for the leads, the new person to come in, the new client. But what about the existing clients? What about the people that we already have that are very sporadic? Because even if they bring a whole influx of new clients, they're still going to be sporadic. It's the way that they've been treating their clients up until that point.
Well, we teach, but the company teaches that there's three ways to grow any business. You increase the number of buyers, which is the most expensive, the slowest, the hardest. You get the buyer to spend more ethically at the point of sale. Then you get them to buy more things more often for a longer period, and you get more utility value, meaning other ways you can monetize them. Most people don't think about that, and it makes no sense, because literally the cost of acquiring them is very expensive. The cost of selling them more, selling them again, costs almost nothing. And so what I believe is the most important thing is to figure, what are you going to do with them once you start the relationship? A lot of people don't do, they go, okay, I get 500 leads a month and I close 3%, I need to get 1,000. And I'll say, it makes no sense. Why don't you try to make 3%, first of all, 6%? Why don't you make the average order that's $50, $75? Why don't you make, even if that's all you have to sell, why don't you find other alliances that you can find other products that either they buy during, before, after, related, that you can turn that one sale into 10 sales? Why don't you go back to the unsold prospects who were interested enough to inquire about the category and sell them other things, even competitive things, because they're going to buy it from somebody or they wouldn't have contacted you. And if you do all those things strategically, you've doubled, redoubled again, such the revenue and the profitability that activity can produce for you, but people don't understand. And we have 30, I teach that there are 40 categories of increasing your profit performance geometrically. And that's just one of them. You also have advanced ways to grow a business. You penetrate a new market every year. You add one more product or service every year. You penetrate, you acquire a business on an earnout, no front money, no capital outlay, just pay for it out of profits. It can be a competitive business. It can be a complementary business. It can be an alternative means. By an alternative means, I mean, if you were selling a supplement for weight loss, you could buy another supplement business, or you could buy a portion control food business, or you could buy an online group personal training business, or you could buy an equipment selling business, or you could buy a recipe business, or you could buy a weight loss book publishing business. I mean, you got all these options that you don't think about that could double, redouble again. The profitability you get from either the buyers you got, or the knowledge you've got of media, or the relationships you got with influencers or platforms. But people don't think that way.
You know, we asked this question to Damon John. Do you know him from Shark Tank? And we asked him, what is the worst piece of advice he ever received in his journey? And he said, fake it till you make it. What's the worst piece of advice you've ever received in your journey?
It's sort of recurring. People I've been very blessed that a lot of the concepts I've come up with, I think were complicated as heck, but I was gifted enough to be able to explain them to people in simplistic terms. And people would say, that won't work. That's dumb. And I'll never forget, I have a book called Money Making Secrets of a Marketing Genius and Other Fortune Building Lessons. And we sold 72,000 copies of it, Saj, for $377 a copy. That's about 2,400 times 70, 20. It's about $27 million we got. It bought my beach house all cap. But I remember it was sent to the book was sent by someone just curiously to a major publisher who said that book will never sell at $20. I did a training program in the 90s for $15,000 when everybody was selling seminars for $500, and everyone said, that is the dumbest idea ever. And we sold $23 million worth. I came up with an idea for an investment broker of basically being the educational arm of a bunch of newsletters, and the newsletters said, okay, we'll try it, but that won't work. And we did $500 million. So, I mean, I think it's not listening to people who haven't transcended very much non-linear achievement, and but also hedging your bet, not, mortgaging, your life away, getting every family member to give you every dime they have on something that's unproven. I think that I always tried things, and I was not unwilling to test. I test all the time, spend a lot of money, but the amount of money I spend would seem like a lot to most of your viewers, but it's not a lot relative to my income and my resources. So if I test something for 10 or 20 or $60,000, it's not a big deal to me, just like them testing something for 1,000 or something, but I test all the time. Losses do not bother me because I'm looking for wins. I don't put, my life on the line for anything. But I think it's realizing that if you look at breakthroughs, true breakthroughs don't come from inside any industry. A few do, but those are the incremental ones. The great breakthroughs usually come from outside the industry. Years ago, the whole telecommunications world was transformed by fiber optics, but fiber optics wasn't created for telecommunication. It was created for aerospace, and it was translated by people astutely in the telecommunication. Federal Express and all the overnight delivery services that followed used what's called the hub and spoke check clearing system that our Federal Reserve Bank and probably all the other Federal Reserve types in all the other countries use to make sure people don't bounce checks. It gets checks cleared right away the next morning. And they use that to be able to create a whole industry. Viagra came from a product that was developed for heart. Rogaine was a pimple medicine. Let's see, either I can't remember whether it was the ballpoint pen or the roll-on deodorant came from each other. 3M, a big company here in the States, created a product to reduce infection by borrowing a technique that the movie studios makeup people use so people didn't get infected when they had makeup all day. A very famous baby stroller company borrowed the collapsible concept for the wheels from airplane basic, the landing gear. I can go on, but most of the people are looking, they're looking for breakthroughs in the wrong places. And they're speculating more than they have to, because you can test or at least pre-test assumptions. And that's another point. Most people's assumption, if you don't understand, if the assumption you are operating by is either wrong or flawed, and flawed can be partially right, then everything that flows from it is wrong or partially right. So you have to be able to do reality checks, but here's where it gets really tricky. If all you know is what you and your industry does, by the nature of that, you're limited in your growth potential. You're limited just to how much better you can do what everybody else does. And that's an onerous feat, because you have to have more muscle, more money, more brilliance. That's a hard win. Whereas if you use what I call performance levers that they don't even know about, it's much easier. You don't have to be brilliant. If you're brilliant, it only multiplies that much more. You don't have to have a lot more money, because you can make a little gear move a lot. And it's just a different way of thinking.
Jay, you've got so many success stories. In your lifetime, which one do you look back most fondly at, and what would you owe that success to?
Well, I mean, it's interesting because not to make myself look like an old fogey, I've been doing this for such a long period that I have an enormous spectrum of success stories. My first big success was a product known here called Icy Hot. It's an analgesic balm, like in Asia it'd be like Tiger Balm. You know what Tiger Balm is? It's like that. And we took it from 20,000 to 21 million in about 15 months for no investment. And that was pretty cool, because we were able to get 1,000 different media sources to run ads for us that We only paid when those ads paid off. I did Entrepreneur Magazine, and it should be known most places in the free world. And we took it from X to 9X in less than a year. And we did it just by reusing assets that were dormant and not even valued by the company. I have a company, we created a 400% growth in less than a year here just by changing how they marketed, one big shift. I have a company in China, believe it or not, and I don't go to China anymore, but they went from number 5 to number 1 in the candy business and sold 49% to the Hershey's chocolate company just by one shift we taught them. There's a motorcycle manufacturer in China, great story. He went from a local, because you can have 100 million population city, to being the dominant motorcycle manufacturer in all of Asia just by a strategic alliance strategy we gave him. I mean, I got so many.
That was the guy that you asked him what he needs, and he needed factory space and a warehouse. And you told him to go and find underutilized warehouses and have the partnership. And then he came back. I think you said he came back like a year later, and he said, "Thank you, Jay, for the advice." And you're like, "Oh, sorry, but I speak to thousands of people. Can you just refresh on the advice?" That's a great story.
Well, I'll tell it very quickly because it underscores the power of this change or shift or new slant in thinking. So I used to do seminars when I was younger all over the world, and I was in China, and a young man came to the mic at the end. It was Q&A time, and it was very charming because it's through translation. And he said, "What do you do if you're too small and the banks won't lend you money to grow?" And I asked him a series of questions. "What do you do?" He said, "Motorcycle manufacturers, local." And as I said, it's hilarious because only in China, where a city can be 100 million, could you be a local motorcycle manufacturer? I could be a local seller, but manufacturer, wow. He said, and I said, "Okay, well, let me ask you, if you had the money, what would you do with it?" Because most people think they are resource impaired. I don't think it's a lack of resources. I think it's a lack of resourcefulness. Big difference. So I said, what would you do with it? He goes, "Well, I would go all over Asia. I would open a factory. I would manufacture motorcycles. I would open offices in every major country in Asia. I would hire salespeople. I would recruit dealers, and I would build a network of dealers retailing my motorcycles all over Asia." And I said, "Okay, so what's the problem?" And he starts to get mad. He goes, "I told you they won't give me money." I said, "You don't need money. You need the equivalent." And what I've realized, Saj, this is very cool. Your problem is always, not sometimes, but always the solution to someone else's bigger problem. They just don't always know it. I said that to the young man. And I said, "Look, go take a tour, go through Asia, find somebody in a non-competitive but complementary business." I didn't know what it'd be. I said, "Somebody's got a big factory they're not using fully. Somebody's got offices all over Asia for whatever they're selling. Somebody's got a sales force. Somebody's got a dealer network. Partner with it." That took me, a minute? That was it. I left, came back. The guy comes to the mic at the end, and he's smiling like you can't believe his smile is up to his eyeballs. And he said, "I did what you said." And I said that to the young man, "I don't remember, because all day, all night, that all my keynotes, everything is answering questions, solving problems, untangling Gordian knots." So I said, "I don't remember." He told me. I said, "Cool. What'd you do?" He goes, "I went all over. When I got to Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, I found the largest lawnmower manufacturer in all Asia. Nice people. They had this huge factory. They weren't utilizing second shift. They had offices in every major Asian country. They had salespeople. They had thousands of dealers. We made an agreement where I had to bring tools and dies. And for people that don't know, these are the pieces of metal that are used to mold or create the parts that get assembled into whatever the product is. They had the workers, they had the equipment. I just had to train them and train the salespeople. And he said, in 1 year, we both made $10 million by putting my motorcycles through his distribution channel. But this is going to sound arrogant. I have so many stories like that there's not one that comes to mind. The first one I did when that was the only one I knew and I was a limited thinker was pretty cool. We went from nothing to huge. We sold it 45 years ago for $60 million, which was a lot of money back then. I went from nobody doing anything with me to 1,000 radio, TV stations, magazines partnering with us. Then I did Entrepreneur, and we grew. Then I did all the financial newsletters and at the time, and they all exploded. Then I did seminars, and we were the biggest business seminar company in the entrepreneurial market on a worldwide basis. We were doing China, Singapore. We never did South Africa. We did Malaysia. We did Vietnam. We did Ireland, UK, Italy, France. And then I got into just very high level private consulting, which is what I do mostly now. We do a little bit of group training just when I want to refine a new methodology. But I've been so blessed and have so many wonderful success stories that have been achieved either directly by me or indirectly by the methodologies that I've shared in training forms, that it's just a blur now, but a wonderful blur, not an arrogant blur, but just I'm humbled, I'm grateful, but there's so many because I've done it in over 1,000 industries, not businesses.
Jay, just a quick one, a 1 minute answer, 30-second answer. If someone were to say, get in contact with you and your company and say, I would love to have supper with Jay. I want to pick his brain. How much would that cost the person?
We have a 2-hour minimum and it's $18,500.
$18,500. Ladies and gentlemen, what if you had the opportunity to work with Jay and not pay $18,500? Let me know in the chat who would love to extend this interview that we've just had with Jay and go into a much more in-depth teaching from Jay himself. Go ahead and put a yes into the chat. We got tons of yeses. Hell yeah. Somebody's saying, give it to me, Saj. We can speak about that later. Gail says yes. Mary says, for sure. We've got Mike saying, don't waste, tell us now. So we've got a lot of people in the chat who are saying that they want to know how they can work with Jay. And you guys who have been joining us for the first time and or been with us before, you know that we love to have partnerships with our speakers and come up with products and services that are good and that are going to help you guys to achieve what you want. We've put together a product called Business Breakthrough, and a lot of credit to Jay and his team for being so accommodating. The Business Breakthrough is essentially 13 business breakthrough modules, okay? And we're not going to list the entire 13, but this will just give you a taste of exactly what's in there. First is how to get unstuck and properly target the market to sell more. Okay, how do you get unstuck? If you're feeling stuck at the moment, how do you get unstuck? There's about 9 ways that businesses can get unstuck in this program. Next is critical thinking and drivers for exponential growth. Jay talked about goals and sometimes they're actually the worst things because people set the goals too low. And we want to look at how do we set these big goals that we can go forth with exponential growth. Joint ventures, strategic alliances, the power of relational capital. And the last story that Jay just shared with the gentleman with the motorbike, this is what he's talking about. And this is what you'll need. And I love that he said, what happens if the banks don't give me money? And a lot of people say, and you need money to make money. And that story just blows that excuse out of the water. Understanding your customer. We talked about understanding it's not about just getting the new leads, but how you treat your customer. And Jay's going to teach you that, how to understand your customer, how to build long-term trust with your clients, vendors, and prospects so that, what's the strategy behind it? Are you going to go out and be a technician and try and get a reward up front? Or are you going to build long-term relationships, use a strategy, and over time, crack on and get the success you deserve? How to manage tough economic times, leveraging competition, establish credibility, and build raving fans. I don't think that there's ever been a moment in time like the way the world is going through right now, where it's ever been tougher for some businesses, but there have been businesses who are thriving in the situation, and you got to learn from one of the masters of exactly how to thrive in tough times. Then he talks about strategic sales, marketing, and closing the deals, the secrets that have made him such a success in his industry and across all other industries as a consultant and one of the leading marketers in the world. This product, if you had to go search for it, you have to go dig up on the internet somewhere, you probably get it for $997. But because you are on the conference, we are not going to sell it to you for $997. We're going to give you the chance we want to give everyone the chance to have the business breakthrough, and for the ridiculous price of only $197. All you have to do is head over to realsummits.com/JA and go ahead and sign up. Go and invest in your future. If what Jay said resonated with you and you want more, this is the perfect place to start. And at that price point, $197, you have no reason to not jump in and to get a business breakthrough with not just anyone on the planet, with the $21.7 billion man, Jay Abraham. Jay, why should people sign up for Business Breakthrough?
Well, I mean, I created it originally because so few people could afford me privately. It couldn't even afford our expensive group trainings. And I wanted to create a program that laid together all the key basic foundations that I stand for. But I also created it so that it was not 1 minute confusing. It's very actionable. It shows you exactly, it gives you the reason why, it gives you the foundation, it shows you what to do, how to do it. So there's no reason. It is unlikely that people will do everything, but if you do just one thing, you can get literally an exponential boost to your bottom line. If you do many things, it is unimaginable, and they're all safe. They are very low or no risk, very low or no investment, very high probability of result. And it's what I stand for. Low downside, high upside, compounding. And I think most people, frankly, wouldn't have even grasped or thought about any of the 13 different components. And when you get it, it immediately crystallizes. You go, that makes so much better sense of what I'm doing. That's so much safer. That's so much higher performing. That's going to give me the chance to redouble what I can achieve in my business. That's why perhaps they ought to do it, because it's not that profitable to us, but it should be that profitable to them. If they're at all, they have any, we call it a prejudice towards action, taking action. They have a commitment to execute, implement, and they don't have a glass ceiling that they've coupled onto themselves, and they really and truly want more from and for their business. I would say that there's no one that shouldn't be exposed to this thinking, because it's generated, literally tens of billions of dollars of profit, not revenue, but revenue by zero on the end, but it's got documented, 20, 30, 40 billion dollars. We don't count anymore and keep track. And it can have, it's not going to make you a billion unless you're a rarity, but it can make you millions. The difference between mediocrity and magnificence, mediocrity and making millions more over the course of any business life, is laid out and it's served to you if you want it.
Yeah, there's two types of people. The first one is, I'm just starting off. Is this the right program for me? If somebody's just starting off, personally, I don't think you should be building you can find a better blueprint to build a foundation when you're starting off. But speak to those who are in the very early stages of becoming an entrepreneur.
It might interest everyone to know that I'm at a position now where I have, a reasonable amount of stature and respect on a worldwide basis. But when I started, every company I helped didn't have capital. They didn't have prominence. And my job was to use these kinds of methods to get them access to other people who would put their resources to work for us. Then when we had some resources, they were always limited. So I had to make $1 do the work of 10 or 100. And I had to make my actions, my strategies and my tactics outperform everyone else. So I learned optimization, highest and best use of access to a market, highest and best use of the message you're going to use, highest and best use of whatever limited amount of capital or resources, people you have. I also learned how to create what's called preemptive marketing advantage, which is to make your company, your product, your service, your position stand out from everyone else. There's a little noise in the background. My office is on the runway of a very beautiful private airport, and a plane just took off. But if you already have great advantage, if you already have unlimited resources, if you're already, got everything you can want, then you probably don't need it. But if you have anything lacking in any of those, and you don't have a great strategy, you don't have any advantage, you don't have a lot of capital, you don't have a lot of market penetration right now, you don't know how to do it, and you're coming out of COVID, and you want to really get your business going and growing, not just surviving, but thriving. I would think that, I guess if we were charging, our training programs would start at 5,000 and they would go to 30,000. These are for groups. I would tell you that this is probably the greatest foundational primer that you'll ever get, and that you can take each of these 13 modules and you can literally apply what you'll learn the moment you're done with it. So it's not theoretical. The only reason it won't work, frankly, is if you don't work it. And that's about as candid as I can be.
Jay, with other speakers who are offering, and a lot of our customers, our clients come back over and over again from summits to conferences. Somebody's sitting there thinking, Jay, I want to do this, but I've already invested in 3 different programs. Is this going to help me still, or should I do that and then move to this? What's the advice for that?
Well, I would say this, that if you, this is going to be a little bit, it's not meant to be arrogant, but if you look at my track record and you look at my reputation and you look at the people that I help or have helped, and you look at the businesses that are well known internationally that these methods have had an application to, and frankly, you compare everyone else who sells tactics, and they're fine people, and there's nothing wrong with them, but the scope that they operate on and the achievements they've probably amassed would probably cower in contrast to what is represented in this knowledge base. I mean, I can't, I'm not a salesperson. I'm a masterful business builder, a profit exploding a specialist, a strategist, a person who teaches preeminence, preemptiveness, and how to really outthink, out-market, out strategize, outperform, and out-earn your competition. And if that's not what they want, and if that amount of commitment is either threatening or difficult for them, I would say probably ought to rethink and maybe keep your day job.
Incredible. Guys, you want to head over to realsummits.com/JA. The team are posting that in the chat. It has been an incredible session. Just before we wrap up, just one more question, Jay.
Sure.
We're told to follow our passion. We're told to do things that fulfill us. For the people who are starting this entrepreneurial journey, if you could give them one piece of advice, what would that be?
Well, and related to that, I think there's something that I call the 3 Ps. They're passion, purpose, possibility. you have to have passion for what you do, but you have to have more passion, I think, for who you do it for. That's the big mistake. People fall in love with their product or service instead of falling in love with the market, instead of falling in love with the market they serve. So the first is you got to have passion for the marketplace and the implication, impact, value, enhancement, protection, enrichment, entertainment, whatever your product can do for them. Second, you have to have the purpose. Your purpose can't be, I think, to be another provider of one more product that, one more coffee mug that's sold on Amazon, or one more, generic water bottle that's sold on Amazon. If that's your purpose, then you're basically saying, I want to be a commodity and I'm going to be lucky as heck if anyone buys. You have to be able to find a purpose that distinguishes your company product in the mind's eye of the market in a way that is value-based, and you have to understand what they define value as being. And finally, you have to have a sense of the possibility, but I believe that it is very wrong to just throw caution to the wind and go, I can do it. I know I can do it. That possibility isn't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about understanding that I'm looking at my laptop, and I'm looking at this list of the 13 or the ones you got. You have to know what really is possible, not what you hope is possible, because what you hope is possible is either going to be too high or too low. Learn what is, and then attach that to your reality-based sense of possibility. Because when you go at something with a different mindset, a different approach, a different way of thinking, and a different understanding of how to harness all that's possible, you outperform everyone else. And that should be, the reason that you go into business. Not to perform like everyone else, not to underperform like everyone else, not to be always scurrying and clawing to keep your commodity type business, earning you an income, but to just keep compounding and multiplying because you figured out how to make your proprietary approach to that business and your connection with the market so impenetrable that you own it, and you just keep growing and expanding. So that's my last final thought. Thank you.
No, incredible. Guys, you want to head over to realsummits.com/JA. Get this incredible package, Business Breakthrough with Jay Abraham. Normally sells at $997, but for being on the conference right now, it's a ridiculous low price of $197. Let me know in the chat who's got the product. Just go and put I'm in into the chat. Okay, so Tracy is in. We've got Sandra is in. We've got Tony. Tony is in. We've got Isabel saying, I am in, all for the win. Tons of people are saying that they're joining right now. So don't get left behind. Go ahead and join the Business Breakthrough with Jay Abraham. All you have to do is head over to realsummits.com/JA. The team have posted the link in the chat. And also, if you get stuck, reach out to us at help@realsuccess.net. We will help you out. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the end of this incredible, life-changing session with Jay Abraham. Go ahead and put some love into the chat. Show him exactly how much you care, how much this has impacted you. We've got tons of emojis coming in, Jay. Tons of people saying thank you so much for this. Jay, on behalf of everyone here on the conference and the Real Success Network, the Real Entrepreneur Academy, thank you so much for being with us.
It's my pleasure, and I hope that if nothing else, people are thinking different about everything they're going to do from this point forward. A final point, you can't rewind, you can't change what you did up to this moment, but you can reset. And when you do, the whole world changes for you, your whole business world, your whole sense of possibility, your whole sense of profitability. So if I were you, I'd reset as of today if what we shared resonates with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jay. Wow, what an incredible interview, Leon. Leon, I've interviewed a lot of people. That was my favorite interview I've ever done.
Wow. Now I've watched him on a few other interviews, and the way, you know what fascinates me is he's got 3-4 words for every word. So if he says, I'm going to help you grow, build, scale, explode, and then and it's like, it's almost like he emphasizes what he can do, and his mind works. You know, I can see why him and Tony Robbins work so well together, because their minds work on different levels. So brilliant, Sage. Well done, man. Fantastic.
It's just incredible. All the guys are putting love into the chat for that. Thank you so much. But, you know, we want to give love to yourselves and go and invest in that program. $197. It's crazy, Leon. $197 from the $21.7 billion man. He doesn't charge anything less than $18,500.
Yeah, for 2 hours, 18,000 for 2 hours. So for a full day, close to 100 is exactly what I'd heard.
Yeah, it's insane. All right, guys, we are going to move on to our next speaker and final speaker of the day. We've saved the best for last. No, they're all great. Let us know on the poll how many of you guys have ever listened to Darren Winters before. It looks like about 60% of the room have never heard of Darren Winters before. So we want you guys voting on in the poll right now. You guys are in for a treat. Let me know if wealth is something that you are looking to improve as an entrepreneur, looking to okay, tons of people already know exactly what I'm going to say. Donnie, Monique, Jackson, you guys are looking for wealth. Ty, Natalie, lots of people are saying wealth. And this next speaker, educator, is going to help you get that, reach that financial freedom. Darren Winters is a self-made multi-millionaire investor and successful entrepreneur. After learning one-to-one from the world's top traders and investors, Darren took himself from a normal job and a mountain of debt to become a multi-millionaire in just a few short years. We are so privileged to have him with us. Darren, can you hear me? Can you come up?
I am here. Hi, thank you. And another great day today. I was listening in on some of this fantastic speakers. Great job, guys.
Incredible. Thanks so much for being with us, Darren. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're on the stage, I'll tell you to get up, put your hands in the air like you just don't care, but go ahead and give some digital love to Darren in the chat. Go ahead and put those fire emojis and hearts and clapping. Lots of people coming in and lots of love coming for you, Darren. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'm going to hand you over to the one and only Darren Winters.
Thank you. So let's do the technical bits first. Let's get the screen sharing. Let's see if I can get this to work. Here we go. And okay, so hopefully you can see my screen now, and I'm just going to make this full screen. Okay, yeah, good. And let me just see if I can see my camera as well. So there we go. Excellent. So first of all, if you could just very quickly let me know, can you see me and hear me? Quick yes in the chat window if you can see me and hear me. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, excellent. And letter S if you can see my screen. Should be able to see a green background, me with short hair from a couple of years ago. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So this talk is about how to make money from home in a way that takes very little time and that anyone can do. Doesn't matter on your experience, doesn't matter on your background, anybody can do this. And if you're a bit unsure about this topic or you know nothing about this topic, that's absolutely fine. I'm going to explain this in a really clear, simple way. And if you'd never even thought about this topic before, great that you're here. You are going to learn some incredible strategies. You'll be very happy you stayed for this session. So in this training, I'm going to give you some of the best trading and investing strategies in the world. Full, complete strategies, stuff you can get started with straight away. I'm going to give you that in this session right now, today. And even if you're a complete beginner, I'm going to give you strategies you'll be able to use straight away. Now, to start off with, I thought it might be a good idea to show you what's possible once you get good at this. Once I started to get very good at trading and investing, I taught all of my family how to do this. I taught my children, I taught my wife, I taught my sisters, I taught my brother. And I'm sure like a lot of you, last year, due to this whole Corona situation, we spent some time on house lockdown. And my wife was at home. She was spending some time with the children. She was doing a bit of gardening. She was also spending about 30 minutes a day trading. Some days a bit more, some days a bit less, but she was doing about 30 minutes a day. Now, my wife, she hates anything very technical. So she got me to teach her a couple of very simple, but very profitable strategies. And I thought I'd show you my wife's trading results for the first 4 weeks of lockdown. I actually took a photo of her trading screen. So have a look at this. This is my wife's trading results, first 4 weeks of lockdown, doing about 30 minutes a day. In the first 4 weeks, she made 120,000 US dollars profit. That was in 4 weeks, doing about 30 minutes trading a day. So she was averaging over $4,000 profit per day. In today's training, I'm going to give you some of the exact same strategies that she was using to do that. So take some good notes. You're going to get some incredible content in this session. Yeah, as I said, you're going to be very glad you stayed for this. So let's, and I should say also, of course, right now is probably the biggest opportunity ever to invest in the stock market, the Forex markets, and the cryptocurrency markets. Because of everything that's happening in the world, right now really is an incredible time to be learning this. So your timing to be here is perfect. Really is the best time to be learning this topic. And what I'll do is, during this training session, I will ask you a few questions. Please do type your answer in the chat window. And then that way I'll know you're still here, you're following along and you're kind of understanding. And also, the more interactive you are, the better you'll remember this stuff. Yeah, so if I ask a question, please type your answer in the chat window. I'll know everything's still working and you can still hear me and everything's going fine. Now, there are two main ways to make money. The first way is what people who are not investing do. What do people who are not investing do to make money? They work. Yeah, they have a job or they own their own business. And what are they doing? They're exchanging their time for money. I mean, they get the money, what do they do with it? They spend it on their lifestyle. They pay the rent or the mortgage, they pay the food, they pay the bills. Hopefully, at the end of the month, they've got a bit left over to enjoy their lifestyle. Now, what's the problem with that situation? What happens to the money? It runs out. They've then got to sacrifice their lifestyle to spend more time, to earn more money, to pay for their lifestyle. The money runs out, they've got to spend more time, earning more money to pay for their lifestyle. That is what we call the financial trap, where you've got to constantly exchange your time for money. Now, maybe you're currently in that situation. Perhaps you have a job or you own your own business and you have to keep on working just to support your lifestyle. And it might be the case that even though you work really hard, you still can't afford to buy the house that you really want to live in, or go on the holiday you want to go on, or drive the car you want to drive. Or maybe you've just got the stress of trying to pay the bills at the end of the month. That's one situation. The other situation is perhaps you make a lot of money, but you don't have much time. I mean, you do get time off, you're too tired to really enjoy it. Whether you have a job or you own your own business, if you want true financial security, true financial freedom, you've got to have a second stream of income where your money is working for you. So it's not taking up more of your time to earn money. And how do we get our money to work for us? By investing. Yeah, so you've got to know this stuff. And what you do is you start wherever you are now and you build up this investment until it's big enough that's earning you enough money to pay for your lifestyle. You then have all the time you want. You decide whether you work or not. That's what it's all about. That's what today's training is going to be about. I'm going to give you some exact strategies to get you onto this path. And as I said, I've got some incredible strategies to share with you today. So take some good notes. You're in for a really great session. And what I would say is learn this for yourself, but also if you have children or grandchildren or relatives who are children, learn this so you can teach your kids, so they don't have to fall into this financial trap, so they don't have to spend their whole life working for someone else. I started teaching my kids this stuff as soon as they could understand even the basics. If you teach your kids this whilst they're young, they will get really good at it. I took a photo of my children trading together. I thought it'd make a nice picture, managed to get one photo before they realized I was taking pictures. Then they started messing around and pulling all kinds of faces. But if you teach your kids this whilst they're young, they will get really good at it. And I actually think it's so important that we teach kids how to do this. I now run what I call Children's Wealth Days, and it's an investment training course only for children. And I teach it completely free of charge. It's completely free for John to come on that course, because I just think it's so important that we teach kids how to do this. The last Children's Wealth Day that I taught the kids for about 3 hours, taught them a couple of very simple but very profitable strategies. We then had a live trading competition. It was $10,000 demo accounts, but real prices, real markets. The winner of that competition in 2 hours made over $1,000 profit. Second place, $800 profit. Third place, $700 profit. That was 10 and 11-year-old children in just a couple of hours. Anyone can do this if you learn the right strategies. And that's what we're going to do today. I'm going to give you some really great strategies. So why else is it great to learn trading and investing in the Forex market, stock market, cryptocurrency markets? And by the way, for beginners, Forex just means trading currencies. So trading the dollar, the pound, the euro. Why else is it great to learn this stuff? Well, first of all, even complete beginners can do very well at investing if they learn a proven strategy that works and they follow the steps. Even complete beginners can do very well if they learn the right strategies. You can start small. How much money do you need to start investing? $200, 200 euros, 200 pounds. That's all you need to get started. It takes very little time. Some of the best strategies that I use and I teach take just 1 hour a week to invest. And that can be in the evenings or the weekend. You've got a full-time job or a business. Very easy to run this alongside. And you can make money in any markets. When the markets go up, you can make money. When the markets come down, you can make even more money. It's actually even easier to make money when the markets come down. And you can make money when the markets go sideways. And as I said at the start of this talk, right now is probably the best time in our lifetime to make money in the markets. Because of everything that's happening in the world, it's really great time to be doing this. So your timing to be here is fantastic. And anyone can do this. You don't need to be good at maths. You don't need to be good at computers. You just learn a strategy, get good at it, repeat it. And of course, you don't have to find products to sell. You don't have to find clients. You don't have to build websites or databases. You just learn a strategy, get good at it, repeat it. And you can trade from home or anywhere in the world. I like to go on lots of holidays. I usually spend about 6 or 7 months a year on vacation. I just came back from 2.5 months holiday in the Caribbean. I was in Antigua. I usually spend about 3 or 4 months in the winter skiing and snowboarding. And then I spend about 3 or 4 months in the summer just going to a nice beach somewhere. All I need to do is find 1 hour a week, internet connection. I can do this from anywhere in the world. So whether I'm on safari with my family or helicopter snowboarding in Japan, I just got to find an hour a week. I can do this from anywhere. So how would you get good at investing? Actually, first of all, did you know 95% of traders and investors lose money? Did you know that? 95% of traders and investors lose money. When I heard that statistic, I got excited because I thought to myself, well, where's that huge amount of money going to? And where is that huge amount of money going to? The 5% who know what they're doing. I thought if I can just get into that 5%, that's a huge amount of money coming my way. And it's actually a lot easier than you might think once you know the correct strategies. Now, what does the average investor do? What's their approach? The average investor, they read a couple of books on investing, maybe. They go online, they try and learn a little bit, maybe. And then what does the average investor do? They take out a big chunk of their life savings, they put it in the stock market, they put it in the Forex markets, they cross their fingers. And what normally happens? They normally lose a lot of money pretty fast. When I first started out, I tried the average investor approach and I lost a lot of money pretty fast. So I thought I better get good at this stuff. And I decided I wanted to become an outstanding investor. One of the first things I did is I read almost 300 books on trading and investing, on the stock market, Forex, commodities, indices, options, cryptocurrencies. I read all the books. I then attended over 30 investment training courses all around the world. And at the time, I didn't have much money. I was borrowing money to go on a lot of these courses. I paid for a lot of these courses with my credit cards. And I thought, well, this is an investment in my future. This is going to pay back to me many times. I then tracked down some of the greatest living investors in the world, and I got them to mentor me one-to-one. And I got to learn one-to-one from literally the best traders in the world. I learned one-to-one from the guy who won the World Trading Championships. He started with $10,000. Within 12 months, he turned it into 1.1 million real money. I spent the day with him, just the two of us, while he showed me how he did that. I learned one-to-one from a guy who made over $1 million profit from trading in 30 seconds, Louis Borsellino. I spent the afternoon with him, just the two of us, while he showed me how he did that. I'd always wanted to learn about Bollinger Bands, quite a well-known investment indicator. Who did I learn about Bollinger Bands from? John Bollinger, the guy who invented the indicator. Just the two of us sitting on the sofa together while he showed me how to do that. That was pretty incredible. I then came back to the UK. I live in London, applied everything I'd learned. Within a few years, I was a multi-millionaire. In today's training, I'm going to teach you some of the best stuff that I learned through that process. So take some good notes. I've got some incredible strategies to give you. It's going to be a great session. Now, what are we going to cover today? Oh, first of all, if you're interested, here's a couple more people I learned from. That's me with Rob Hoffman. He won the World Trading Championships 3 times. I spent the afternoon learning his strategies. That's Louis Borsellino. He's the guy who made over $1 million profit in 30 seconds. I spent the afternoon with him, just the two of us, while he showed me how he did that. That's John Bollinger, guy who invented Bollinger Bands. That's Larry Williams. He's the guy who went from 10,000 to 1.1 million in 12 months. I spent the day with him, just the two of us, while he showed me how he did that. And I also wanted to learn from anyone who'd become extremely wealthy, however they'd done it. And I'd find some of the wealthiest, most successful people in the world, and I'd learn from them. Actually, out of interest, type yes if you've read the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki. Type yes if you read the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Wow. Okay, loads of yeses, hundreds of yeses whizzing past me there. Yeah, it's a good book. I learned Robert's strategies from him personally. I also spent some time one-to-one with Richard Branson, multi-billionaire, one of the richest people in the world. I spent some time with him learning his strategies. So I learned from some pretty incredible people. And as I said, over the next few years, made many millions of dollars profit. In today's training, I'm going to teach you some of the best stuff that I learned through this process. So take some good notes. Let's start with the all-important question. How do you get good at investing? The first part is to learn some proven strategies that work. And that's what we're going to do today. I'm going to give you some proven strategies that work. Jot these down. You'll be able to use them straight away. If you want to get really good at investing, that's the hard part. Because one of the best ways to get really good really fast is find someone who's a very, very good trader and investor and get them to mentor you one-to-one. And that's what I did. I went off around the world. I found some of the world's top traders, top investors, and I got them to mentor me one-to-one. And that probably is the best way to get really good really fast. But I say that's the hard part to do, because if someone is a very, very good trader and investor, chances are they either charge a heck of a lot of money for one-to-one mentoring, or they just don't offer it at all. So that is pretty hard to do. And before you ask, I do occasionally do one-to-one mentoring, but it's not cheap. I currently charge $30,000 for a single one-to-one mentoring session. And you might think, well, how could I justify charging that amount? Because I know that what I teach the person, they can use to make many, many times that. And a bit later on in my talk, I'll let you hear from a few of my students. You'll hear the kind of incredible things they're going to do using these strategies. But I can tell you right now, many, many, many of my students have gone on to make tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, $1 million plus, multi-million dollars. Some of my students have become so successful, they're now semi-famous in their own right. You may have even heard of some of these people. For example, Marcus de Maria, investment multi-millionaire, one of my students. Greg Secker, investment multi-millionaire, one of my students. So let's have a look. What are we going to cover today? In today's training, I'm going to give you the smart way to invest. It's a system that I came up with after being mentored by some of the world's top investors. Today, I'm going to give you a sector strategy. Very profitable, very reliable. Most investors have no idea about it. I'm going to show you exactly how to do that in today's session. I'm going to show you how to correct the main investment mistakes. I'm going to give you a simple, high profit, low risk strategy. This is a great one for beginners, very simple, but highly profitable. I'm going to show you exactly how to do that today. And I'm going to show you how to protect your capital. And what I would say is, if you have any questions, please save the questions until the end. We will do a Q&A session at the end, but just that way I can check we get time to cover all the strategies. And I can see a lot more people just joined us in the last couple of minutes. So for the people who've just joined us, I'll say, hi, I'm Darren, teaching today's session. And for the people who've just joined us, I should say in today's session, I am going to teach you proven strategies that work. I'm literally going to share with you some of the best investment techniques in the world in today's session. So you get a lot of value from this. To check, I remember to mention it, after today's training, if you want to learn more, you can. We have an online Forex and stock market masterclass training course. It's 100% online, so it's perfect for learning from home. It's over 16 hours of videos of me personally teaching the very best strategies, very best techniques that I learned from the world trading champions. It's my life work. I spent over 20 years finding the best strategies, finding the best techniques. I worked out I spent over $100,000 of my money learning this stuff. In this online training program, you get everything. You get all the best strategies, all the best techniques. Really is an incredible training program. And I teach it in a very clear, simple way so that even complete beginners can understand. And I'm actually very proud of that training. I truly believe it's the best online investment training program in the world. And you'll be learning the same things which I've taught thousands of other people how to invest successfully. It's actually the most popular investment training course in Europe. Over 10,000 people have completed our course, and we now have clients all over the world. And it's been the most popular for over 15 years. We actually won Best Investment Training Course for 3 years in a row. And as well as the online training program, after each lesson, you get an online live questions and answer session where you can ask your individual questions and you get the answers live direct to you. So really effective way to learn. If you are interested in that training program, the investment for it is $4,997 with no offers and no discounts. It's not the cheapest course, but it's the best. And sometimes I ask, well, Darren, why do you run a training company? It takes very little of my time. I think investing is a really valuable skill that people need to know, and it's another stream of income. So it makes a lot of sense. So let me give you this first strategy. First strategy is a sector strategy. Very profitable, very reliable. Going to show you exactly how to do that right now. So sector strategy. Oh, and what I'll do is during this training today, I'm going to show you several different examples. Some of my examples will be in US dollars, some will be in British pounds, and some will be in euros. So just to check everyone's familiar with the conversions, at the moment, a US dollar is worth almost the same as a euro, which is worth almost the same as a pound. A pound is worth a little bit more, but they're all fairly similar at the moment. Dollar, euro, pound, fairly similar, pound a little bit more. So in my examples, yeah, they're all fairly similar. And also I should say, I know today we've got people on this training from all over the world, which is fantastic. Whatever country you live in, these strategies work just as well. I've got clients literally all over the world. A lot of my clients are in Europe. I have a lot of clients in South Africa. I have a lot of clients in America, Canada, Australia, Asia, the Middle East. Literally, I've got clients all over the world. These strategies work just as well, whatever country you live in. So let's do this first one. First strategy is a sector strategy. What influences your company's stock price or your company's share price? And by the way, stock and share means the same thing. A stock is a share is a stock. So what influences your company's stock price? Well, certainly what happens to the whole economy will affect your company's stock price. What happens to the market will affect your company's stock price. What happens to the sector will affect your company's stock price. Anybody give an example of a sector? Type into the chat window. Example of a sector. Let's have a look. So I'm seeing tech, transportation, energy, oil, education, financial, IT, financial, insurance, energy, retail. Okay, going faster than I can read now. Health, transportation, retail, telecoms. Okay, well, lots of good examples there. So a sector is a big group of similar companies. Yeah, so we could have the technology sector, healthcare sector, transportation sector. Within the sector, we have the smaller bits, which we call industries. So you got the bigger sector, and then within it, you've got the smaller industries. So we could have the technology sector. Within it, we've got the computer software industry, computer hardware industry, the smaller bits. Then we have the company itself. The question is, how much influence does the market sector industry have over what happens to your company's stock price? And the answer is a lot. About 80% of what happens to your company's stock price is dependent on the market sector industry that it's in. So what I'm going to do is, I'm now going to give you a strategy that uses this principle to generate some pretty incredible profits. Now, this strategy is going to take me a couple of minutes to explain. Stick with me. It's very profitable and it's very powerful strategy, but it is going to take me a few minutes to explain, but it'll be well worth you learning this. So let's do it. Economic cycle, two main stages, boom and bust. Sometimes we call this expansion contraction. Same thing, just a fancy word for it. It's useful to break this into 5 stages. We break the boom stage into 3 bits: early expansion, middle expansion, late expansion. Break the bust bit into 2 bits: early contraction, late contraction. Now, how can we use this to make a lot of money investing? This is how. Certain types of company tend to do very well at certain stages in the economy. For example, technology companies, they tend to do very well just here at early expansion. Healthcare companies, they tend to do very well just here at early contraction. So if we know we're coming into a new stage of the economy, we can buy the right types of company, the companies that are supposed to do well at that stage. So actually, let's just check everyone's following along so far. So this is going to be the interactive part of my talk. I want to hear an answer from everybody in the chat window. If we were just coming into early expansion, type in, what types of company do we want to buy? Type it in. So let's have a look. ICT, technology, tech, Apple, Google, tech, NASDAQ, Microsoft, Amazon, Samsung, technology, tech, Google. Okay, yeah, good. So we want to buy tech companies at this stage because they're supposed to do well at that stage. What about if we were just coming into early contraction? What types of company do you want to buy? Type it in. What types of company would you want to buy at early contraction? Okay, seeing health, hospitals, pharmaceuticals, Pfizer, Bupa, health, telemedicine, vitamins. Okay, lots and lots of examples there, going faster than I can read now. But yeah, good examples. So any kind of health related company should do well at this stage. Now, before I give you the strategy, I'm going to tell you which companies do well at each of these stages. So during the 5 stages, which types of companies should I invest in? At early expansion, types of company that tend to do very well are capital goods, technology, and transportation. At middle expansion, capital goods still tend to do very well. At late expansion, energy companies, basic materials, and consumer staple. Anybody give me an example of consumer staple? What type of thing is it? Type it in. What type of thing? Consumer staple? Okay, yeah, I'm seeing food, supermarkets, someone saying Tesco's, Walmart, cosmetics, rice, bread. Yeah, okay, good examples. So consumer staple is things we use all the time. So it's things like food, alcohol, tobacco, cosmetics, healthcare, they're all consumer staple. And then at early contraction, consumer staples still do well in utilities. Anyone give me an example of utilities? Type your answer, utilities. Okay, yeah, I'm seeing gas, electric, water, energy, hydro, light, someone's saying, yeah, excellent, good. So it's kind of utilities, services in the home. And then late contraction, financials, consumer cyclical do very well. Now, if you want to grab your phone, take a photo of this screen or screenshot it. This is going to be really valuable to you once I give you the strategy. So write this down, take a photo, screenshot it. Most people don't know what's on the screen there. And it's going to be, as I said, very valuable to you once I give you the strategy. So jot that down. So we know that if we're coming into a new stage, we're going to buy the right types of company. Yeah. So there's really 2 all important questions. When we're coming to a new stage, we want to buy the right types of company. So the all important question is, well, one is, where are we now? But an even better question is, how do we know when we're coming into a new stage? Because if you know how to do this, you'll be able to do it all the time. There are three main steps to knowing when you're coming into a new stage. I'm going to give you the first one now because it's a quick, rough way to do it, and it'll be enough to get you started so you can start making money using this. What you do is you go to the Financial Times website, the FT website, or you could buy a copy of the Financial Times newspaper. There's a section in there called Leaders and Laggards, and it looks like this. It lists all the sectors, and at the top of the list are the sectors that have gone up the most. At the bottom of the list, sectors have gone down the most. And what we do is we look at about the top 10 or 12 sectors, and we say which types of sector have been doing the best. And in this example, we had health, personal care, pharmaceuticals, tobacco, food, and drug retail. They're all what we call consumer staple. We then had water, gas, utilities. They're all what we call utilities. So consumer staple utilities had done very well. Consumer staple utilities done very well. Consumer staple utilities, whereabouts were we? Early contraction. Yeah, that's exactly where we were. It took about 5 seconds to work that out by looking at the FT. Let me show you another way to do this. If you go to this website, marketwatch.com, there's a free tool on there called a sector heat map, which looks like this. Each of these rectangles with a thick white outline is a sector. So we've got the energy sector, financial sector, healthcare, consumer cyclical, technology sector. Each of the smaller rectangles is a company. The brighter green the rectangle, the more the company's stock price has gone up. Brighter red the rectangle, more the company's stock price has gone down. Now, we use this in quite a sophisticated way. We say to ourselves, which of the sectors is greenest? That's it. Which of the sectors are greenest? So in this example, nearly all the squares in consumer cyclical are green. Half of technology is taking off in a really big way. So consumer cyclical, half of technology, consumer cyclical, half of technology, whereabouts were we? Swapping over into early expansion. Yeah, so what types of company would you want to buy? Capital goods, technology, transportation, because they're supposed to do well at that stage. Now, I'm going to show you a real example of the kind of huge profits you can make using this strategy. As a real example, we did this research a couple of years ago. We found out we were coming to the early contraction stage of the economy. It was very obvious. Everything was saying just coming into early contraction. And when you do all three steps, you get very good at the timing. So you can get in just at the start of the stage, you can get out just at the end of the stage. Everything was saying we were coming into early contraction. So we found out what are the sectors supposed to do well at that stage. Consumer staple, utilities supposed to do well. We then found out what are the industries within those sectors. What are the smaller bits? So in consumer staple, we have hospital management companies, beverage companies, tobacco companies, etc. In utilities, we have electric companies, natural gas, water, etc. So we found out we're coming into this stage. We found out the types of company that are supposed to do well at that stage. What are we going to do next? We're going to buy stocks and shares in these types of company because they're supposed to do well at that stage. Now, I'm going to show you real example how the kind of huge profits you can make using this strategy. As a real example, rather than show the individual companies, I'm going to show you what happened to these whole industries on average. So you can see what happened to every company within the industry on average. So hospital management companies were supposed to do well. Red line is a stock market plummeting. Blue line, hospital management companies went up over 100% profit in a year on average. They were supposed to do that, no surprise. So that means if you picked a random company in the right industry, on average, you made 100% profit in a year. It was supposed to do that. Let's look at another one. Electric company, supposed to do well. Market went down, electric industry went up over 70% profit in a year on average. It was supposed to do that. Beverage is supposed to do well, went up over 50% profit in a year on average. Natural gas is supposed to do well, went up 60% profit in a year on average. Tobacco is supposed to do well, went up 140% profit in a year on average. That's how much you made if you closed your eyes and picked a random company in the right industry. Now, do we just want to close our eyes and make 140% return in a year? A couple of people say yes. Well, yes, but that's how much you made if you picked a random company in the right industry. What could we do that's even better? We could pick a good company in a good industry. Good company, good industry, 475% profit in a year, 500% profit in a year. When I learned this stuff, it totally turned my investing around. Now, where do you learn about this? I've read over 300 books on investing. I didn't read it in any of those. I've attended over 30 investment training courses all around the world. I didn't learn it on any of those. I learned this by being mentored one-to-one by some of the world's top investors. They were all using this stuff. Most investors have no idea about this. If you're a beginner, you now have a massive advantage over most people. If you're already investing, you've got to start using this. It's so profitable, so powerful. Now, in this example here, I put 2,000 would have become 12,000 in a year, $10,000 profit for 45 minutes work. Let me just check before we continue. Type yes if you'd like $10,000 profit for 45 minutes work. Okay, good. A lot of yeses there. You can do that kind of thing once you get good at this strategy. Now, in this example, 500% profit in a year. In reality, would the return be quite that big? Well, no, probably not. You might miss the start of the stage. You might miss the end of the stage. What if you only made 200% return in a year? Would that still be okay? Yes or no? For sure, yeah. And real trades, real money. Do people make these kind of returns, 500% profit in a year using this strategy? Well, yeah, of course they do. Here's some of our course graduates, 500% profit in a year. I attended the course over a year ago. I started with $2,000. I now have well over $10,000 profit using what I was teaching you just there, with a couple of extra steps you learned on the course. Another of our course graduates, 3,000 to 47,000 in 9 weeks. Between a period of 8 to 9 weeks, I made my 3,000 initial investment grow to $47,000 using what I was teaching you just there, with a couple of extra things he learned on the course. Another of our course graduates, 242% profit in 8 months just using these strategies. Now, I'm going to teach you another strategy, one of my favorite strategies. But first of all, I have a question for you. Type yes if you are feeling lucky today. Type yes if you're feeling lucky. Okay, wow, lots of yeses there. Hundreds and hundreds of yeses. Okay, good. What I'm going to do is, before the end of this talk, I'm going to give one of you the chance to get my trading watch list for free. Now, what is this? This is the list of exactly what I'm looking to trade. I put there value $5,000. I currently have 43 people who've paid me $5,000 each to get hold of my watch list. For one of you, I'm going to give you that for free before the end of this talk. I'm going to give you a chance to get that for free. Yeah. And for that person, what I'll do is each week for 12 weeks, I'll send you my trading watch list for US stocks and shares, UK stocks and shares, and for Forex trades, right up to date, exactly what I'm looking to trade. And I should say, whatever country you live in, you can trade any of these things. So for example, I live in the UK. Quite often I trade American stocks and shares. If you live in South Africa, you could trade UK shares if you wanted to. Yeah, it doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can trade anything you want. So as I said, I've currently got 43 people paid me $5,000 each to get hold of my watch list. Why do those people think it's worth paying me $5,000 to get hold of my watch list? Two main reasons. One is by seeing what I'm looking to trade each week, that's a great way to learn. And you can start to get pretty good pretty fast just by watching what I'm doing. The second reason is what quite a few of these people are doing is they're just copying my trades. And quite a few of these people are making a lot of money just copying my trades. For example, this guy, $8,000 profit using Darren's watch list. I used trades from Darren's watch list and I'm 8,000 up on a pot of 10,000 in 4 months. He was pretty much just copying my trades. So even if you know nothing about investing, you could make a lot of money using my watch list. Well worth the $5,000. I'm going to give one of you the chance to get that for free before the end of this talk. Now, let's talk about the investment rules. Actually, first of all, I have a question for you. how much money is there in the stock markets? Type in your answer. How much money is there in the stock markets? Let's have a look. So I'm seeing 100 billion, billions, trillions, 2 trillion, 5 trillion, 3 trillion, trillions, 3.5 trillion. Okay, lots and lots of answers there. I'll tell you how much. There is enough for all of us, that's for sure. If you take into account the main American stock markets, that's over $30 trillion. That's without even including the Forex markets. Let me just check before we continue. Type yes if you would like a share of $30 trillion. Okay, good. It's a lot of yeses. It would be a short presentation otherwise. Now, the markets are a bit like a big bank safe. All the money's there, but most people don't know the correct combination code or sequence of steps to get the money out of the markets. If you are standing in front of the bank safe, the safe door is closed, and someone says you can have all the money out of the safe if you can get it out, and here's the combination code, is that easy, yes or no? Yeah, it's pretty easy if you've got the combination code. What about if you don't have the combination code? Is that a bit trickier? Yeah, that's a bit trickier. Most people don't have the combination code to get the money out of the markets. I've now been investing for over 20 years. The first couple of years, I spent learning the combination code. I worked out that I spent over $100,000 of my money learning the combination code to get the money out of the markets. As I said, I went off around the world. I found the world's top traders, top investors, and I got them to mentor me one-to-one. And some of these people, I had to pay a lot of money. One guy, I paid $20,000 for him to teach me for 4 hours a month. So $20,000, I got 1 hour a week on the telephone. Now, who thinks that was a good deal? $20,000 for an hour a week on the telephone. What do you reckon? Depends what I learn, yeah? I can tell you, using what he taught me, over the next few years, I made several $100,000. So was it a good deal, yes or no? Well, yeah, obviously. Any good investor knows the important thing is not how much something costs, it's how much it's worth. And it's certainly worth me paying that guy $20,000 to teach me. Now, we're going to cover the first part of the combination code. There are 6 main mistakes that traders and investors make. And I discovered that this is the combination code. The combination code is once you correct these 6 mistakes, you can start getting consistent big money from the markets. And the first mistake people make is not using the correct investment indicators. Now, this is a powerful topic. You're about to learn something that's going to be really useful to you. For beginners, first of all, what is an indicator? It's something which is related to the price that we use to help us tell what's going to happen next to the price. Let's do a non-investing example, first of all. Let's say time of day. Time of day is an indicator for how many cars are on the road. If it's 8:30 Monday morning in a busy city, are there going to be lots of cars on the road? Well, yeah, of course. What about if it's 11:30 Monday morning? Are they likely to be less cars on the road? Well, yeah. So time is an indicator for how many cars are on the road. An investment indicator, something related to the price, we use to help us tell what's going to happen next to the price. So let me show you this example. Here we got, at the top here is the price, this kind of black squiggly line there. This black kind of wiggly line at the bottom there, that's the indicator. That indicator is called RSI. Now, you need to use the right settings, but let me just explain how this works. When the indicator, where the black indicator line crosses above the red line, like it's done just here, so black indicator line crosses above the red line, that tells us to buy. So it tells us to get into the trade just here. When the black indicator line crosses below the red line, it tells us to sell. So just here, it's crossed below the red line, it tells us to sell. So we get out of the trade just here, yeah? And that's a real example. You would have made nice profit on that trade. Let's have a look at another one. Black indicator line crosses above the red line, so it tells us to buy just there. And so we get into the trade just here, crosses below the red line, so it tells us to sell just here. And that's another real example. You would have made nice profit on that trade. Let's do one more. Black indicator line crosses above the red line, so it tells us to buy just there. So we get into the trade just here. and we're still in the trade, yeah? You see, it hasn't crossed back below the red line, so we're still in the trade, still making money on that one. Now, fairly easy so far, yeah? I'm going to give you a test. What I want you to do is type in buy when you should buy. Type the word buy when you should buy. Yeah, you got it. Loads of people typing buy, buy, buy. Yep. As soon as it crosses above the red line, we're going to buy, going to get into the trade. Now type sell when we should sell. No, we'd still be in the trade. Yeah, it hasn't crossed back below the red line there. So we'd still be in the trade, still be making money on that one. Let's do another one. Type buy when we should buy. Now, a couple of people type buy, not quite. It's actually got to go above the line. So really close, but not quite. Let's keep going. Yeah, there you go. You got it. Yeah, as soon as it's above the red line, we're going to buy just there. And so we get into the trade just here. And tell me when to sell. Type sell when we should sell. Yeah, it looks like just there, just crossed below. Definitely it's below that. Yeah, so we're going to sell just that. And that's another real example. You would have made a nice profit on that trade. Now, was that fairly easy to learn? That was pretty easy, yeah. There are 4 other main indicators that I use. They're all just as simple to learn. This stuff is easy. Now, you might be thinking, well, if it's this easy, why doesn't everybody do it? Because most people don't know the correct combination code. They don't know what indicators to use. They don't know what settings to use. They don't know this stuff. Once you know it, it's easy. Anyone can do it. Now, of course, you've got to do the practice so you get good, but it's easy to learn this stuff. Now, in a moment, I'm going to give you another strategy. This next strategy is one of my favorite strategies. It's very simple, but very profitable. It's a great one for beginners. Before I give you this next strategy, I have another question for you. Type yes if you are feeling really lucky today. And you've got to type yes to be part of this. So type yes if you're feeling really lucky today. Wow, okay, that is a lot of yeses. There's probably, I don't know, well over 1,000 yeses it looks like. What I'm gonna do is, before the end of this talk, I'm gonna give one of you the chance to attend our Investment Success 3-day live event for free. And that will be for you and a guest. Now, 2 tickets to that event is normally $5,000. We have many, many people who've already bought 2 tickets from us for $5,000. They were very glad they did. It's well worth it. But I'm going to give one of you the chance to get that for free. Now, we're not running the live event at the moment due to this whole Corona situation, but I'm sure we're going to be running them very soon. And I'm going to give one of you the chance with a guest to attend that for free. And what happens is on the course, in the morning of day 1, we make sure complete beginners, you know exactly what you're doing, that you know how to get everything set up, you know how to get started. And then over the next 2.5 days, we cover the strategies, you see real examples, you do practical exercises. Really is a very powerful training course. We've actually won many awards for the best investment training course. It's well worth the $5,000. But I'm going to give one of you the chance to get that for free before the end of this talk. Now, we just covered the first part of the combination code, which is indicators. There are 5 other parts to the combination code. They're all just as simple to learn. Once you know all 6 parts of the combination code, what happens to the safe door? It opens and you can start getting consistent big money from the markets. Now, I was thinking about this and I thought, well, for me to master the combination code, it cost me several years of my life. It cost me over $100,000 of my money. But once I knew it, it was easy. Anyone could do it. And I thought, what would be the best way to teach other people the combination code so they could master in the quickest, easiest way possible? And I thought the best way to do this is I'll get a lot of people to send me in trades. I'll analyze their trades and I'll record some videos. And on those videos, I'll point out anywhere where they made one of these 6 main mistakes. And I thought, if I point out the 6 mistakes enough times and people watch the videos, they'll know exactly how to do this. They'll know the combination code to getting consistent big money from the markets. And I thought, in order to point out the 6 mistakes enough times, I probably need about 24 trades to look through. And I thought, if I do the project properly, I can probably record 4 trade analysis videos a day. Because I've got to look at the person's trade, I've got to see where they made a mistake, record the video. I thought I can probably do 4 videos a day. 24 trades, 4 videos a day. The project would take me 6 days to complete. Now, I mentioned earlier, I currently charge $30,000 for a single one-to-one mentoring session. So I thought, if I just did 1 mentoring session a day for 6 days, that's $180,000. 6 days of my time is worth about $180,000. I thought, if I spend the 6 days producing this product, is anyone going to pay me $180,000 for it? And I thought, I don't know. And I produced the product anyway. Basically, the combination code to getting consistent big money from the markets. And I told all my clients about it. I said, look, I've just produced this product, 24 trade analysis videos. I said, you watch this, you know exactly how to do it. And I told them how much I thought it was worth. I said, I spent over $100,000 of my money learning this stuff. Took me over 6 days to produce this product. 6 days of my time is worth about $180,000. I said, I reckon this product is worth several $100,000. I said, make me an offer. One small group of investors paid me $130,000 to get hold of these 24 videos. I'll show you what they got for their money. They got the 24 trade analysis videos on 8 memory sticks. They got 1 group mentoring session with me, and they got a couple of other training videos. But the main thing they were after were these 24 trade analysis videos. Now, a couple of months later, another small group of investors heard about this product. They also heard about the results the first group were getting. A second group of investors paid me $130,000 to get hold of these 24 videos. They got the same thing as the first group. But what I thought with this second group, they obviously know the value of these 24 videos. I know the value of these 24 videos, but I thought it doesn't really do it justice giving them their 24 trade analysis videos on 8 plastic multicolored memory sticks. I thought, for this second group, I'm going to do something even better. And what I did is, for the second group, I gave them their 24 trade analysis videos on a 24 karat gold plated memory stick. I thought, that's more like it. That shows the real value of what they're getting. And I worked out how much they paid to get hold of those videos. As I said, a one-to-one or a group mentoring, I currently charge $30,000. So they basically paid $100,000 to get hold of these 24 videos. Now, you might be thinking, well, that's a lot of money to pay for just 24 videos. The question is, was it worth it? I can tell you right now, from the early feedback from the group, I'm guessing they've already made over $1 million using what they learned on those videos. Within 4 weeks, one of the group made over $50,000 profit. Within 8 weeks, another group made over $100,000 profit. That was $150,000 profit in their first 8 weeks. In total, they paid me $130,000. So they were already up within 8 weeks. As I said earlier, any good investor knows the important thing is not how much something costs, is how much it's worth. And it was certainly worth those guys paying me over $100,000 to get hold of those videos. I kept one of these for myself. I think this is so valuable. I want to keep one for myself. I have it on my desk here. Let me just show you this. This is 24 karat gold plated memory stick with the 24 trade analysis videos on. Two small groups of traders and investors paid me over $100,000 each to get hold of this. I mean, the real value is what's on here, which is the techniques, the strategies for getting consistent big money from the markets. Going to keep that one very safe. Now, I have another strategy to give you. This next strategy is, as I said, it's one of my favorite strategies. And actually, before I give you that strategy, let's just get the energy back up. We've been sitting still for a while. You can stay sitting down, but let's just get the energy back up before this next strategy. Let's do a quick stretch together. I'll do this with you. So quick stretch to the left. Oh, feels good. Quick stretch to the right. Oh, that's nice. And let's roll the shoulders back. Oh, feels good. And roll the shoulders forwards. Yeah, that's nice. And head to the left. Head to the right. Deep breath in and out. And in and out. Okay, feels good. You ready for this? So let's do this next strategy. I was invited to speak at an investment event in London a while ago. And I arrived at the event a couple of hours early. I was sitting in the back of the room waiting to go on stage and give my talk. And I didn't really have anything to do. So what I did is I got out my phone and I traded the strategy that I'm about to teach you. And sitting in the back of the room, waiting to go on stage and give my talk, on my phone, trading, in just a couple of hours, I made $15,000 profit, 15,000 US dollars. That was whilst I was waiting to go on stage and give my talk. And I walked up to the stage and I said to everybody, I said, look, whilst I was sitting at the back of the room, I was trading. And I said, you want to see how much money I made? And I walked around the audience with my phone and I showed them my trading account. I said, look, I just made $15,000 whilst you were sitting there listening to the last speaker. I think I did a screenshot actually. Let me see if I've got this for you. Yeah, there you go. They were the trades I did. So I did first trade, £4,000 profit, £4,000, £4,000, 3 trades. That was just over 15,000 US dollars profit. That was in just a couple of hours while I was waiting to give my talk. Now, you could have done those size of trades with about a $50,000 account. Now, you might be thinking, well, I don't have $50,000. That's okay. If you had $5,000, you would have made $1,500 profit in just a couple of hours. That's still pretty good, yeah? What about if you only had $500? You would have made $150 profit in just a couple of hours. That's still pretty nice, yeah? Whatever amount you're starting with is a great return. I'm going to teach you that strategy in just a moment. Another strategy that I use, I call my summer holiday strategy or my summer vacation strategy, because the first time I used it in 2019, I used it to pay for my summer holidays. And I thought I'd show you a few of the trades I did using my summer holiday strategy. You can see here, this was the first week of June, first week of the summer. There's the trades that I did. That week, using my summer holiday strategy, I did 13 trades. I got 12 out of 13 correct. Total work, 45 minutes. That week, using my summer holiday strategy, I made 124,000 US dollars profit, or 97,000 pounds profit. I then went on holiday for a month, took a month's vacation. I went to Portugal, stayed in a beautiful villa in Portugal. I then went to Italy. I stayed in Fregene. I had a beautiful villa right on the beach in Fregene. Had a wonderful month's holiday. Came back to the UK, did another week's trading. You can see it's kind of mid-July when I got back. There's the trades that I did. That week, using my summer holiday strategy, I did 14 trades. I got 14 out of 14 correct. Total work, 45 minutes. That week, using my summer holiday strategy, I made $365,000 profit. Took my total for those 2 weeks up to 489,000 US dollars profit. I then went on holiday for another month. This time I went to Turkey. I went to Bodrum. I stayed in the best 5-star hotel. I had the best suite. Took my family with me. That's my son relaxing by the pool. I also went to Spain. I went to Marbella. Had a wonderful month's vacation. Came back to the UK. Did another week's trading. This is the trading statement from my phone. This week, using my summer holiday strategy, I did 6 trades, 6 out of 6 correct. Total work, 30 minutes. That week, I made $135,000 profit. Took my total for those 3 weeks up to 624,000 US dollars profit. So that was over $500,000 profit. Took me about 2 hours to do that. Now, you might be thinking, well, that's okay for you, Darren. You're good at this. What about someone else? I taught one of my team how to do this. Complete beginner. He'd never traded before, never done this book strategy before. I taught him for 2 hours. 1 week later, he sent me this WhatsApp message. First week's results, 30 out of 30 wins, 4 days trading, $1,700 profit, which is about £1,300 profit. He'd never seen the strategy before. I taught him for 2 hours, 30 out of 30 wins, $1,700 profit in 4 days. Pretty good, yeah? Anybody can do this if you learn the right strategies. Now, let me give you this strategy, channeling strategy. Quite often, prices will bounce up and down in a very regular, uniform way. When they do that, we call it channeling. And what happens is when the price gets near to this invisible level here, which we call support, it tends to bounce and go up. When the price gets near this invisible level here, we call resistance, it tends to bounce and go down. If you saw the price doing this kind of pattern, when would you buy it? You'd buy it when it's close to, type in your answer, when you're going to buy it, when it's close to, yeah, I'm seeing support, 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 support. Yep, we're going to buy it down here somewhere. Yeah. When are we going to sell it? We're going to sell it when it's close to, type in your answer. We're going to sell it when it's close to, yeah, resistance, resistance, resistance. Yeah, we're going to sell it when it's up here somewhere. Now, whatever country you live in, there are companies whose stock price is doing this channeling pattern. There always are. Forex trades, they quite often do this channeling pattern. Cryptocurrencies, they quite often do this channeling pattern. Let me show you a few examples. This is a Forex example. It's the Australian dollar, US dollar. And bouncing up and down, so what do? We buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, which was a nice trade. Yeah. Anybody heard of this little company? Yeah, it's Microsoft doing a channel. So what do? We buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, and make money as it comes down. In the online training course, I teach you how to make money as it comes down as well. Just as easy to do. If you traded that channel, 150% profit in a year. Another channel, so what do? You buy here, make money. Buy here, make money. Buy here, make money. Buy here, make money. That one's 70% profit in 5 months if you traded that channel. Another channel, 60% profit in 6 months if you traded that one. Another channel, 140% profit in 7 months if you traded that channel. 2,000 would become almost 5,000 trading that one. Now, first of all, 140% return in 7 months, that's a pretty good return, yeah? Sometimes channels do even better than that. Here's a channel from a while ago. Each of these bounces was about 50% profit. This one did 180% profit in a month. 2,000 would have become over 5,000 in a month trading that one. Now, I hope you're thinking a couple of things. One of them is, well, this channeling stuff looks very profitable. It looks very easy, and I want to do it. I hope you are thinking that because it is. I also hope you're thinking something else. And that is, well, I bet as soon as I buy it, what happens? It goes down and it stops channeling. Could that happen? Well, yeah, of course that could happen. So let me give you an excellent way to protect yourself from that happening. If you want to write this down, this is what I do. I use an indicator called ROC. So indicator called ROC, you'll find it on any of the free big financial websites. The setting I use is a 14-day setting. And what you do is you get the computer to draw the indicator for you. If the indicator makes a lower bottom than the one before, you don't do the trade. And that will protect you in about 80 to 90% of the cases. This then becomes a highly profitable, highly reliable strategy. And in the online training, I'll show you exactly how to find these channels, very easy to do. Real trades, real money. Do people make these kind of returns using this strategy? Well, yes, of course they do. Another of our course graduates, $6,000 profit with channeling. From an initial stake of $1,000, I generated a return of 6,000 over 2 months. The technique I was using was channeling along with your recommended indicator. So this guy started with $1,000, did channeling, 2 months later, $6,000 profit. If you started with $1,000 today, and in 2 months' time you'd made $6,000 profit, would you be fairly happy with that? Yes or no? It's a pretty good return, yeah? And you can do that kind of thing once you get good at this strategy. Now, in a moment, I'm going to give you what is probably the most important thing you will ever learn. when it comes to trading and investing. I'd say it's the number one most important thing you're ever going to learn in trading and investing. I'm going to give you that in just a couple of minutes time. It's so important, this thing that I'm about to teach you, that I would say if it's the only thing you learned from being here today, it would have been worth you being here. I'll give you that in just a couple of minutes time. First of all, I thought it'd be a good idea to let you hear from a few of our course graduates. I'm going to play a very short video now. Have a listen to this. It's some of our course graduates. Actually, what I think I'll do is I'll just play 10 seconds of the video and then I'll pause it and I'll summarize for you. Be a bit quicker that way. So have a listen to this. Some of our course graduates, I'll play 10 seconds, then I'll pause the video.
I'm Martin Bristow. I started off with £4,000. I've doubled that, in fact, more than doubled that in 2 years. I've made £8,000 profit.
I'm Nicholas Nevins. I've been trading CFD for the last 2 months. I started with an initial capital of 14,000. And within 3 months, I nearly doubled that into 28,000.
Hi there, my name's Arvinder Orlak. Basically, I started off with £250, and with using some of Darren's strategies, I've managed to accumulate £1,500 over the last 3 months. And basically, anyone who's interested in trading, I do highly recommend that you do attend his course.
Okay, I'll pause it there. And if you want to watch the full video, it's on our website. They're real people. They did those things. One of the reasons I want to show you this video is, first of all, to show you we've got clients from all over the world with all different jobs, all different careers, all different backgrounds, and all different start amounts of money. Actually, let me just do the summary for you. I'll whiz through these quickly. So you can see the figures here. Some of them are in pounds. Remember, a pound, a euro, a dollar, it's all fairly similar. They're almost the same. A pound's worth a little bit more. This guy, a student, still studying, started with £4,000, turned it into 12,000 in 2 years, 200% return in 2 years. Pretty good return. This guy, accountant, 14,000 to 28,000 in 3 months. I taught him a strategy, how to grow an account very fast. And he practiced, applied it, got a great result. This guy, another student, he started with a very small account, £250. That's just over 250 euros or $250. Turned it into 1,500 in 3 months. I taught him a strategy of how to grow a small account very fast. And he applied it, got a great result there. This guy, dentist, 2,000 to 10,000, great return. This lady, housewife, part-time vet, complete beginner, never traded before, 30% return on her trades. This guy, 88 successful trades out of 94. I taught him a very reliable strategy and he got a great result there. 88 successful trades out of 94. This guy, 30% return on his trades. This lady, 2,000 profit in a day. And then she says, going forwards, things got even better. This guy, 11,000 to 36,000 in a year. And his English wasn't that great, and he still understood, and he still got a great result. So I was really happy there. This guy started with 5,000, made 12,000 profit in his first year. This guy, you saw him on the slide, the designer, 3,000 to 47,000 in 9 weeks, which was a great return. This guy started with 5,000. He said using the strategies that I taught him, he was able to pay off 30,000 in debt, and he made enough money to cover his mortgage payments, his house payments every month, and he made enough money to go on 3 really good vacations every year. Now, one of the reasons I want to show you that video is nearly everybody you saw there was a complete beginner before they did the training course, knew nothing about investing. This is the great thing. Investing, it's a bit like, let's say you wanted to make a cake. If you had the recipe and you follow the steps, you can make the cake. With investing, even if you know nothing about investing, if you're given a proven strategy that works and you follow the steps, you can get some great results. Even if you know nothing about investing, if you're given the right strategies. At the start of my talk, I mentioned how I teach kids to trade for free. One of the reasons that I was able to get these children making good returns fairly quickly is because what I said to them is, I said, here's a strategy that works. I said, just copy it. And the kids just copied the strategy. And as I said, we had this trading competition. Within 2 hours, the winner of that competition made over $1,000 profit. second place $800, third place $700. Vast majority of the group were in profit within a couple of hours because they just copied the strategy that I gave them. Anyone can do this if you learn the right strategies. And in the online training program, you're going to learn exactly the same strategies that I taught these people. Now, let me give you this next technique. As I said, this is probably the most important thing you'll ever learn in investing. And that is, you've got to let your profits run and cut your losses short. What do most investors do? Most investors do the exact opposite. So I'm going to show you how to do this the right way around. In this example, price went up, came down, bounced once, bounced twice at about the same level. If the price bounces at about the same level twice, we call it a double bottom chart pattern. It's a very simple, very basic chart pattern. And it means just here, the price is now more likely to go up than go down. So this is actually a good place to buy. This is a very sensible place to buy. And as soon as you buy, what you're going to do is you're going to place a sell stop below the price bottom. Now, for beginners, what is a sell stop? It's an automatic order to get you out of the trade if the price drops down to that level. So if the price drops down to here, it's going to be sold automatically. Now, anybody tell me in the chat window, why would we use a sell stop? Type in your answer. Why would you use a sell stop? Okay, so I'm seeing protect capital, minimize loss, protect capital, stop loss, limit losses, lock in profits. Okay, yeah, lots of good answers there. So if the price drops down to this level, it's going to be sold automatically. And what we do is, as the price goes up, when you get another price bottom, you cancel this sell stop and you move it up to here. Price goes up, you get another price bottom. You cancel this sell stop, you move it up to here. Price goes up, you get another price bottom. You cancel this sell stop, you move it up to here. What's the biggest loss you can make on that trade? Biggest loss is you buy it, it drops to your sell stop, it's sold automatically, you have a limited loss. What's the biggest profit you can make on that trade? Anybody type it into the chat window. Biggest profit we can make is, yeah, I'm seeing unlimited profit. So I'm saying massive profit, huge profit, unlimited profit. Yeah, we have a limited loss and unlimited profit. That's how you've got to be investing. Yeah, most people have no idea about that technique. Most investors have no idea about that technique. If you're a beginner, you now have a massive advantage over most people. If you're already investing, you've got to start using this. So powerful, really. And whether you want to do day trading, long-term investing, medium-term investing, you've got to be using something like this. If you want to invest in stocks and shares, you want to invest in Forex, cryptocurrencies, you've got to be using something like this. So important, yeah. If this was all you learned today from being on this session, it would have been worth you coming here. This is really valuable, that technique you just learned there. Now, this next point, the trading psychology and the wealth mindset. Occasionally, when I talk about wealth psychology, someone will say, I don't care about the wealth mindset. Just give me the strategies. They're usually the people that don't do very well. You've got to get the right wealth mindset. So I'm going to teach you a couple of the most important things on this. First one, trading emotions. Two main trading emotions you need to overcome are fear and greed. Now, I'm going to give you a couple of really good ways to do this. First of all, make your investment decisions when the markets are closed in the evenings or the weekends. And that way you'll make far more sensible, far more profitable decisions. Because what tends to happen is when the markets are open and the prices are moving up and down, it can be very emotional. If you make your investment decisions out of hours, you will make far smarter, far more profitable decisions. If you want to do day trading, that's fine, but get good at making investment decisions out of hours first of all. And the other way to overcome the fear and greed is, like we just talked about, always use sell stops. Yeah. So you place this first sell stop, which goes below the price bottom. And then as the price moves up, move the price up to lock in more profit, move it up to lock in more profit. Exactly like I just showed you on that previous slide. Now, this next point is, I would say, a really good wealth belief. And that is, the more you give, the more you get. A lot of religions talk about this. I just think it's a really good attitude to have in life. It's a great feeling to make a lot of money fast. But I would say it's an even better feeling to then use some of that money to help people less fortunate than yourself. And over the years, I've been involved in all kinds of charity projects. I really think one of the most fulfilling things in life is to be in a position where you can help other people. And I'm sure a lot of you have had that experience already. So once I started to get very good at trading and investing, I thought, how can I use these skills to help other people as well as myself? And one of the things I do now is I run what I call charity live trading days. And what happens is we all get together. I trade my money for real in front of everybody. They can see exactly what I'm doing. They can copy my trades. We spend the whole day trading together. We make a whole load of money. And then we give 100% of the money from the event to charity. And we choose a different charity each time. The last charity live trading day that I ran, we were raising money for SOS Children's Villages, which is a really fantastic children's charity. They do work all around the world, and they help children that really need the most help. And they do some amazing projects. So I felt excited to be able to help out there. And we all got together. I traded my money for real in front of everybody. Everyone could see what I was doing. They could copy my trades. We spent the whole day trading together. We made a whole load of money. And then we gave 100% of the money from the event to the charity. This is the great thing. Once you get good at this, you can make yourself a lot of money, but you can also help a lot of other people. So if you've got a cause you really believe in or a charity you want to support, fantastic. Learn investing. So you've got another stream of income coming in. So you've got money to help all the people you really want to help. Maybe you got a family member, you got a relative you want to be able to help out financially. Fantastic. Learn investing. So you've got this other stream of income coming in, extra money coming in, so you can help the people you care about. I just think it's a fantastic way to be able to do that. Now, this next point, there's been quite a few research projects done that have found that this is one of the biggest influences on how wealthy and successful you become. And that is who you surround yourself with. You've got to surround yourself with positive people, people who are going to encourage you to do things. A good example in my life that totally changed my life, about 20 years ago, I attended a training course taught by a guy called Tony Robbins. Actually, out of interest, type yes if you've heard of Tony Robbins. Wow, okay, that's a lot of yeses. Okay, hundreds and hundreds of yeses whizzing past. Okay, good. If you haven't heard of Tony, anybody give me a 1 or 2 word description of Tony in the chat window? 1 or 2 word description of Tony. Let's have a look. Someone saying outstanding, inspirational, motivational, high energy, inspirational, phenomenal, very positive, fantastic, huge man. Someone said positive, life-changing. Wow, okay, lots of good descriptions there. I think Tony describes himself as the world's #1 life coach. His clients are people like presidents of countries and top athletes. And I think it's good stuff he teaches. I attended his training course about 20 years ago with someone who used to be a friend back then. And what happened is, partway through the course, Tony told us about all the other training courses that he runs. And one of the courses he told us about was Life Mastery. It was 10 days in Hawaii, where he's going to teach us about health, wealth, relationships, all kinds of great topics. And the ticket was $10,000. And Tony said it was the last one he was ever going to do in that format in Hawaii. And it sounded incredible. And I said to my friend, I said, in the break, I'm going to go and book a place on that course. And my friend said to me, he said, you should probably think about it a bit more. And he said, you can't really afford to do it anyway. And he said, his talk on it was a bit salesy. And he said, it's probably not the last one he's going to do anyway. And he said, what if it's not as good as he says it's going to be? And he started giving me all his excuses as to why he wasn't going to do it. And I said to him, I said, look, I said, I'm not interested in your excuses. And I said, I don't care if his talk on it was a bit salesy. What I care about is if it's good content. And if this guy's passionate about his course, if he believes in it, he should be trying to persuade me to do it. I said, in the break, I'm going to go book a place. And in the break, I went and booked a place, $10,000 Life Mastery. At the time, I was $40,000 in debt. I paid for it on a couple of credit cards. And I thought, well, unless I take some kind of decisive action, my life is probably not going to change. If I just keep doing the same things, I'm going to keep getting the same results. And I thought, once I paid for this, I'll find a way. Somehow I'm going to make this work. And I went on that course, and it was an incredible course. I believe a big part of why I went from $50,000 in debt to making over $1 million within 3 years was because of what Tony taught us on that course. Because he taught us how to model people, how to learn their strategies. I then went off around the world. I found some of the world's top traders, top investors, and I did what Tony said. I modeled them. I learned how they did things. I came back to the UK. My life started to improve rapidly. My friend saw what was happening. He said, wow. He said, that must have been an incredible course. I said, yeah, it was. He said, I'm going to book a place. And he called their office and he said, I want to do that life mastery with Tony in Hawaii. They said, Tony is never going to do that same format course again in Hawaii. And he never did. I'm just so glad I didn't let my friend hold me back. Now, I know sometimes it can be tough because sometimes it's your partner that's holding you back. But if something feels right, you've got to go for it. That's how your life moves ahead. Back then, my friend had a normal job doing something he doesn't really like. Guess what he's doing now? Similar job he doesn't really like. And what I found in life, I'm sure you found the same thing. It just comes down to 1 or 2 decisions that can massively improve your life. And for me, going on that training course hugely improved my life. That's the great thing about life. One decision can massively improve everything. That's all it takes. Now, the last point of my talk, and this is one of the most important things, you've got to use the power of compound returns. Now, most people have at least heard of a compound return. Type yes if you've heard of a compound return. Okay, wow, lots of yeses there. Good. Yes, 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 yes. Good. So what is it? It means making money using the money you've already made, reinvesting the profits. Now, what a lot of traders and investors do is they try and make big money fast, which is fine. But the real secret to building huge wealth is getting consistency. Because once you can get consistent monthly returns, you can start with even a small amount of capital and you can grow huge wealth relatively quickly once you get that consistency. That is the sensible way to build huge wealth. Because once you're getting these consistent monthly returns, this is how your money grows. It starts growing gradually at first, it then accelerates massively. Now, I'm going to show you one last video of my talk, very short video, about 30 seconds in length. And actually, I'll play about 10 seconds and I'll pause it and I'll summarize for you. This is one of our course graduates after we showed him how to get consistency, because I want you to see how your money can grow once you get this consistency. Now, oh, and I should say, just to be totally open with you, this guy didn't just do our training course. He was actually trained by me personally. So just to be totally open with you. And as you already know, to be trained by me personally, one of the only few ways to do that now is through the one-to-one mentoring. So I know for quite a few of you, maybe that's not an option, but I still want you to see this video so you can see how your money can grow once you get this consistency. So have a look at this. I'll play about 10 seconds, then I'll summarize for you.
What was your starting capital? My starting capital was £5,000. Okay, and then using what you learned on the course, strategies, the techniques, how much did you make profit from trading?
I think over the period of time, over the whole period of time, probably about £500,000.
So about £500,000.
I was thinking, actually, that's kind of an underestimate.
Okay.
Okay, I'll pause it there. So what he says is, he said, well, using the strategies that I taught him, he started with £5,000. So a little bit over 5,000 euros or $5,000. And he made $500,000 profit. And then he says, well, actually, that was an underestimate because I also managed to save my pension during the crash. And he says, using the strategies that I taught him, he was able to make enough money to buy a house in the south of France for cash. Now, what I did is I taught this guy a couple of very simple but very profitable strategies. And I showed him how to get consistency. Because once you can get consistent monthly returns, You can start with even a small amount of capital and you can grow huge wealth relatively quickly. That is the sensible way to build your wealth. And in the online training program, I'll teach you exactly what I taught him about how to get consistency. Now, whilst we're talking about consistency, you saw this guy in one of the videos, 88 winners out of 94. I completed the training course over a year ago. I've been successful in 88 out of 94 trades. I taught this guy a very, very, very reliable strategy that I learned after being mentored one-to-one by one of the world's top investors. Very simple strategy, even a complete beginner could do it. Very reliable strategy. On the training course, you're going to learn that exact same strategy. Another of our course graduates, 30,000 profit within 4 months. Another of our course graduates, $500 profit per week. After the training, on average, I make $400 to $500 profit per week. Best thing of all, I'm using $2,000 capital. Another of our course graduates, $2,000 to $11,000. Another of our course graduates, $48,000 profit in 1 month. Darren's training course has truly changed my financial destiny and that of my family. This month, I made $48,000 from trading. Now, if you could make an extra $48,000 a month, would that make your life a bit easier? Yes or no? For sure, yeah. Another of our course graduates, $24,000 profit in 1 week. Another of our course graduates, this testimonial just came in recently, $5,000 into $144,000 in 14 weeks. I was a complete beginner. After doing Darren's training course, I've turned $5,000 into $144,000 in 14 weeks. I'm very happy I decided to book on the course. I highly recommend it. Now, actually, let me show you this as well. As I said at the start of the talk, I've just come back from 2.5 months holiday in the Caribbean. I was in Antigua. Whilst I was there, I did about 1 hour a week trading. And one of the investments that I did whilst I was there, I put $30,000 into a trade. 5 days later, that had gone up to almost $2 million. It actually went up to 1.9 million. I'll say that again. I'll show you on my phone. I took a screenshot of it. I put in $30,000. Within 5 days, it had gone up to almost $2 million. Let me just quickly find this for you. So I screenshotted my phone. Just see if I can find this. Okay, yeah, there you go. So you can see that just over $1.9 million. Now, on the training course, I'm going to show you how I did that. Very, very good strategy. I'm going to share that with you on the training course as well. Now, we have literally thousands of success stories and testimonials. We actually have over 8,000 success stories and testimonials from people who've done the course. How have we managed to get so many success stories? Because the strategies we teach work. How have we managed to be the #1 investment training company in Europe for over 15 years with clients now all around the world? Because the strategies we teach work. Now, I'm going to do something very, very special for everybody on this webinar right now. And also, in about 2 minutes' time, I'm going to share with you one of the most important bits of advice I've ever been given about becoming truly wealthy. I'll give you that in about 2 minutes' time at the end of my talk. First of all, I'm going to do something very, very special for everyone on this webinar. I'm going to give you an incredible offer. And this offer will be absolutely amazing. You will definitely want to hear this offer. It's going to be the best offer we've ever done in the history of our company anywhere in the world. So let's have a look at this. Our online Forex and stock market masterclass training course. It's 100% online, so it's perfect for learning from home. It's over 16 hours of videos of me personally teaching the very best strategies, very best techniques that I learned from the world trading champions. It's my life work. I spent over 20 years finding the very best strategies, very best techniques. In this online training program, you get everything. You get all the best strategies, all the best techniques. Really is an incredible training program. And I teach it in a very clear, simple way so even complete beginners can understand. And I'm actually very proud of that training. I truly believe it's the best online investment training program in the world. and you'll be learning the same strategies that I've taught thousands of other people how to invest successfully. And as well as the online training, after each lesson, you get an online live questions and answer session, so you can ask your individual questions and get the answers direct to you live. Really effective way to learn. The normal investment for that, $4,997, so that's $5,000. I would say it's worth many, many times that. What you learn on the course, you could use to make many, many times that. But I am going to give you an incredible offer. And as I said, you will definitely want to hear this offer. First of all, let me just explain what you can learn on the course. You're going to learn how to do all of this for real, step by step. So even if you're a complete beginner, by the end of the course, you will know how to do this. You're going to learn my best Forex strategies, my best stock market strategies, exactly step by step how to do them. I'm also going to teach you my best cryptocurrency strategies for trading things like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ripple, Litecoin. If you don't know what cryptocurrencies are, that's okay. I'll explain what they are as well. But you'll get my very best strategies for trading cryptocurrencies and for trading commodities, things like gold, silver, oil, whatever you want to invest in. I'll give you my very best strategies, exactly how to do them. And you're going to learn a strategy that I use to double my money in less than a week. If you could double your money in less than a week, would that make your life a bit easier? For sure, yeah. And you're going to learn how to set this all up on autopilot. So it'll take literally 1 hour a week to do these strategies. So if you've got a full-time job or a business, very easy to run this alongside in the evening or the weekend. And you're going to learn my most powerful day trading, medium-term and long-term strategies. And you're going to see practical exercises. You'll do practical exercises. Plus, of course, you get the online live questions and answer sessions. Really effective way to learn. What I'm going to do is, instead of $5,000, I am going to let you have the full, complete online training program. Over 16 hours of videos of me personally teaching the very best strategies, very best techniques I learned from the world trading champions. After each lesson, you get the online live questions and answer session. Amazing, incredible way to learn this topic. Instead of $5,000, I'm going to let you have that for just $397. That is absolutely incredible for what you're going to be learning. That is the best offer we've ever done in the history of our company, anywhere in the world. It is an absolutely incredible offer. And I'm actually going to make this even better for you. I have a couple of extra things that I'm going to give you. I can see so many people already saying they want to book there. I can see, I'm in. Donnie saying she wants to book. Sutra saying she wants to book. Where do I book? Avi saying I want to book. Nathan saying he wants to book. Wow, okay. I'm going to make this even better for you. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to give you a VIP upgrade. And what that means is, we talked about my trading watch list earlier. This is where each week for 12 weeks, I give you the list of exactly what I'm looking to trade for US stocks, UK shares and stocks, Forex trades, right up to date, exactly what I'm looking to trade. And I said, I've currently got 43 people who've paid me $5,000 each to get hold of my watch list. Why do those people think it's worth paying me $5,000 for my watch list? Because a lot of them just copy my trades and make a lot more than that. Like this guy, $8,000 profit using Darren's watch list. My watch lists are well worth $5,000. What I'm going to do is, if you decide you want to go ahead with this offer right now, I'm going to include those for free as well. Now that is going to be an amazing resource for you. I would say just the watch list by themselves are worth many, many times the $397. That's US dollars, worth many times that. But I'm going to include those for free. And I did say before the end of this talk, I would give one of you the chance to attend our Investment Success 3-day live event for free, for you and a guest. Normally 2 tickets to that is $5,000. Many, many people have already bought 2 tickets from us for $5,000. They were very glad they did. I said I'd give one of you the chance to get that for free. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to give everyone the chance to get this for free. What I'm going to say is, if you decide you want to go ahead with this offer right now, I'm going to include 2 tickets to the live event for free as well. That will be an amazing experience for you. I'll include 2 tickets to that for free as well. And I see more people saying, how do I book? I want to book. I'm almost there. Something else which I do is I run monthly webinars. They're about 30 minutes in length, and it's a great way to check you're constantly improving. And what I do is at the end of the webinar, I set a little 10-minute exercise, very simple. Anyone could do it, even a complete beginner. It's a great way to check you're constantly improving. 24 months worth of the webinars, so that's 2 years worth of the webinars, value $2,000. If you decide you want to go ahead with this offer right now, I'm going to include that for free as well, which will be another great resource for you. Now, this next part of the offer, there is a price involved. So what I'll do is I'll explain what this is, and then right at the end, you can decide if you want this included, because there is a price involved. And that is one-to-one mentoring with me. I currently charge $30,000 for a one-to-one mentoring session. If you want it included, it's going to be yours for only $3,000. You can have a think about that, decide right at the end if you want that included. But what I would say is at $30,000, it is great value. Some of the people I've trained personally have gone on to make many, many times that. At $3,000, it's incredible value. What I can help you master in a one-to-one mentoring session will be literally some of the best investment techniques in the world. It will be a life-changing session. $3,000, if you want that included, have a serious think about that. It really will be a life-changing session. You might not ever get another opportunity like this. So $3,000 if you want it included, have a think about it, decide right at the end. Now, actually thinking about it, I'm going to include that for free as well. Now that is huge, really, that is huge. Now, let me just be clear, because I want to make sure you get the absolute most from this one-to-one mentoring session with me. So there's no point you having it immediately. The way this will work is you'll do the online training program. You'll have the online live questions and answer sessions. We're going to make sure you know exactly what you're doing, you know exactly what strategies to use. Over the next maybe 6 to 8 weeks, you'll do perhaps 3 or 4 trades a week. You'll send me in your first 25 trades. I'm going to look through them all. Then we do our one-to-one mentoring session together, because that way I can give you great feedback on your trades. I can make sure you get the absolute most from the session with me. It's going to be an incredible session. Some of the people I've trained personally have gone on to make literally millions of dollars. It's going to be an amazing session. As I said, I currently charge $30,000 for a one-to-one mentoring session. If you decide you want to go ahead with this offer right now, I'm going to include that for free. Now, let me just be clear, because this is my time involved. There are hundreds, if not thousands of people on this webinar right now. I can't do that for everybody. So what I'm going to say is the first 70 people, the first 70 people who book a place right now, I'm going to include that for free. And I just put the link there. It's in that yellow box at the bottom of the page. The first 70 people who book a place right now, I'm going to include that for free. And there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people on this webinar right now. So you're going to have to be pretty quick to get in. Go to that link. First 70 people, you're going to get this one-to-one mentoring with me included for free as well. I do have a couple of extra things that I'm going to give you. But if you want to try and be in the first 70, I'd start filling in that form right now. And once you've got your place, let me know. Just type in the chat window, type I'm in, and I'll welcome you into the group once you've got your place. So a couple of extra things I'm going to give you. At your one-to-one mentoring session, I'm getting, wow, that is quick. You guys are quick. I can see already. Donnie, congratulations, you're in. Paul, congratulations, you're in. Josh, congratulations. Neil, Kevin, Olivia, Rahul, okay, this is going faster than I can read now. Stefan, Norbert, congratulations. Wow, you guys are quick. So if you want to be in the first 70, you're gonna need to be pretty quick. What was I saying? Oh, I was saying, yeah, during your one-to-one mentoring session, I'm gonna give you my personal email address, and I am personally gonna provide your ongoing support. You can ask me any question anytime, forever. And I really do mean that. That's lifetime support from me personally. Now I put here value $5,000. It's worth way more than that, lifetime support from me. But I thought I've got to put some kind of value to it. So I'm going to include that for free. All of that would be $51,997 for you right now, $397 US dollars. That is absolutely incredible for what you're going to be learning, for everything you got included there. I can see more and more people saying that they've booked their place. So Yvonne, congratulations, you're in. Dr. DT, congratulations, you're in as well. And Avi, yeah, I can see you got your place. So Stacy, she said, oh yeah, excellent, good. And Nick, congratulations. Omar, congratulations. Sutra, congratulations. I can see you're in. Ping, congratulations. That looks Alexander, congratulations. And Austin, Petra, Mike, Janan, I think that is. Nokwana, congratulations, if I pronounce that correctly. Okay, places are going very fast. So something else that I'm going to do for you, and I thought this would be a nice thing to do. I'm going to give you a way so you can almost immediately get 100% of your cash back. And that is, once you've booked your place, if you just refer 2 people onto the training course and they book their place, I'll give you 100% of your course fee back. So book your place, refer 2 people onto the training course. Once they book and pay for their place, I'll give you 100% of your course fee back. And you could even give them the price I gave you there, $397. But that is just for the online training program. Yeah, not all this extra stuff that I'm giving to you, that's just for you. But even just for the online training program, $397 is incredible value. So book your place, refer 2 people, you get all your course fee back. And I can see more and more people saying they booked their place. Monique, Lil, I think that is, KC's in as well. Majid, congratulations. I can see you've got your place as well. Richard says he's in, he's done. Great, congratulations. And Sugitha, congratulations. Wow, okay, going faster than I can read now. Okay, if I've missed your name, congratulations. Vincent, I can see you're in as well. And let me just check here how many places we've got left. Let me just very quickly try and count this up. I'm just going to scroll up here. 5. Okay, so it looks like, I'm just really quickly trying to estimate how many people booked a place there. It looks like about 50, 55 people have already booked. So about 15 places left. If you are thinking about this, book a place now, there's about 15 places left. I'm sure they'll be gone in the next couple of minutes. Now, something else which I'm going to do for you, and this is an important thing, I'm going to give you a 100% money back guarantee.